It is November 3rd, the day we've been eagerly anticipating. Election night is officially here in the ACUTV or studios on the campus of Abilene Christian University. Good evening, everyone. I'm Owen Simpson alongside Emily Schaefer. We have a lot to talk about. We're going to be covering the election night until 2 a.m. or, we're going to be here all night. It's going to be a fun time. But first off, let's just give a shout out to the student run crew led by Hutton Harris in the ACUTV or studio. It would not be possible. This whole evening would not be possible without them.
Definitely. There is a group of 25 students behind the camera right now that you can't see, but they have been putting in so much work to make this possible. Let's go ahead and take a look at our lead production staff. These 6 individuals have been working over the past few months to make sure this night can take place, and more importantly, can take place for 6 hours. These group of people we are so proud of. We are so glad that we all got to work together, to come together, to make something quite literally historic here at ACU. Now let's take a look at our control room. You may just see Owen and I on camera tonight, but these people behind the scenes make it truly possible. Without their talent and their hard work, we could not do this. Owen, what are your thoughts going into tonight? Well, again,
let's just talk a little bit about ACUTV for those who don't know. So ACUTV offers a lot of unique opportunities for ACU students. So just to start off, we have an opportunity at ACUTV to produce ESPN broadcasts. We're going to be doing it Saturday with a football game, first home game at ACU. But just to say, we knew going into this year, COVID-19 is going to play an impact. We're not going to have as many experiences for these students. There's not going to be as many football games to be a part of. Same thing with basketball. So again, we're going to continue to offer these experiences. So we're like, okay, let's put in a full election night coverage show to make up for what COVID-19 has taken away.
Definitely. Now, the JMC department has so many things to offer. We have here at ACUTV, the studio you're seeing now, but also we have right above us an Optimist look at our newsroom. In addition to the Optimist, we of course have KACU that will be reporting with NPR throughout the night as well. Owen, you're editor-in-chief of the Optimist. What was it like for you to organize that watch party that we're gonna actually go up there later and talk to them about it?
Well, again, what we saw back in 2016 was just the utter shock of a surprising victory for Donald Trump to win the presidency in 2016. We wanted, again, COVID-19 has taken so much away from us. We wanted to get at least a small piece. Let's get some reactions as we have some states projected throughout the evening. So again, I thought it would be a great opportunity, and I think everyone agreed as well. Let's have that small piece back here at ACU.
Definitely. And like you were saying earlier, we haven't had football, and that's usually what the people at this in the studio, in this control room, what we do in the fall semester. But it's funny because we've been putting so much work into this election show. We actually have a football game on Saturday. This is a busy week for us.
No, without a doubt. And with that being said, let's head over to the video board. We have a few things we want to talk about as we head in late into this evening. A few key points that we want to talk about. Just to start off, Electoral College has increasingly become more and more of a battleground situation for both of these candidates, all the way dating back even to 2012 and the increase in 2020. So just to give a little bit of insight. So again, we had 171 Electoral College points up for grab in 2016. It's more this time around, 197. So again, more up for grab. Let's move on to something else that I think is also a lot of importance going into tonight is the unfavorability of candidates. So going back to 2016, we saw a record number of unfavorability, actually the highest number for the two candidates for a major party ticket. Donald Trump was at 59% of unfavorability in 2016, Hillary Clinton at 50%. Not much has changed going into 2020. Joe Biden is he's actually right at the same at 50% as Hillary Clinton was in 2016. Trump has a slight difference, however, though. He's going down to 57% going into tonight, so a 2-point gain for the president as he goes for re-election. So obviously, these are going to play a few roles going into the election, how American people view this. So moving on to the next one, let's talk about something else, which is going to be voter turnout. We knew this was going to be big, even with early voting. We had a record number, 101 million. 101 million early votes that took place in the United States this year. That's over 2/3 of the total count tallied going into 2016. So again, going back to 2016, we had 136 million. We've seen an increase, a steady increase, and we are going to have a major increase going into tonight. We've already seen it in a lot of states like Florida, who's reporting almost over 90% of its vote already. And a lot of this had to do with COVID-19. We knew this was going to play a role, but again, we're seeing that on display here tonight. So again, let's also talk about COVID-19 and how people view both Joe Biden and Donald Trump going into tonight and who has the approval. So again, we have 40% believe that Trump can handle it better than Joe Biden, and then Joe Biden at 57% over Trump. So that's one of the key points that we're also going to talk. Let's also talk about the 2016 Electoral College. This is what we saw here with Trump, 302 electoral votes, and Clinton at 232. We knew the state polls were off in 2016. We witnessed a historic performance for Donald Trump. Now, theoretically speaking, let's say the polls are off in each state just as much as they were in 2016 tonight. Here's what we ultimately have, and there's a major shift. Obviously, the biggest one, Texas. So what we saw back in 2016 was a 12-point lead going into election night for Donald Trump in 2016. Ended up winning only by 9 points, and again, a few shifts up in the Rust Belt. So Michigan goes blue, and Minnesota actually shifts red in favor of Donald Trump. So again, a lot of pieces changing, but again, Texas ultimately sends it over in favor of Biden. So again, we're going to have a lot of pieces going in throughout the election night, but again, it's going to be a historic evening. Florida is reporting record numbers. Texas already actually had over 100% of its 2016 total vote in early voting, not even including election day voting. So again, we're going to have a lot of pieces coming in. We're going to have record voter turnout, and we're going to see ultimately if there is the so-called silent Trump majority as we see later tonight. All right, let's head on back here to Emily Schaefer. So again, we have a few states that have already been called. We're going to talk about that in a second. We have a lot of battleground states up for grab. I mentioned Florida. So as we're seeing right now, Donald Trump with 90% reporting, and he has almost a 4-point advantage. And one of the key points we want to talk about that too is Miami-Dade County, which actually Hillary Clinton had a historic record number, 30% in favor in that county in 2016. Right now, it's only 8 points in favor of Joe Biden. So again, a current lead, a must-win state for the president.
Yeah, I think if Trump wins Florida, he's automatically on the right track to win the presidency. I mean, of course, Florida and Pennsylvania are two necessity states that he needs tonight. But like you were saying about Miami-Dade County, in 2018, they really disappointed the Democratic Party with, primarily Republican voters. Typically, it's a very concentrated Hispanic community, but with the Cuban vote, they're seeing it become more red with time.
Yeah, we've seen a younger Cuban vote shifting away from their parents' political ideology and going in favor of, honestly, Donald Trump. So again, we're going to see how that plays out in Florida. Again, we have talked about this in 2016, where it was a small margin to victory. It was a must-win for so many states for Donald Trump. And then going into 2020, it's going to be the same scenario. It is deja vu for the president. It is a must-win state. Also with Georgia, North Carolina, we can go on and on. But again, we're seeing these early results come in over time.
Yeah, and Owen, talk to me a little bit about Pennsylvania. What are your predictions about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, again, when we talked about Pennsylvania, so there's going to be a few key things we want to talk about with Pennsylvania. So one thing that Trump has definitely been focusing on is his campaigning in Pennsylvania. Not a lot to report in right now. Most of it is, again, we're going to see a lot of early voting that's tallied first. So what we saw earlier in the evening was Florida in a large favor for Joe Biden. We had a lot of early votes favoring him, and as time went on, we've seen a system where Republicans tend to vote later or on election day. So that's what we're seeing over time. So again, just because the Democrats have a large lead in a lot of these states, it's not going to be the case as time goes on.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at some of the states that have already been called. First, what is a state that you were surprised about going in tonight? I know a lot of the early states get called. We already know where they're going to go, but can we talk about Illinois, Owen?
Yeah, let's talk about Illinois. So Illinois, we knew this was going to be an obvious win. This was going to be one of the first wins for Joe Biden. Just a little bit of talk about Illinois. There's a few pieces we want to talk about. Clinton won by 16 points. Now, again, it is a 56-41, but there is not a lot reporting. We have 13% reporting, so there's going to be more to say about that. So obviously a win for Joe Biden. It was an obvious win, to say the least. So let's move on to the next state, Connecticut. Another easy victory for Joe Biden. Not a lot of reporting in so far. We have about 10%. But again, Connecticut was an obvious win for Joe Biden. The last time it went red, actually, was 1988 with Bush in that race. So again, Connecticut going in favor for Joe Biden. Let's also go over to Massachusetts. Massachusetts has been called in favor for Joe Biden. Not a lot of reporting. We knew this was going to go blue. 9% reporting as of right now. Joe Biden with a heavy advantage over Donald Trump. And let's move over also New Jersey, going
Got
in
lots of
favor
states.
for Joe Biden. So New Jersey, one of the bigger states for the Electoral College so far with Joe Biden. That's 14 electoral votes. And we're also going to go one more. There's a lot of we can talk about over time, but Tennessee also being called as Donald Trump retakes Tennessee once more, a large win, an expected win. So with that to say, what we've seen so far tonight is everything expected. I think we're going to be focusing a little bit more on Florida and how that pans out. Georgia also, from what I've been hearing, is going to have a delayed count. A few counties have already said it's going to take a couple hours extra from what they were already expecting.
Definitely. Going back to some of the swing states that we don't know the results in yet, but we're highly anticipating them. Let's talk about Michigan. Michigan, Trump won in 2016 by only 0.2% of the votes. What are you thinking Michigan is going to do tonight?
Yeah, no, again, when we talk about Michigan, so it was a very small margin of victory for Donald Trump, winning by just a razor-thin margin, 16 electoral votes. It was something that wasn't expected, to say the least. The last time it went in favor for a Republican was back in 1988. So a big victory for Michigan. For Trump back in 2016. It's going to be something we're going to focus on throughout the evening. Not a lot to report right now. The demographics are really out of place. Trump with a 17-point lead right now with 16% reporting. But again, it's going to be a close race, to say the least.
And Ohio, that's another big one that we need to talk about.
Oh, absolutely. Ohio is going to be the catalyst for whoever comes out on top in Ohio. I think it's going to be possibly in their favor. And I'm not just saying that from opinion. I'm saying that from a fact going back as far as the 1960s. So looking at Ohio, we've seen a consistent trend. Whichever color Ohio goes, that is the president-elect, either when the evening's over or whenever the election tallies are finally counted, I should say. So again, that'll be something to watch throughout the evening.
Similarly to Pennsylvania too. It'll be interesting if that trend continues tonight. We are just on, I feel like I'm on just the tip of my toes, just waiting for these results to come in. But let's talk about the fact that they may not tonight, right? Record number mail-in ballots because of the pandemic. What's going to happen if we don't know who wins the election tonight?
So again, there's going to be a few states that are going to bring in tallies earlier than others, and it depends on how they're allowed to count the mail-in ballots and the early voting. So for example, it's why we see Florida over 90% reporting, but when we go over somewhere else like Pennsylvania, we only have 9% reporting. The reason behind that is Pennsylvania is not allowed to start counting mail-in ballots until the polls open this morning. So ever since the polls opened this morning, they've started counting, but it's going to take some time. This isn't the first scenario that we've seen where states go beyond the evening. So again, we're going to see a lot of pieces go over throughout the evening. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin will likely be delayed throughout the evening. But again, it's going to be interesting to see how these other states play out. So we're going to get a few episodes, essentially. And these episodes are going to have to favor Trump in order for the next episode to even matter. So Florida, for example, will be the first episode. He has to win Florida to stay in this one.
Now, we have so many more things to talk about tonight, but right now we're going to throw it to our show producer, Sydney Varner. She's in the control room. She's going to give you a look at that. Sydney, take it away.
Thanks, Emily. I'm here in this control room like we talked about earlier tonight with our amazing student-run team helping us put this show together. For right now, we're going to just take a minute and talk to a couple of our students. So we're going to come over here to our other show producer, Carrie Johnston, see how she's feeling. Carrie, can you kind of give me an idea of what your job has been so far the past 5 or 6 weeks, getting this election show put together, ready to air?
Okay, I've been doing a lot for this show, mainly just helping organize what's going to happen, like what are we going to talk about at certain times, finding B-roll that we will run during our different segments, during different interviews, what we talk about, and just talking to the talent, talking to everybody about what's going on, what we really want to talk about, what key issues do we want to really address during this election.
Wonderful. And how are you feeling about the night so far? I know we just got started, but it has been hectic.
It's been very hectic, but I've really enjoyed it so far. It's definitely something to leap into, and it's been a lot, but I've really enjoyed it, and I'm so excited to see where the night goes.
Right, awesome. Thank you, Carrie. We're getting over here to ACUTV Director Hutton Harris, who has been having us put together our student team, helping us get everything ready to go. Hutton, how have you felt that our student team has done so far in the production of this show?
It's really amazing. I mean, again, for those of you watching out there, this is a student-run production. It's, again, 99% student-run. What we're doing tonight is really unprecedented here, really anywhere a school this size. And so it's just really exciting that we get to watch a national election and then respond live. It just doesn't happen at schools like this. And so I'm really proud of all of you guys, and just really proud of everybody that has contributed to this, all the behind the scenes people, and again, all the producers that have spent so many months on this.
Awesome, thanks Hutton. We're gonna come over here and take a look and talk to one of our other show producers, Paige Taylor. She is going to be heading up our research for the night. So Paige, can you kind of tell me what you have been doing, helping us figure out what states are getting called?
Yes, so I am sitting here looking at literally minute by minute what states are being called, who's winning them, how much they're winning them by, what the electoral votes are for that state, and just minute by minute looking and seeing what new information we're getting.
Awesome, and how do you feel about the night, having worked on the show for the past 5 or 6 weeks?
I think it's so exciting. It's crazy to think that this just started with a thought a few months ago, and now we're here doing it and producing it and just making this show happen.
All right, awesome. Thanks so much, Paige, and thank you to everybody else who's on our studio tonight, working with our student team to make sure that this show runs as well as possible. For right now, we're going to go back to the studio with Owen Simpson with an interview with ACU professor Dr. Neil Coates.
Thanks, Sydney. I'm happy to welcome Dr. Neil Coates. He is the chair for the Political Science and Criminal Justice Department here at ACU. Thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it. Let's talk a little bit about the state polls and how far off they were in 2016 and what we're expecting going into 2020 as far off as they were in 2016. Is there any reason to expect that they should be more accurate going into tonight?
So polling is an imprecise science. It is a snapshot, if you will. It's an aid. It's not reality. Not the least of which is because it's not election day when a lot of these polls are taken. So the election is the ultimate poll, as we all know. But also, as you know, as a follower of sports, that the day after the election, there are going to be people talking about the next election and who different you'll support. And so polls can be really off when they're a long way from an election. And people aren't ready to select. They don't have the information. And so I don't want to talk about 2024 right now. The issue, of course, is 2020, and are those polls accurate? There are maybe 20 or 25 major polling firms that we see the names of right now, and some of them are more well known to us than others. But as pollsters try to do their work, and as some persons will talk to them, and some persons won't, it's a challenge. And it's a statistical challenge also. The biggest issue in this campaign and in the 2016 presidential campaign are the persons who won't talk to the pollsters, or they won't tell them what is really on their mind, and a number of those persons are Trump supporters. And so the pollsters have had to wrestle with this and how to best politely figure out what the participant is really thinking. And how they have done that has been sometimes more successful than not.
Let's talk about a couple battleground states while we're on the topic of polling. So let's talk first a little bit about Florida, because it's one of the few states that we really can even have a general pinpoint of. So as of right now, 91% reporting Donald Trump with a lead at a little over 3 points. So definitely looking back to 2016, winning by just a single point. What do you think is the reason behind the significant uptick so far from what we've seen in Florida?
Well, certainly there are some things that the Trump campaign has touted as being the reason that persons would prefer to vote for him. The economy, the low unemployment rate among minorities. But in Florida, you also have the great support from Cubans, which is a little bit different than Hispanics and other states. There's also been a great push in Florida by the Republicans to register more persons since 4 years ago. So that's to their advantage. So that ground game has been pretty impressive, apparently, in Florida. There are a couple of other issues that somewhat nationwide have also gotten people's attention. First of all is the selection of judges by President Trump. And these federal judges, for the most part, people don't know really who they are unless they're Supreme Court justices. And to get 3 justices on the court, people pay attention to those hearings. And they especially paid attention to the hearings just a few weeks ago of Amy Coney Barrett. And they saw the type of person that President Trump was putting onto the court, and that impressed some people. And so that's going to have an effect in several states. The Middle East peace agreements with Israel between the UAE and Bahrain and now Sudan, that's also an issue too. And of course, fracking. That is an issue that we think about with regard to the Middle East, but also domestically and how we're going to produce energy.
You mentioned the Cuban vote and how it could be possibly responsible in some way for Florida. So looking at Miami County in particular, it was a county that Hillary Clinton won by a record number 30 points back in 2016, although ultimately losing Florida to Donald Trump a couple minutes ago. As of right now, Joe Biden only has an 8-point lead in Miami County. So just expand on the Cuban vote. How much of an impact could this have in Florida and in other states?
Well, I'd also be remiss if we didn't mention some older persons. And I know that not all of the elderly have voted for Trump, but the Villages has turned out maybe 90% for Trump. And so that's been very effective in the middle part of the state. Yeah, there are just several factors we can point at in Florida that are going to make it not just a win, it's already a conceded win. I was listening to one station right before I walked in here, and the Biden campaign has already, they've conceded the state. And it's not very often that you concede states, but they've just said pointedly, there are not a lot of Cubans in other places, and they're certainly not going to help Trump win New York. And so I think they want to focus people, especially those who might still be voting on the West Coast, that they are still voting for something.
Let's move over from Florida to Michigan now. What Donald Trump did back in 2016 was historic for Michigan. Last time it went red was back in
but only by 44,000 votes.
Yes, very close margin of victory back in 1988.
Oh, wait, 10,000 votes. I think it's just 10,000 in Michigan. It's 44 in Pennsylvania. I'll have to
No,
check.
yeah, absolutely. So again, it was an incredibly tight race in Michigan. So what's it going to take for him to come out on top again here in 2020?
Well, you know, certainly there have been some mentions here in the last few days that Trump is on defense in these states that he won in the Rust Belt or the Blue Wall. He barely won those states. And so to say that he's on defense, he really had to win them again. And so what does he have to do? He has to continue the economic statements to win Michigan. Of course, the polls are closed now in Michigan, and so it's going to be a done deal one way or the other, and count the votes. But the calls for having low unemployment for Hispanics, blacks, Anglos, that's important in Michigan.
Obviously, going back to 2016, it's the same story going into 2020. The margin of error for Trump to come back and win re-election, it comes down to a few states. He can't lose much compared to Joe Biden. It's the same thing, what we saw back in 2016 with Hillary Clinton. What can we expect for a road to victory for President Trump? What states do you envision that he has to win these, or else it's essentially over?
Well, he has to win Texas now. He really needs to win Pennsylvania because it's 20 votes. I was also noticing right before our time at the table here that North Carolina is looking pretty good for Biden. And North Carolina has certainly some significance for Trump if he loses that. So he's got a narrow path. Biden doesn't have a wide path either to 270. But if Biden captures North Carolina, it's going to be a little bit harder for Trump. He has to win Arizona. And it would be really nice if he could win Minnesota. So we'll see.
And you mentioned North Carolina, so 80% reporting right now in North Carolina, and Joe Biden holds just under a 2-point lead. So let's talk about North Carolina. Let's assume that Joe Biden takes North Carolina. Where do we see Trump path to victory ultimately going after that?
Well, he also has to win Ohio. We keep on saying he's got to win this, he's got to win that. Well, and that's just because this is not a slam dunk for Biden, as some people said several weeks ago. It's going to be difficult for him too, which also makes it a fun election to watch. But he's got to win Ohio, which always goes with Republicans as of recent years when they win the presidency. And to win Minnesota and Arizona are just really important. Texas, of course, is a given. He has to have that.
Looking at Ohio, so you mentioned whichever way it typically sways, that is the president-elect.
Yes.
That's going back since 1964.
Yes.
So again, we're seeing a common trend with that. We mentioned some of the northern counties, though, in Ohio, that Trump was able to shift to a red county back in 2016. So looking at Ohio right now, again, there's a little over 60% reporting, a lot to still be decided with the rural voter. Right now, Joe Biden up by 3 points in that one. What demographic shifts are you seeing that may not be playing into the polls in Ohio?
The question is women, the suburban women. And understand that in Colorado, they broke quite strongly against Donald Trump. And so if they are also against Donald Trump in Ohio, then that could be some danger for him.
Without a doubt. From what you're seeing right now, how do you envision this race going throughout the next few hours? Is this something we could see essentially, okay, is this going to go into the rest of the week, or are we going to see us results come through in the next few hours?
So earlier you asked about polling, and so I said a few words. There are a variety of polling companies and strategies. And so when a person gets on Real Clear Politics or one of these other sites that gives a lot of these different polls, one of the polls that's really been interesting and got 2016 right is Trafalgar. And what Trafalgar does is it tries to drill down to what that silent Trump supporter is saying. Because a lot of times persons don't want to directly say, I'm for Donald Trump. And it's a lot of black males, by the way, because they'll be castigated by their friends, or how could you, be associated with that man? And so what Trafalgar does is it asks persons, so tell me about your neighbors and maybe your close relatives, and who would maybe they be voting for? And Trafalgar has been somewhat criticized by some of the more traditional, but they got it right in 2016. And so far with Florida tonight, they seem to be getting it right. And so we'll just have to see if state by state, which polling company in the last few days is the most accurate. And the others will learn from what the others have done.
Without a doubt. Dr. Neil Coates, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate your insight.
Glad to be here.
All right. We will be right back. A lot more to discuss. Stay with us.
ACUTV is that we're telling a story, and we're telling ACU's story through the perspective of students and for students, and I think that's just a really unique experience.
To work at ACUTV is probably the best experience you will get in a college setting.
Being able to do it for football games like out here is like for game days experience, it was awesome. Being able to see your shots and then being able to look back at it and saying like, wow, that was my shot, it was awesome.
So in my experience during basketball season was amazing. The work on the floor, getting to teach people, and then also getting to be right there with the basketball players. I couldn't compare it to anything I had done before.
ACU has given me so many opportunities that I would have never had at another school. As soon as I started my freshman year, I just dove straight into it. They let me technical direct for ESPN games. I started making features that were shown on ESPN.
This is something that almost no university in America can really offer to their students. To be able to go on air on ESPN and ESPN production for a college student is something that a lot of people don't even think is possible. But here at ACUTV, we're given that opportunity. We're given an opportunity to grow and just be able to experience an atmosphere unlike any of us have seen before.
For us to show that this campus is more than just football or more than just basketball is so important.
We're here for the campus. We're here to better the community and show that ACU has a lot of great things going on.
And something that I think is super exciting and really beneficial for the ACU community is we do everything. We have a little bit of something for everybody, and I think that kind of just elevates in saying we're focused on everybody in community as a whole, and I think that that's really important, and ACUTV does a really good job of showing that.
We now take you to the Optimist newsroom where Emily Schaefer is on the scene. Emily?
Thanks, Owen. Now, I'm up here in the Optimist newsroom, and I have been hanging out with these people for a few moments now. They're so excited about this night. I have one of them here with me. Alyssa, hi. I'm going to have you introduce yourself.
I'm Alyssa Hi. I'm the opinion editor at The Optimist, and I'm a senior journalism major here at ACU.
Awesome. And as the opinion editor, I know that you were involved in making this whole watch party happen. What was that process like?
Well, we got some spreadsheets together and just sent them out to everybody on staff, whether it be like freshmen or even people on the editorial board, and made sure that there was someone in the newsroom at all times and people covering watch parties at all times, just making sure we're getting full coverage of everything going on at ACU and everybody watching the election.
And regardless of how this night goes, what are you expecting to happen in regards to students' reaction after we hear the results?
I think everything's been a little tense, but I think since this is ending and it's wrapping up, everybody's just kind of going to get over it and come together and realize that it's more about Christ than it is Democrat or Republican.
And how are you expecting tonight to go? What are your personal predictions?
I think that it's going to be really close, but I'm really confident that Biden is going to win. Looking at what's going on with Florida right now, it still does look really close, but we're seeing a lot more blue counties than I think we've seen previously. We're seeing a lot of swing states, the counts from the big counties coming in and being blue. I think that's going to go a long way looking at the rest of the election, seeing that all of this is blue instead of red, as it used to be.
Yeah, and actually, I saw the Optimist editors, y'all had predictions, and y'all showed a map with all the way you think states are going to go. What kind of research did you put into that?
So I know at least for me, I looked at predictions from other people in different news outlets, and then I would go and find what states are traditionally red, what are traditionally blue, and then looking at the swing states, seeing which ones have had protests, which ones have had a bunch of Trump rallies, and just seeing like where I think they're going to stand based on recent politics and news.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Alyssa. Enjoy your night up here. We may talk to you again later tonight. I'm going to throw it back down to the ACUTV or studio with Owen Simpson, who has Paul Hepler. Owen, take it away.
A basketball player on the ACU men's basketball team. So we're going to talk about a couple battleground states. First of all, thank you for joining. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
All right. So what states do you see? We've talked a lot about, okay, what states can Trump retain going into 2020? Mm-hmm. What are we going to envision? Let's switch the question. What states do you see Trump possibly retaking or taking for the first time since he didn't take back in 2016?
It's interesting. I did a lot of research on this, actually, and the two that I have come down to are Nevada and Minnesota. Nevada, first of all, because of the COVID, ravaging the gambling industry there, the gaming industry, which is obviously huge for the city of Las Vegas. I think Joe Biden's uncertainty on whether he's going to close the country again or open it again is going to be huge in the state of Nevada. Not just in Las Vegas, but in the Lake Tahoe area, the Reno area. I think that's going to be huge there. My biggest dark horse, though, for the election is Minnesota. So Hillary Clinton won by 40,000 votes in Minnesota in 2016. And, it was a state Trump really didn't campaign in. And it was kind of a state we were shocked to see, oh my goodness, that was close. First of all, because it's one of the most historically blue states. It's historically one of the states that, even in Republican landslides, has gone just fully blue. So it's crazy to see that shift. But I think the biggest focus for me is an area known as the Iron Range, which is the 8th Congressional District of Minnesota. And from the midterm elections that we've seen that happened there in 2018, there was a 50,000 vote shift in that midterm election for a Republican against a Democratic candidate. So I think if the Iron Range shows up, which I think it is, the areas like Duluth, the upper areas of Minnesota, because those people are historically Democratic farm worker party. It's like an old-time Democratic party, and I think a lot of them have thought that the Democratic Party of today have left them because they're typically more conservative on social issues. So I think if that group comes out, we could see Minnesota in play. Who knows? 2020 is a weird year.
Let's talk a little bit about voter turnout. So obviously we're seeing a record number of ballots being received, early ballots in particular, over 101 million early votes cast in this election. So let's talk a little bit about who this could possibly sway an advantage. Does it give an advantage to the Republicans or the Democrats?
It's interesting. I think it could be an advantage of both, actually. So typically for Biden, with the mail-in ballots, are going to be higher for Democratic candidates, obviously, because of more reservations about COVID and going to polls and everything. Also, it could be an advantage of Biden with the record turnout with the push of black voters. voting on social justice issues and such, which typically go to Biden. But an interesting thing is in Minnesota, a state which I previously just talked about, Kanye West was polling at 3%, which is so interesting that Kanye West, someone who's running really not on a party, is polling at 3%, which is crazy. I think that's more than Joe Jorgensen is there right now. So anything can happen. But I think with Trump also, we're seeing rallies around the country. 10 rallies or 10 or 14 rallies in 2 days with thousands of people, 30, 40, 50,000 people in rural areas of America, people who haven't voted yet. So I think that could sway in his favor. It really depends on how you look at it. So I don't know if there's a clear winner on that, on who's going to win because of the large voter turnout, but it could go either way.
Looking at a couple battleground states, as always, what we see every single election dating back to the 60s is Ohio and Florida. So looking at these two states, we can see a situation right now. Florida is really leaning towards Trump in this situation. Ohio right now, not a lot reporting right now, so still well too close to call. Can you imagine a situation where these states aren't necessarily crucial towards a presidency?
Like I said, it's 2020. Anything can happen. But like you said, Ohio, in the last 100 years, has only backed the loser twice. Florida has also decided the winner in the last 2 decades. So those two states are so crucial, but what if they split? That's where it goes. But 2020 can happen. Who knows? What if Trump loses Ohio, but he picks up Nevada and Minnesota, like I said? So it's going to be tough. Obviously, his winning margin shrinks dramatically if that happens, and then he really has to thread a needle if North Carolina and Ohio go. I think Florida is pretty much a wrap right now, I would say. I don't want to speak, but last time I saw Miami-Dade County, which Dr. Neil Coates, one of my biggest mentors, was talking about. But last time I checked, Biden was 54-45 there against Trump, which is not a big margin compared to what it was in 2016.
A big shift. Yeah.
Huge shift. And that's, obviously Dr. Coates was talking about with the Cuban population, how Trump is doing well there, how he's lived there, he moved his residency there, and just how much he's been campaigning there. We've seen crazy campaign events there for the last few months. So anything can happen.
Let's shift our focus from the Electoral College right now a little bit more to your personal life, which is involved in athletics, more particularly basketball. In a time where student athletes really are speaking up more than ever before, do you see that also happening at ACU?
Yeah, so one of the great things about ACU is it's such a special place when we talk about that. I have friends at Division I universities all over the country, and they call me and they're petrified to talk about politics with their team, to talk about politics in their classes, to write papers out of fear of a teacher not liking it, giving them a bad grade. But I think why we're so good here at ACU in that aspect is because we're united under the following categories. I think first, we know we're all God's children here. No matter what our political views are, Christ died for our sins. No matter where we come from, still died for our sins, no matter what happens, no matter who's elected. Next is we're all united as Americans. And I think there's 3 pillars under this, which are first, liberty. This year we're celebrating the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment being passed. There are so many countries that do not have the right to vote, especially women, around the world. We are so blessed to live in a constitutional republic that guarantees our right to elect our elected officials, no matter who wins. And under this is the statement e pluribus unum, which means out of many one. At the United States, we're a melting pot, and we know that. We all come from different ancestral backgrounds, ethnicities, etc. Yet we are still guaranteed the same laws, rights under the United States Constitution. Are we a perfect country? Of course not. Are we ever going to be a perfect country? Absolutely not. Yet I continually believe that despite this nation's past sins, that we are still a beacon of hope in the world, and that we are going to continue to be an example of freedom for the rest of the world. The last is, in God we trust. We believe our rights are undeniable and given to us by God. When I wake up tomorrow, whether it's Joe Biden, whether it's President Trump, who's president, God's still on the throne. Christ is still on the throne. I'm good, no matter what. And lastly, when it relates to basketball, when the ball tips, politics, our personal problems, whatever we're struggling with in life, gets left at the door, and we're focused on one goal, which is to win. And that's why we're here. Thomas Jefferson has a quote basically that says, I have never found politics as a reason to end a friendship. My teammates and I, we probably disagree so much on politics, and I've talked with them about it. But whether or not we agree or we disagree on everything, at the end of the day, they're my teammates. I'm going to be on the court for them no matter what. I'm going to give them my all on the court. And we are all united under the goal to win a championship. That's why we're here. They're my friends no matter what. They're my teammates no matter what, no matter how different we are on politics.
Let's talk a little bit about what we've seen so far with the Electoral College. So again, Florida going in favor right now, at least what it looks like with Trump. Ohio has also now shifted back in favor for Donald Trump.
Really?
North Carolina is still polling, but it's getting much closer. We talked right before this conversation. It was a 1.5-point lead for Joe Biden. We've had a 5% more reporting in since then, and it's down to a 0.6 lead for Joe Biden. So what we've seen thus far, where do you think this is headed throughout the night?
It's kind of like the thing we saw in 2016. You know, states are too early to call. You know, that's a reason why you don't hear, oh, Joe Biden's up by 4% when 62% of the vote's in. You know, and I was just telling my brother, I was seeing the lead diminish slowly in Ohio. But this is huge. You know, Ohio's basically a must-win. North Carolina is a must-win for Donald Trump. So this is huge. If they both go in his favor, then the whole hole is blown open for Donald Trump, and his pathway to victory is much wider.
And Pennsylvania also getting a few more votes tallied in. Still not really much to say about that. But again, we're going to see a few more things. Colorado going in favor of Joe Biden. We saw that happening.
Yes, sir.
Arizona. Let's also talk a little bit about Arizona. That was a state that we didn't really get to talk about much at all back in 2016. One, because it didn't matter at that point in time. But two, it also took a long time to finally get that tally back. Do you see Arizona also taking a little bit longer this time around?
Definitely. I was talking with one of my friends who's a local newscaster there. His name is Sean Rice. And he believes, you know, like we've seen, the day of voters who are going to be for Trump are going to come out really strong there. So I believe Arizona is going to go for Trump. When it's going to be called, I don't know. Arizona is one of those states that could take longer, but we'll see. But I'm predicting that Arizona will go for Trump. It will stay red. As it relates to the Senate race, I don't know if we're talking about that. But I don't know if McSally will win it, but we'll see.
All right. Paul Hippler, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
All right. Again, still much to still be decided. Donald Trump still fighting for that re-election. We'll be back right after this.
Or studio. Now, to start off, I just want to mention that we definitely had some technical difficulties there at the beginning. It's a live broadcast. That's what happens.
It's bound to happen. We're going to, again, continue to break the news in as we can. And speaking of, let's start off with that. Let's give a few states that we have already been projected. Go ahead, Emily.
Definitely. So we're going to have a live map behind us the entire night that's going to give you a state-by-state breakdown of the states that have been called. So to start off, I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the states that Trump has already won. I'm going to hand it over to Biden after that so that Owen can tell you about that. So some of the states Trump won: North Dakota, South Dakota, no surprise there. He's got Wyoming, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee. Owen, what are some that Biden has won so far?
Yes, let's take a couple little pieces on the East Coast for Joe Biden. This was totally expected. So Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New Jersey, that one was called a little bit earlier with the 14 electoral votes. Delaware, Maryland, and the District of Columbia all going for Joe Biden. Again, there's a few others as well that we can talk about. Illinois also going in favor for Joe Biden. A few new ones we'll have to update as well, but Colorado and New Mexico also going in favor of Joe Biden. Not a lot of big surprises so far right now, but again, we're going to have some crucial battleground states called over the next few hours, I truly believe. Florida, again, 91% reporting, but Trump with a almost 4-point lead in Florida. So again, that's going to be something we can talk about. And also Colorado, again, going in favor of Joe Biden right now, 69% reporting, 57-40 with Biden. And Emily, go ahead with Nebraska.
Yeah, let's take a look at this state. Right now we have 51% for Trump. I think we were expecting that, weren't we, Owen?
Again, the big question with Nebraska was the congressional district and whether that Biden could possibly flip that. We didn't see that in 2016. Some of the polls back in September favored Joe Biden, but as of right now, still nothing on that one. Let's also take a look at South Carolina. So also South Carolina right now, Trump projected winner, 35% reporting right now, but a 52-46 lead for Trump, a state that was a guaranteed red for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and we have so much more to bring you after this break, but we're actually going to send it over to our partners over at KACU. We're going to give you an NPR look. We'll see you later.
all the way in yet. The president is definitely overperforming where a lot of people thought he would be tonight. And I think if that trend continues, it looks very good for him.
Republican strategist Alex Vogel, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
We are joined now by NPR's Pam Fessler, who covers voting. And Pam, it has been relatively quiet on your beat today. How surprising is that?
Yeah, that is very surprising. I mean, there was so much confusion about the rules for voting. We had all these changes with the pandemic, and honestly, there have been very, very few problems. In fact, I would say there probably have been fewer than the usual elections. There were some long lines, some broken machines, but so many people voted early that the turnout today was, below normal.
All right. Well, setting aside problems at the ballots, there are fleets of lawyers for both parties queued up to contest any results that might be questionable. We saw tons of litigation leading up to tonight. What are you looking at right now?
Well, there were a couple things that happened today that I've been looking at, and they're in Nevada and Pennsylvania. First of all, the Trump campaign and Nevada Republicans have filed an emergency request with the Nevada Supreme Court to block the counting of mail-in ballots in Clark County, which, as you know, is a very Democratic stronghold.
That's Las Vegas,
yeah, the Las Vegas area. The Republicans argue that they haven't been given enough access to observe the ballot verification process there. That's like checking the signatures to make sure that the ballots are valid. So they're asking a judge to stop the counting of those ballots until they get more access. Then the other case that's happening is in Pennsylvania, and Republicans have filed a suit to stop the counting of mail-in ballots in Montgomery County, which is right outside Philadelphia, another Democratic area. And they say that the county's policy of giving voters whose mail-in ballots have problems, such as missing signatures, a chance to fix those problems so that their ballots will count. The Republicans are saying that that process is invalid and that these ballots should be rejected. And this evening, a federal judge agreed to temporarily block any more of those ballots from being fixed pending a hearing tomorrow morning.
All right, that's NPR's Pam Fessler, who covers voting and the litigation surrounding it. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot.
Let's bring in our panel, Mara Liasson and Juana Summers. Mara, we heard just a moment ago Alex Vogel, Republican strategist, saying President Trump at this point in the night is doing better than many people had expected. Is that an accurate assessment?
Well, I think it's accurate if you took races that were in the margin of error and just looked at who was ahead. I mean, the races in North Carolina, Georgia, Florida were all very tight races, all within the margin of error, and they haven't changed. I think that winning Florida, which Trump looks like he's going to, maybe Georgia, we don't have a call there, makes Republicans feel better about his prospects. What we've got to see is how he does in the upper Midwest, Ohio, and Arizona.
Also, it looks like North
states
Carolina may be leaning his way, although it's not ready to call yet.
It's unclear. A lot of big urban areas in North Carolina have not reported, and it's very, very close there, too close for comfort to my sources in North Carolina. Biden is still ahead by just about a point. But also, I think they can count the absentee ballots in North Carolina until November 12th. But the bottom line is this race is very, very close. Close, we have been telling our listeners all along, is bad because it means it's not settled. It means there will be a lot of contentious fights over the results, a lot of court cases, a lot of chance for either side to delegitimize the results so that people won't believe that the result was fair. So we just have to hang on, you know. Patience is the watchword for tonight.
A lot of results yet to come in, and it may not even be resolved tonight. It may stretch into tomorrow and beyond.
Probably won't.
All right, that's NPR's Mara Liasson. We have much more to come, many more results coming in, analysis and returns. You are listening to live special coverage of the 2020 election from NPR News.
And you're listening to NPR's 2020 election coverage on KACU. I'm Heather Claiborne. Cheryl Bacon is the former chair of the Journalism and Mass Communication Department at Abilene Christian University, and she joins me here at KACU. Thanks for coming in tonight.
Glad to be here, Heather. Thank you.
We were talking earlier about the election and the media's coverage. I would love to give a quick update. I just got some new numbers on the mayor's race in Abilene. With 59% of precincts reporting, it looks like we've got 81% of the vote for Anthony Williams and 19% of the vote for Cynthia Alvidrez. Donna Albus in place 3 has 64% of the vote. Anthony Hohola has 16%, and Sharia Ford Davis is at 18%. So those are some of the local races that are updating just now. We will keep you updated as you're listening to us here at KACU. You can also check kacu.org, where we have the national races as well as the state and local races. So stay tuned. We're keeping you informed. Cheryl, I'm wondering, as you've been looking at this election, do you think that Joe Biden plays well in Texas as the Democratic nominee, or that maybe one of the other candidates who didn't end up becoming the nominee would have done better with Texans?
You know, there are aspects of Biden that I think probably do play well in Texas, but more related to personality and maturity than policy. And yet he certainly was one of the most moderate of the Democratic candidates that were up this time. And I don't know that Texans as a whole are put off by his age. The age of both candidates is certainly an issue of concern for many, many people. It's kind of hard for me to imagine what Democratic candidate would overpower Texas. You know, we had a couple of Texans take their best shot. But, O'Rourke in some ways proved to not quite be ready yet for the national stage, despite having enormous charisma and, giving Ted Cruz a bit of a scare. So I don't know. I think that's a really big challenge for the Democratic Party, is to find the kind of candidate that can have real appeal in Texas. Probably needs to be a moderate, but someone younger. Certainly a young Hispanic moderate candidate would have a lot of appeal in Texas. But I haven't seen that person on the stage yet.
Donald Trump has claimed that the media treats him unfairly and that they are much harder on him than they've been with other presidents. Do you think that's a fair critique?
I think the media is really hard on him. I think he goes out of his way to make sure that happens. I think that it's easy for us to forget the times when the media was hard on other presidents. Everyone now talks about the cakewalk that President Obama had with the media and forget how much really ardent criticism he got from the national media about being inaccessible and unavailable and going for, I've forgotten how many 100 days without a press conference and things like that. Got a lot of grief during Benghazi and questions over his lack of experience in some international affairs. The thing that he had going for him was charm and likability. If you think all the way back to the Reagan years, it was well known that a lot of the media who didn't agree with Reagan and didn't like his policies really liked him. It's easy to forget that the people at the national level who are dealing with national politicians actually have to work with them day in, day out on a daily basis. And the ones who are likable get better treatment. And the ones who are difficult are not treated so well. So certainly there is there has been a leftward lean among some major mainstream media. I wouldn't argue with that, but I think there's a difference between lean and treatment. And a friend the other day was challenging me on that, and I said, I don't doubt at all that probably most people who are journalists today are more likely to vote for Joe Biden. Because for 4 years, Donald Trump has called them every name in the book. He's told them they're the enemy of the people. He has cheered on his supporters when they beat up reporters. Why would they vote for someone who would do that for 4 more years? I used to do a seminar for local nonprofits called Reporters Are People Too. And I think it's easy to forget that politicians are people and reporters are people. They have interactions with each other. They have kids that grow up and go to school, and they encounter one another socially, perhaps sometimes too much. So, yeah, I think that they've been hard on him. I don't think there's any question about that. I think he has reveled in how hard they are on him. I think he has played that to his advantage.
Well, we'll continue talking about the media and what you're seeing happening in this election coming up in the next few minutes. This is KACU 89.5 Abilene. We'll have more of special election coverage tonight.
We're with NPR's Domenico Montanaro, who is looking at the latest numbers. And Domenico, what's the headline at the top of this hour?
Hey there, Ari. Well, look, in the past hour, we've started to see some of the Sun Belt states and votes head more in President Trump's direction. He needed a Sun Belt sweep, as the campaign was calling it, or Sun Belt +1 is what I've been sort of deeming it, because he needs to win Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, Texas, and Arizona to be able to have a chance tonight. And it won't be tonight if that's the case, because states like Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are going to take longer to count, those so-called blue wall states, which, tonight, right now, in this 10 o'clock hour, we're going to see a whole bunch of results from Arizona, and we're going to see how that's going, because Biden was leading there.
Yep.
But
speaking of results, I do want to jump in to note that the Associated Press has called the state of Kansas for President Trump not a surprise. And another Senate result has come in. The Associated Press has called South Carolina, saying that Lindsey Graham has won re-election, defeating Democrat Jamie Harrison. South Carolina is...
this the final sunset of the Donald Trump resume at the White House? We will find out as more results come in, or this could be the beginning of more and a new president in D.C. So let's talk about what we know so far. So obviously a few battleground states are going to be crucial for the president, and as we're seeing right now, they continue to get closer and closer in favoring for Donald Trump. Let's take a look at Ohio real quick. So just an update on this. Trump is actually now leading in Ohio by 3 points with 75% reporting in Ohio. So again, what we've seen just in a matter of a few minutes is Trump taking a significant lead in Ohio, a must-win state that we have been talking about dating back to 1964. Whichever color Ohio goes, that has been the president-elect when all is said and done.
Yeah, let's take a look at North Carolina. North Carolina, I mean, I think Trump's going to win North Carolina, and I didn't think that previously. I think that it's a state that he doesn't necessarily need to win tonight, but I mean, of course, all the help he can get. North Carolina is one of those states that I think is going to be pretty telling whoever it goes to tonight.
So let me just give another update with North Carolina. So with North Carolina, we saw just about 15 minutes ago, Joe Biden had a 2-point lead in North Carolina. Well, what we expected to see was essentially the silent Trump voter, I should say the election day voter, taking account into the Donald Trump presidency, the Donald Trump ticket. And now at this point in time in North Carolina, 49.4% for both candidates. So let's break it down even more. There are only 3,000 more votes for Joe Biden in North Carolina, and there is still 13% of the vote to be tallied. So another key state, if North Carolina goes in favor of Trump, and we're going to see at some point in time, I'm surprised we haven't called it yet, Florida with a huge lead for Donald Trump right now. That will go red. Ohio is expected to go red. Pennsylvania, not a lot to talk about there, but let's go on to a couple additional states. So we've talked about North Carolina. We've talked now about Ohio.
Yeah, I think that Biden, he needs to win the states that disappointed Hillary Clinton in 2016. Those states are Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. If Biden loses Pennsylvania, I think the night's over.
No, okay, when we look at that as well, it's something else to touch base over. So the mail-in ballots are going to play a significant role in a delay for a few states, a few battleground states in particular. So we've got Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are trailing well behind several other states in the United States. So Pennsylvania, for example, for the first time tonight is in favor of Donald Trump, but that doesn't mean much because only 25% is reporting so far. Same thing with Michigan, only 31%, and Wisconsin with 36%. Now, all these states are in favor of Trump right now, but again, there is much more to be tallied. So, for example, like Florida, we're almost at 100% reported. We're at 91% to be exact. And Donald Trump with almost a 4-point lead, over 400,000 more ballots cast in Donald Trump's favor. So, again, we're seeing another similar scenario of the polls, the state polls, being skewed for the second consecutive election that could play a serious disadvantage for Joe Biden. And something else to talk about, Las Vegas. Las Vegas now is favoring Donald Trump to be reelected for the 2020 election here. So again, when we came into tonight, you look at any poll across America, it would give Donald Trump anywhere from a 3% to a 9% chance of victory. It's appearing to become now the other way with the way these states are trending. Georgia, Florida, North Carolina. North Carolina, again, is just incredibly close right now.
Let's talk about Nevada. Nevada, it is a swing state. It is a battleground state. And I don't think people realize that because of Las Vegas, but that's changing the night. I think that once we found that out, we were all here at the ACUTV or studio. We were all shocked. This was something that we weren't expecting. And I think it's going to tell us how the night's going to go. And I think at this point, you know, it's interesting comparing Florida to Pennsylvania. Florida, with nearly 100% of their votes, we actually thought that they were going to call Florida before we even started the show tonight. And you compare that to Pennsylvania, two states that either candidate needs, Pennsylvania specifically needed by Biden at this point, with only 26% reporting in. And of course, Donald Trump is the lead at 49.5%. But it's interesting, those two states, those two big states, how different it is. In the next few moments, I don't know if we're going to call Florida shortly, but that'll definitely tell us a lot.
Yeah, and again, Nevada, not a lot of electoral votes, only 6 electoral votes, but in a race that could be incredibly close, that could play dividend in who is ultimately elected president. Also, a few other states that have closed at the top of the hour. So Arizona, we're finally getting some information. A lot of early votes were cast in Arizona, so we're seeing a lot already reported in Arizona, already 66% reported. And this is a similar situation that we saw with a lot of other states, is early voting has been dominated by Democrats and election day voting is dominated by Republicans. So right now, 65% reporting. Joe Biden has a 12-point lead in Arizona. So again, we're going to see that lead dwindle throughout the entire evening. But the question is, can Joe Biden retain that?
Yeah. Now let's talk about Texas. Texas is something that I think is a state that we weren't anticipating would be talked about as a battleground state this year. And it's looking pretty red. I mean, we're at nearly 70% votes and Trump is leading, not by much, but he's leading Biden. Do you think Texas is going to be similar to what we saw in the Senate race against O'Rourke and Ted Cruz? You know, again, when we look at the state of Texas back in 2016, it was one of the few states that he actually didn't do as well as the polls expected. And you go back to 2012 with Mitt Romney, I mean, Texas was won by around 16 points. But when you come back to 2016, he was projected to win by 12, so already less than Romney, but he did less in expectations with the polls, only winning by 9 points. You come into tonight, it was a 1.5 point lead for Donald Trump going in with Texas. And right now we have, about 70% reporting, as you mentioned, a nearly 3-point lead for Donald Trump. So what we're seeing again is the polls being skewed once more, but this was a state that wasn't skewed back in 2016. Yeah, I mean, with 38 electoral votes, Texas is a huge state for Donald Trump tonight. I don't think he has anything to worry about. I think he's got Texas in the bag. But let's talk a little bit more about Ohio. Now we have 77% of the vote in. Trump is still leading Biden by about 4% of the vote. What are you expecting for Ohio? Who do you think needs Ohio tonight?
Well, obviously, Trump needs Ohio. If you lose Ohio, you essentially have to win all the Rust Belt states up in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and even talking about Minnesota. So again, we're going to figure out as things unfold. We're going to see the lead for Joe Biden with a lot of these states dwindle over time. So again, it's going to be interesting to see how the night unfolds.
Definitely. Now, I know you have an interview coming up with Daniel Sherman. He's the SGA president. We're excited to sit down with him. But for right now, take a look at our ACUTV promo bumper.
My favorite thing about ACUTV is that we're telling a story, and we're telling ACU's story through the perspective of students and for students, and I think that's just a really unique experience.
To work at ACUTV is probably the best experience you will get in a college setting.
Being able to do it for football games like out here is like, for game days experience, it was awesome. Being able to see your shots and then being able to look back at it and saying like, wow, that was my shot, it was awesome.
So in my experience during basketball season was amazing. The work on the floor, getting to teach people, and then also getting to be right there with the basketball players. I couldn't compare it to anything I had done before.
ACU has given me so many opportunities that I would have never had at another school. As soon as I started my freshman year, I just dove straight into it. They let me technical direct for ESPN games. I started making features that were shown on ESPN.
This is something that almost no university in America can really offer to their students. To be able to go on air on ESPN and ESPN production for a college student is something that a lot of people don't even think is possible. But here at ACUTV, we're given that opportunity. We're given an opportunity to grow and just be able to experience an atmosphere unlike any of us have seen before.
For us to show that this campus is more than just football or more than just basketball is so important.
We're here for the campus. We're here to better the community and show that ACU has a lot of great things going on.
And something that I think is super exciting and really beneficial for the ACU community is we do everything. We have a little bit of something for everybody, and I think that kind of just elevates and saying we're focused on everybody in community as a whole, and I think that that's really important, and ACUTV does a really good job of showing that.
Welcome back inside the studio. I am joined now by SGA President Daniel Sherman. Thanks for having the opportunity just to come here during a busy election night.
Yeah, it is a busy night, especially for y'all, but I'm thankful to have the opportunity to speak.
No, absolutely. So let's just give a little bit of insight to those who aren't aware. What is SGA and what does it offer to ACU students?
Yeah, so SGA is just the student government here at ACU, and our main goal that I always say is we want to engage, we want to equip, and we want to empower students. So we do that through a few ways. We have a student senate that represents the needs of the student body. We have an executive cabinet that tries to follow the executive senate, and we have a large budget, 7 years of our history behind us to work with administration, and our goal really is just to be a voice for ACU students on campus.
So this year you've really focused on registering college students to vote. We mentioned a little bit about ACU Votes. Let's talk a little bit about that decision and the motivation, not only from you but from everyone else at SGA, about pushing that for ACU students.
Yeah, well, it started when I was in the cabinet last year in student government, and I started to think, well, maybe I'd like to run for president. I found a statistic in the National Survey of Student Engagement that ACU conducts every year, and it showed that 46% of students leave ACU feeling that they're not informed and active citizens. So I thought that's incredible. We're a liberal arts school, and 46% of our students, nearly half, say they don't know what it means to be an informed and active citizen. So I knew immediately that was something I wanted to focus on, whether it was through citizenship like volunteerism or voting. And so what we did is I got together a task force with the ACU Democrats and the ACU Republicans and student government, and I said, we all care about voting, we all care about voter registration. Let's get together, let's make a nonpartisan group, and we made it ACU Votes. And since then, we registered about 766 voters, 536 on campus, and then another 230 online through Turbo Votes, ranking 5th in the nation through an organization called Because I Care.
So obviously a lot of outstanding numbers, to say the least, over 700 registered to vote. So most certainly this semester, SGA has talked a lot about registering college students. You mentioned in emails college students don't show to the ballot as much as other demographics. So do you see that finally changing going forward in future elections with what you've done with ACU Votes?
Well, I would hope. The National Survey on Student Engagement will be taken again this year, and I hope that statistic of 46% of students being informed and active, I hope it'll change for the better, truthfully, with this voter registration drive that we put together as a team. And long term, I am hopeful about voter registration. You know, Texas is one of the lowest ranking in voting in every election, and this year we've already had more voters than all of 2016. So it's an exciting time, and I definitely believe in the ACU students, that they want to be informed, they want to be active, they care about their communities, they care about the governments that represent them. So I'm excited for the future, yes.
And just like the rest of the nation, ACU has also had some political division this year. With it being an election year, we talked about the chalking incident. That's something that was discussed, and Schubert sent an email. You know, we want to have free expression. We don't want to erase expression across campus. So where do you see, whoever ultimately wins this election tonight, where do you see, and how would you encourage students to move forward with the results of the election?
Well, first, I would say that we are in an interesting predicament. You know that at ACU, about 38% of students also say, by the same survey, they leave ACU without a better understanding of people who are different from them. That could be socioeconomically, ethnically, religiously. And so I do think when 38%, nearly 40% of our students are saying, I came to college and I didn't understand people different from me better, that is an issue we need to face. But I think the administration is taking great strides. They've worked really well this year with the diversity council that they've set up. And then additionally, I've been really impressed to see student activism engage. And yes, with the chalking incident, we might have seen some scraped knees, some scraped elbows. But ultimately, I believe in our community and its commitment to unity over strife more than what we've seen in the past. And so there have been great strides this semester, and I think it's been incredible to see how active and empowered and caring students feel.
Obviously, COVID-19 has played a significant role not only with in-person instruction here at ACU. We had a spike. Ultimately came down. We're now at its lowest numbers in over a month. But let's talk a little bit about how coronavirus has impacted SGA. I know you guys typically meet a lot more in person. What has that been like?
Well, it's definitely been a crazy ride, but I'm sure anybody anywhere else in the entire world could say the same thing. But I've been proud of what we've been able to accomplish. You know, for example, we usually put on a lot more events. We had a Culture Week planned, a Join Week planned, and those had to be heavily reduced to online platforms only. This week on Thursday, we have Litmus, our first in-person event. I'm super excited about it. But we've definitely had to say, where can we focus on things that are important to students that aren't just events? So in some ways, we've focused on internal structures for SGA. How do we fund student organizations better? How do we make sure we're actually representative of the students who elect us? And we're dealing with those issues. And so while COVID has affected us, I've been proud of my team. I've been proud of our Senate in the ways that we've still come together and said, regardless of COVID, we're a community and we're going to make it better.
And again, going into some other issues that we've had to deal with in 2020 is race relations. And that's something that has been heavily discussed on campus. For someone in a leadership role like you at SGA, how have you been able to recognize that there is a problem and we should address it? I know that's a loaded question.
No, it's a good question. I think it starts with humility. I think it starts with recognizing the faults in humanity as a whole. But I have been afforded the incredible opportunity to serve with some great people. I've gotten to know Ryan Bowman, the head of OMA, really well, and just be guided by him. I've met so many people, officers in BSU or in HU. I've really had the awesome opportunity to become more involved with sides of campus that I wasn't before, that showed me, you know what, if I didn't come into contacts with different groups on campus until I was president, then maybe there is a problem, maybe there is some siloing. But again, I've been proud of the ways the administration has handled it. I really think they have intentionally made decisions to become better as a university with race. I've been proud of our students. I think there have been great movements like the BSU Parade of Peace to engage and walk towards a better future that's more unified. And again, we do have a struggle. Like I said, there's nearly 40% of students leaving ACU that say, I don't understand someone different than me. So there's still a long road ahead, but I think that we have a strong base now, and I think the future is only looking more hopeful.
So a lot is on the ballot tonight. A lot of things we just talked about are on the ballot tonight. So we're also seeing, obviously, record number voter turnout, not just for everyone in general, minus the college students. College students are also voting far more than what we've seen in years past. Obviously, racial tensions, race relations is also on the ballot tonight, and obviously COVID-19. There's been a lot that has been tossed in so far with the Electoral College. Florida is up for Donald Trump. North Carolina, Donald Trump has a lead over 0.5% now. Donald Trump's up in Ohio by 6 points. Texas, for example, Donald Trump is up by 3 points. Is this any way surprising to you so far coming in tonight?
I think really what has surprised me the most and perhaps invigorated me the most, excited me the most, is really just voter turnout as a whole. I think there have been some interesting calls, but that were made far in advance, like Texas becoming more of a toss-up state, someplace that you would, Kamala Harris was just campaigning here last week. That's something that you normally wouldn't see at all. But I also think the way that Nevada or Minnesota could go is quite interesting. So yeah, I think it has been a surprising night for anybody who's staying in tune with the Electoral College.
So I don't know how much involved you've been with the Electoral College so far tonight, but with everything that we've seen thus far, we mentioned a little bit earlier, Las Vegas now favoring Donald Trump to win the presidency for another 4 years. Any thoughts on how you're going to spend the rest of your night? Are you going to be watching this intently? What's the plan?
Well, I have been watching ACUTV's and the Optimist coverage instead of any other news network, so props to you guys. It was exciting to have this opportunity to watch students run things. But honestly, I'll probably go home and finish my Spanish project. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
That's how it's been.
That's awesome. Daniel, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, it was great to be here. Thank you for the time.
All right. So with that being said, a lot still to be decided as we head in throughout the evening. We have a few videos we'd like to show you just coming up in just a moment. We have Austin Petrie, who we spoke with a little bit earlier. Go ahead and take a listen.
When we first moved in, I would say that everyone just kind of pushed it off to the side, but as the current events have been showing, everyone has been politicized in this entire country. This is probably the most divided this country has ever been since the Civil War, in all honesty. And it's not to the point where we have many people in the middle anymore. We have a lot of far leftist, far rightist, on both sides of the spectrum.
There's obviously going to be a lot of unknowns, especially in this election with the increase in mail-in ballots. We could be seeing a scenario where we don't know the winner of the election days after the election takes place. whoever wins, and whenever that decision is final, whoever wins, where do you see both political parties in America moving forward after the results are finalized?
Well, this brings me back to, I guess, a little bit of the George W. Bush and Al Gore days when, even after the election in Florida, they waited days for that final electoral vote to come in. But I believe that regardless of the way it goes, I know that this country is going to be great either way. We're going to come back from, if it's bad, if it's good. I do believe that on the left side of things, there is going to be more questioning that goes in to the mail-in voting per se, as it did in 2016. I know the Clinton campaign, there's been a lot of stuff that's come out lately about them talking with the FBI, talking with Russia, and trying to kind of formulate that meddling process with the Russian government. But in a sense of looking at the Republican Party, I think it might just be kind of like how it did in 2008 when we had Senator McCain and then also Senator Barack Obama. We didn't do much after that. But in this day and age, we have to look at what's going on in this country. How many people are affected by what's directly going on with the issues in this country, racial issues, economic issues. And to bring it back to COVID again, the Trump campaign has done a lot of good things for COVID, but there's been a lot of bad things in that sense too. The stimulus check was a great thing, but now we're kind of backlogged on the stimulus campaign going on with Nancy Pelosi at the moment. There's a lot of aspects that go into both ways, but I believe the Republicans, I bet there's going to be some people who don't accept it either way, just like there was in 2016. But I do believe overall, I think everyone will accept the votes. And if it does come down to something with the mail-in voting, if it takes a week, a month, whatever it is, I believe that our country will remain the greatest country in the world.
Early prediction, 2020, going into 2021. Okay. Who will be the next president of the United States for the next 4 years?
Goodness, now that's question of the night. So looking into it, I do believe that President Trump will remain the president of the United States for the next 4 years. Looking at the political atmosphere of our country, we've never seen a movement so great towards one political candidate, for instance. You know, Joe Biden, he's a great guy in a sense, and he has a lot of political background. He served on the United States Senate for 36 years, and he was the Vice President of the United States for 8 years. But looking at this background of President Trump, he is not a politician. He's your average Joe with just a lot of money, I guess you could say. But we're looking at his supporters. I mean, there's parades all around the nation, boat parades, thousands of boats. And then looking into his rallies, there's thousands upon thousands of people. I attended a rally back in October of 2019 in Dallas and at the American Airlines Center that held 20,000 people. Well, that filled up. Well, then there were another 30,000 waiting outside just to get in. But I believe that President Trump will remain the president for the next 4 years.
It is 9:25 here in Abilene, Texas, on the campus of Abilene Christian University. We have a lot to discuss so far. What we're seeing essentially is the polls are off once again in 2020, just like they were in 2016.
Yeah. Let's talk about Florida, specifically Florida. I feel like we're crawling at this point. When we started this show back at 8 p.m., I mean, I thought it was going to be done. I thought we were going to have Florida coming into it, and that was going to be the first thing that we talked about. They were at 90% at 8. They are now at 94%. And of course, it's Central Time here. It's 9:25. It looks good. Trump looks good for Florida. He's up 3 points right now at 94% of the votes in. What are your thoughts about this state?
So I want to take just a second about Florida. So again, we talked about this earlier in the show. So it was focused on Miami County. So what we saw there, again, back in 2016 was Hillary Clinton winning the county, the most populous county in Florida, by over 30%. It was a record number. Now we're looking at this, and just as about 45 minutes ago, last time I checked, Miami County only in favor for Joe Biden by 8 points. So again, I think that's why we're seeing this huge shift for Florida. We were saying, okay, this is going to be a 1-point victory for whoever candidate it is. It is not going to be a 1-point victory. It is going to be a victory for Donald Trump, and it could be up as many 4 points. So again, this is one of the largest victories for Florida that I can recall in quite some time.
Yeah.
But again, one state. He has to win a lot more to ultimately get back in the Oval Office come next year.
Now, it's Florida or bust for Trump, and we know that, and that's how Pennsylvania is for Biden. But once again, Pennsylvania, I mean, talk about a slow crawl, but we're now at 32% votes in for Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is leading 52% to Joe Biden, 45.2%. Do you think that that's going to be a trend? Do you think Donald Trump will keep that lead throughout the night?
So here's the different thing with Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So these are some states, and not necessarily just Wisconsin, but more in particular Pennsylvania and Michigan. These are states where they weren't allowed to count mail-in ballots until the polls opened today. So where we saw, for example, when the polls finally came in with Florida, we saw a massive lead for Joe Biden. Once they started counting in Election Day votes, which have been majority Republican, we see now a large lead for Donald Trump. So what we're going to see instead with Pennsylvania, Michigan, and possibly even Wisconsin is a combination of the two at the same time, like it typically would be. In possible cases, favoring the Democrats because more Democrats voted with early voting compared to Republicans. So we're going to see how it unfolds. I'm not sure if we're going to see a result throughout the evening. I think there's going to be a lot more to decide going forward for the next few days. But as of right now, we're in a situation where, okay, Trump leads in Texas, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. It looks so eerily similar to what we saw in 2016.
Yeah. Ohio. I mean, Ohio is now 82% votes in. Donald Trump is leading 52.4% to Joe Biden, which is just at 46.2%. That's a pretty big difference. With 18 electoral votes, Ohio's another must-have. I know we keep just repeating these same states, but I don't think that we can stress enough. These are the states that really matter for these two candidates. Florida or bust for Trump. That's the same way for Pennsylvania with Biden. And Ohio is just something that if Donald Trump gets Ohio, he can breathe a little bit easier throughout the night.
So let's take a little bit more specific detail on Ohio. So going back to 2016, the polls essentially had Trump winning by 3.5 points in Ohio. He won by 8 points. Going into tonight, he was supposed to win by 1 point. And as the more votes have come in from Election Day, the lead has grown for Donald Trump right now, again, up around 6 points with 82% reporting. Still plenty, which I will likely argue will go in favor of Donald Trump, that last 18%, but we're going to see what happens.
Yeah.
We're going to see how it unfolds. But again, we could see a situation where Ohio, Trump actually does better in 2020 than they did in 2016.
That's what it's looking like for a lot of states. It's not looking like it's going to be as close for big swing states like Ohio and Florida tonight as it was back in 2016. Of course, in Ohio, we have cities like Columbus, Cincinnati, and Cleveland that are primarily blue areas, but I think the more rural votes that are coming in, we're going to see Trump take Ohio tonight.
Now, yeah, focus is going to be on Ohio, is going to be those northern counties, to say the least.
Definitely. We actually got to sit down with a couple ACU political science majors a few weeks back. Up first, we have Eden Bobovec. She is a sophomore political science major. And then later in the night, throughout the next interview, we have Connor Fischelli, another sophomore political science major. Take a look at these interviews.
I hear people talk about how they're settling for Biden. I hear people say that about Trump too, but I hear it mainly about Biden, even from Democrats. What are some things that you think that Joe Biden is bringing to the table that people may not give him enough credit for in this election?
Well, he always has the Democratic policies on his side. He stands for what Democrats typically stand for, stricter gun regulations, marriage equality, funding of Planned Parenthood, different things like that. And so those are always things in his running that are going to help him gain the Democratic vote, that people are going to like about him, people are going to see about him that they appreciate and they want in the office.
So I was talking about this with some of my friends earlier. I was talking about the fact that people typically, when someone asks them who they're voting for, they're more likely to say they're voting for Biden as opposed to voting for Trump. I think we saw that in the polls in 2016. So do you think that there's some margin of error there that we don't quite realize, kind of like we did in 2016? Do you think more people are voting for Trump than what it may seem like at this point?
I'm not really sure. I think there definitely are some silent majority members, as is a very common phrasing of it. There are a lot of people that I'm sure are not going to stand up and say that they're voting for Trump, because the more progressive that our society gets, the more of a stigma it is to say that you're conservative. And so I think that there are people who are refraining from saying that they're voting for Trump, but they still will be voting for Trump. So to answer your question, yes, I think that there are people.
Yeah. And you live in Texas, right? So a very red state. But we saw when Senator Cruz and Beto were running against each other, we saw that it might be more blue than people think. What do you see as a college student? You know, the Generation Z is seemingly more progressive than maybe older generations. So what do you see as reference to the blue wave coming to Texas?
I think that's really hard to say. I mean, densely populated counties like Dallas County tend to vote Democratic because they're densely populated, they're up and coming, they have a lot of young people moving there, and the younger the person is, the more likely they are to vote Democrat, I mean, statistically speaking. So just with the new wave of progressives that are coming, I think it just depends on where they're moving to. Texas as a whole, I can't really say. There are a lot of people who are traditional in the way that they believe and the way that they vote, therefore. So it's really, I mean, it'll be until there are no more people left in Texas who are conservative that you can really say Texas is a blue state, because there's always going to be traditional people here.
And if Texas is a red state, and if it will be a red state during this election, why should people that aren't necessarily going to vote for Trump, why does their vote still matter? I mean, I know people get discouraged by the Electoral College versus the popular vote. What would you say to people that maybe think that if they live in a primarily conservative area, if they live in a state like Texas, why would you encourage them to still go out and vote for the candidate they see most fit?
Well, I think for me it was just using my voice. To sit at home and wish somebody would win the election over somebody else and not actually do anything about it is wasting my time, and it's not doing any good. I think if you're going to want something, then you need to act on that. And so using your voice, going out and voting, even if you don't think that that person is going to win, I think is important, because that's your constitutional right. And on the other hand, there is always the possibility that there have been enough people moving to Texas or changing their minds even in Texas, and Texas could become a swing state. You never know. There are people who think that it's likely, and there are people who think that there's no way it's going to happen. So I think that the best thing you can do is just vote for who you truly want.
Yeah, go out and vote, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Thanks.
Connor, thanks for coming on. What do you think sticks out most in favor for Trump in this election?
Well, personally, I would say the economy, Trump's record. He's had 3.5 years. In my opinion, he's done more than any president has in 8 years. The economy, I have quick facts here. I had them before we came on. He's created nearly 7 million new jobs since his election. Unemployment for Asians, Hispanics, Black Americans is at record lows. He's brought 2.5 million Americans out of poverty. So I would say the economy is one of his strongest arguments coming into this re-election campaign.
In what way do you feel like this election really is different from 4 years ago?
I think, well, a lot's happened in the last 4 years. 2020 has been a heck of a year. I would personally say that the rise of socialist ideas it's a lot different than 4 years ago. You know, the Democratic Party, some of them are calling for the government control of healthcare, and the Green New Deal. I just feel like both our country's more polarized, I guess is what I would answer that. 4 years ago, we were getting there, but this election is kind of unlike anything we've seen in terms of the polarization in this country.
The big question, and sometimes their opinion is, well, I don't mind Trump's policy. I enjoy his policy, but his character is something that really concerns me for another 4 years. What would you say to that undecided voter?
Well, what I would say, when I have said to some friends that feel the same way, is ultimately someone's policies are going to have more of an impact than their personality. 20 years from now, what he tweeted or said isn't going to mean that much, but what he implements now is going to affect people's lives for generations. And I would encourage people to think about the cost. If you're pro-life or whatever it may be, and you don't vote for Trump because of his tweet or whatever his tone, and I get it, but I would say that you're putting that tweet above your pro-life issue. And to me, it's more important to protect the unborn or, just create jobs. So to me, I understand tone, but at the end of the day, what someone implements, that's what's important. And throughout the Bible, God uses very imperfect people to do his will. And, I'm not going to get all, spiritual on that, but I think what Trump has done is what needs to be, that's what matters, not what he says all the time.
Do you see Trump's strengths being enough to push forward another 4 years for the Trump campaign?
I think so. Obviously going to say that. I think it's going to be a close election. It's going to come down to those swing states up north, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan. I do think his record is strong. I think his base is fired up. I think both bases are fired up, but I do think Trump's going to win 4 more years and, continue his pro-American agenda. And I'm excited for it. So.
All right. Just one final question as well. What has it been like being on a campus during an election year, especially as polarized as the nation is right now?
It's been pretty fun, actually, pretty exciting. I'm glad to see kids, college age kids getting involved no matter what side they're on. I love seeing, although I, sometimes disagree, but seeing like the chalk around campus either way, it's good to see people having an opinion. I would rather someone have an opinion than not have one at all, even if I disagree with it. But yeah, I can tell, around campus, it's pretty polarized. But it's encouraging to see young adults, caring about politics. But it's nothing like I've seen before. And it's the one election in my time in college, I guess. So I'm just going to make the most of it. Enjoy it.
All right. Awesome. Thanks, Connor. Really appreciate taking some time today. You are looking live at the Optimist newsroom right now. Biden holding a thin lead in the Electoral College, 131-108. But Donald Trump is leading in several battleground states like Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, not to mention the home state here of Texas. A lot to be decided still in this election, but Trump is performing far better than expected. We will be up next with an interview with Dr. Doug Mendenhall of the JMC department. Stay tuned. have a lot still to be decided throughout the election night process, but certainly not the landslide victory for Joe Biden, at least what we're seeing right now so far in tonight's election. So we are now live on the phone with Dr. Doug Mendenhall. He was a JMC professor here at ACU. Mr. Mendenhall, excuse me, Dr. Doug Mendenhall, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Certainly, glad to be here.
All right, so let's just talk about from where we started at 8 o'clock when we came on the show to where we are now. A lot has changed from the beginning to now. What have been some key things you've noticed so far tonight?
Well, Florida is a little bit more separated than I would have thought. It's one of those situations where you think that state is going to tip over blue any day now, but it just hasn't done it yet. I think probably Texas is in a similar situation just a few years after them. But yeah, I've been a little bit surprised by that.
Talking a little bit about Florida, it was there was an emphasis that's saying, okay, whoever wins this state, it could be just about 1 point for either candidate. As of right now, we have 91% reporting in for Florida, and Trump with a 3.5 point lead in Florida right now. Let's talk about a couple other states that we want to mention. North Carolina, a state where Joe Biden was leading, a state where he was leading earlier throughout the night, but as more votes were tallied, now Trump up by 1.2 percentage points with 92% reporting in North Carolina. What are your thoughts on North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina is a good example of what's going on in this race, and 4 years ago as well, in that it's a mixture of high-tech cities and rural areas. Trump rules in the rural areas, but in the high-tech, city centers, it's more of a Democratic show. So it really depends on, even with 92%, it depends on what that 92% is. And the other kind of wild card in that is it depends on whether you've done the early vote count yet or not.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I'm not sure. I would give Trump about a 60% chance of taking North Carolina, the last figures that I saw just before I came on the phone with you.
All right, so obviously the night hasn't unfolded exactly the way that Joe Biden, I guess, wanted to start off the night, I should say. Where do you see the rest of this night unfolding?
Well, it's going to be kind of nip and tuck up in the Midwest. The interesting thing there is that Biden does not necessarily have to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, and Pennsylvania in order to move on and win the whole thing. I think that probably Trump does, or at least three out of four of the ones that I just mentioned. Biden could still pick up Arizona, where he was leading a minute ago when I looked in. So he's still got a lot of options left, whereas Trump is trying hard to hold on to everything he's got. It's going to be interesting.
No, yeah, it's a common theme that what we've seen so far is Biden comes out when the initial polls come out, or when they come out to start the evening, we see a large lead for Joe Biden that dwindles down as more votes are tallied for Trump. But we see that a little bit differently in states like Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin because of the way they count their votes. Another good question that, it's the $1 million question. Where do you see this election going throughout the night? Do you see there being a new president called by the time is over, say, come tomorrow morning, Wednesday?
Yeah, I'm not going to try and find out by staying up with you guys until 2 o'clock. I'm going to give it up in an hour or so and go on to bed. I think it may come down to one of those states in the Midwest, but it's possible that we'll have an outcome even without those. And, and again, I've been impressed watching the national networks they're trying deliberately to go slow, not call states until they're sure, do a lot of explaining about the early vote and whether it's been totaled yet and what the rules are. Let's don't jump to conclusions. In some respects, it's almost like they're trying to drag it out more than I want it to be dragged out. But yeah, I think that's what we need is a kind of slow, let's wait and see what the final outcome is here. And I don't really think we're going to have it in the next couple hours.
Dr. Doug Mendenhall, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy your time back home tonight.
All right, thanks, Owen. You enjoy your time there, sitting in that hard chair for the next 4 hours.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Doug Mendenhall. We would like to preview, or rather showcase, what we have been doing over the past several months here at ACUTV to prepare for what ultimately we are having here tonight with the election show. Take a look.
far as the rundown goes, just kind of like something that mimics that with just bullet points that we can just kind of like look down at our computers, scroll, okay, he talked about this already, now I'm gonna say this, like for ideas, and then we can just kind of like ad lib.
During the summertime, we realized that we might not have sports during this fall, which is kind of our go-to for student experience. And so myself and a few other students kind of just started dreaming about what this would look like. Instead of doing a sports show, we turned it into an election show. In other words, instead of doing 8 or 10 sports shows, we decided to take that 8-hour period and put it into one big night. And it just happened to work out pretty well because obviously there was a presidential election this year.
We started back in March. We had the idea to have an all-night election show. We Zoomed during quarantine a few times. We all were watching shows from 2016 to kind of familiarize ourselves with, you know, what national networks were doing and how they were covering the election.
Hutton called me about 5-6 weeks ago and he's like, hey, I'm looking for some producers to produce an election show that's going to run from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. Are you interested? And I was like, I've never done anything like this before. I've never really been into politics, but yeah, sure, why not? So I jumped in and I've mainly been helping plan the process of like what we're going to talk about and sort of organizing things and helping a little bit with ideas for interviews, and then also starting to collect some B-roll, a lot of pictures and digging through. It's a lot.
The biggest challenge for us is simply getting together and figuring out, okay, who goes in what spot the best? Because a lot of people want to be in front of the camera, but they honestly don't have the experience or the knowledge to talk about something that is so deep. Some people can do sports, some people can do news, but politics is very difficult. And so that's really been the hardest part, is finding a position for each person. We have 25 people on the staff, and so with COVID, it's very difficult to space them out. And so we're going to be on the air for 6 hours and really be here for about 8 hours. And so that's been the biggest challenge, is scheduling people and putting them in the right positions to succeed.
It's crazy to think that we started so many months ago and it's just a few days away, because when I moved back to Abilene in August, we had weekly meetings, we had Zoom meetings, in-person meetings. We spent a lot of time preparing the script, the rundown, we did in-studio interviews, and just a lot of studying of the Electoral College and different swing states and about both different parties and candidates. So a lot of work has been going into this election show and we're really excited for it.
I've always been working on this after school, after homework, and so it tends to be a little later at night, and I feel bad because pretty much everybody has woken up at one morning or another with a text from me asking a question, seeing if something is finished.
My job here is to give the students the best experience. And we have a few $1 million worth of toys here, and so it's pretty easy to give them a good experience. But one step further is to trust them to produce, and that's really the hardest thing to teach. This is not a class. The students do get paid to do this, but they're not going to become millionaires out of it, out of their hourly wage. The memories that I'll take from this are simply, again, just planning it from the very first day that we all got together to figure out, okay, what do we want this to look like? And then the students have taken it from there. I've just kind of been the bus driver. They're the ones that have come up with the script and all kinds of stories and features that you'll see during the broadcast tonight. And so what I'll take away from this is just, again, stepping outside of the classroom, which is what ACU is really about when it comes to the experiential learning. It's not so much about in the classroom, it's about the experience that you get with the students and the professors. And so that's what I'm going to take out of this, and this is really a perfect example of what ACU experiential learning is all about.
I hope that the viewers just realize that, you know, students do care about the election. They want their voices heard and they want to talk about it. I mean, I think a lot of times older generations kind of discredit us for just getting our information on social media, but if the group of people that have been preparing for this election show is any indication of how the rest of our generation gets their news, we have been studying so hard and learning so many things and really challenging ourselves and our own personal beliefs throughout this time period. And I really hope people are just proud of that. I hope that people realize that even a small university like Abilene Christian is able to accomplish this humongous thing that not many universities with thousands more people are doing. So I just hope they're proud of us, and I hope that they realize that we put a lot of work into it.
I'm wondering, you were saying healthcare would have been the big thing if not for COVID-19 itself. How do you think that going forward they'll be able to manage dealing with COVID-19 regardless of the outcome? You know, what comes next for the lawmakers?
Wow.
I mean, there seems
I'm
to be
just
a lot of
not that much of a
pressure.
prophet. I
Okay.
mean, you know, it appears that the Democrats have held the House. That didn't shock anyone. The Senate is still in play. If they should take the Senate, then it would seem that there would very quickly be some new version of a health care plan put together to try to maintain some kind of health care plan.
And it seemed like the stimulus package that has been talked about since the end of summer was kind of punted back and forth, almost waiting for the election to see what was going to happen.
Oh, I think both parties used the stimulus plan to what they thought was going to be their own advantage, or tried to play it to the disadvantage of their opponent. But in terms of just a health care bill, what will happen in the Supreme Court in the next 30 days and who controls the Senate is going to determine whether or not we have a health care bill and whether pre-existing conditions are covered. And that's where COVID comes in yet again.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me give once again some of the local race updates. We've been keeping an eye on what's been happening in Taylor County. The state Senate for District 24, Dawn Buckingham, received over 32,000 of the votes to Clayton Tucker, the Democratic challenger, with over 9,000. State Representative Stan Lambert will be returning to Austin to represent the 71st District with 41,000 votes to Sam Hatton's 11,000. And for the mayor of Abilene, Anthony Williams has 32,000 votes to Cynthia Alvidrez's 7,000 votes, and Place 3 City Council Donna Albus, 22,000 votes, Sharia Ford Davis 6,000, and Anthony Hohola another 6,000. Those are some of the races that we've been keeping track of on our website at kacu.org. If you'd like to see the Electoral College count or any of the other races, please check out our website and stay tuned to KACU as we bring you NPR's 2020 election coverage. I'm Heather Claiborne, and as I mentioned, Cheryl Bacon, the former chair of the Journalism and Mass Communication Department, has been joining me. Stay tuned to KACU for the coverage. This is KACU 89.5 Abilene.
From NPR News, this is special coverage of the 2020 election. I'm Ari Shapiro.
And I'm Michelle Martin. Polls have just closed in many western states, and former Vice President Joe Biden has won California, Oregon, and Washington. Biden also has won New Hampshire, while President Trump has won Idaho. But the states that could determine the winner of the presidential election have yet to be called. Some of them could take days to get a final result.
We are getting a clearer picture of the Senate. Democrats picked up a seat in Colorado, while Alabama Democrat Doug Jones has lost to Republican Tommy Tuberville, the former Auburn football coach. In South Carolina, Republican Lindsey Graham won a hard-fought victory over Democratic challenger Jamie Harrison.
If you don't get this message, it's hopeless. Here's the message I got. People like what I'm doing, and I'm going to keep doing it.
We're here to bring you all of the developments, and we hope you'll stay with us. And we're going to go now to our colleague Domenico Montanaro, who is going to tell us what we have learned from what we have seen so far.
Well, you know, I have to tell you, Michelle, if you and I sat down and talked about what the map would be a year ago, this is what the map might look like. You know, forget the polls, because frankly, the polls have been misleading. And, you know, I think that maybe a lot of Democrats got enthusiastic about the early vote and seeing the polls that had been coming through. But, you know, look, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Texas, all of these places are places that have had Republican voting histories. And a lot of times history is what, is important. History and demography. Ohio is a place that if we were to talk about it 5 months ago or a year ago, we'd say, look, that's a state that's leaning away from Democrats. It used to be a toss-up state, but not so much anymore. Texas, hasn't voted for a Democrat in 2 decades. Let's see how that happens. Now, these places haven't been called yet. Clearly, there's a lot of vote out, but we see where things are trending, but it's definitely the case that in the past year, you didn't have to have any polls at all. And this is the kind of map that you could look like. In fact, I went back and looked at my original map in June of this year, and one of my scenarios was the rebuild the blue wall scenario. That was essentially Joe Biden tries to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, which, if he does that, we won't know for days. And that, without including Arizona even in that, and held everything else that Hillary Clinton got, he would just eke out a win at 278 electoral votes to President Trump's 260. That is where we are, trending toward, not knowing what the results are, likely for days. Right now, Joe Biden leads in Arizona with 73% in. He's up by 8 percentage points. That's certainly a state that has trended a little more blue in the last couple of electoral cycles. But, we don't know what the rest of that 27% of the vote is. Is that just in-person vote?
Okay, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around something you just said, which is that, this is what the map would have looked like a year ago. You know what we didn't have a year ago, Domenico?
Yeah.
A global pandemic.
That's right.
That has caused people to have to stay home, close their businesses, all the things, close the schools. It looks like thousands of people have lost their jobs. Some people because they had to, some people because they couldn't sort of figure out how to make their lives work while kids are at home and so forth. I mean, so it just seems odd that the map looks like it looked a year ago before any of this happened.
Well, especially even when you look at the handling of coronavirus questions, you have a lot of people obviously saying that they think President Trump's not doing that great a job with it. But again, if the polls were wrong or misleading, I don't know how much I believe the data then, how much what is that the case? Or is everything just a proxy for how you feel about President Trump? His approval rating hasn't budged, frankly, through all of the earthquake monumental pieces of news that we've had. I mean, the president was impeached. He was acquitted. There was an investigation, from the Mueller investigation. I mean, there have been so many monumental pieces of news that haven't moved the needle. Maybe we shouldn't be surprised that even a pandemic didn't move the needle at all.
Well, what else is interesting to you this evening? I mean, I know there have been some interesting governor's races. I mean, the Senate so far looks like a wash. I mean, yes, the Democrats picked up Colorado. Of course, Doug Jones lost to Tommy Tuberville, the former football coach. And, of course, our apologies to Auburn football fans everywhere. I apologize that we've been mispronouncing his name. We should have had that. So, but what else is interesting to you, Domenico?
Well, I mean, the fact that Lindsey Graham won so handily in South Carolina when that looked like a fairly close race. But again, so many of these races are tied to the presidential election, and people just don't split their tickets as much anymore. It's just not in their DNA. A friend of mine who also covers this stuff said that partisan ID is a hell of a drug. People pull the T-shirts on, they wear the uniform, and it's very difficult to break them from that. And I think based on, our sort of cloistering ourselves with the kind of news and information that we get, where we get that information, the kind of people we talk to, there's a lot of people who have preconceived notions about what they believe and think is right, and there's a link to tell you that you are.
All right.
I just want to jump in here. With a result from the Associated Press calling Democratic Governor Roy Cooper in North Carolina hanging on to his seat. He defeated the Lieutenant Governor, Dan Forest, a Republican who was challenging him. North Carolina is one of just a few states where the Lieutenant Governor is elected separately from the governor. And also Republican Representative Roger Marshall has won the Kansas Senate seat, according to the Associated Press. He defeated Barbara Bollier, a doctor and state representative, in the Kansas Senate race. That was always going to be a stretch for Democrats, but they were hoping to pull out an upset.
Yeah, and look, I think North Carolina is a good example when we talk about ticket splitting. Roy Cooper was actually able to pull off that same exact thing 4 years ago when Hillary Clinton was on the ticket on the presidential side for the Democrats and wound up losing, but there were enough people who wound up voting for Cooper to put him over the line.
All right, let's turn to NPR White House correspondent Tamara Keith, who is following the results as they trickle in tonight. And Tam, one result that we do have is New Hampshire, a state that President Trump had hoped to flip, but he did not.
Yeah, I remember covering a rally that he held there back in February, and at that rally he talked about coronavirus and said China was, doing a good job, and sort of speculated that maybe coronavirus would disappear by April when the weather warmed up. And I have this memory because it was one of the last Trump rallies I covered before everything shut down. This was one of those states that the Trump campaign was hoping to be able to win. He lost it so narrowly in 2016. And the hope was that that would give them, another avenue if he is not able to win, other states that he was hoping to win. So, there are a lot of paths that the Trump campaign sees for the president to be able to potentially win re-election. This narrows that.
I want to note one other result that we have from the Associated Press calling Florida Democratic Representative Donna Shalala losing her seat to Republican challenger Maria Elvira Salazar. This is a rematch of a 2018 race that Shalala won. And of course, Donna Shalala was a member of the White House cabinet under President Clinton. She was a prominent president of the university down there. And so this is quite a loss for Democrats and as Republicans pick up a seat there in Florida. Tam, the president has, over the course of this campaign, held some events at the White House in what appears to be a violation of the Hatch Act, which creates a separation between governing and campaigning. Tonight, his campaign has set up a war room at the White House. Tell us about that.
Yeah, the war room is in the Eisenhower Executive Office building on the White House grounds and in the complex there. And they said that they wanted to have that set up close to where the president was, inside the security perimeter, if you will. The campaign insists that they cleared it with the White House counsel's office and that they are covering all the expenses for everything, including the internet. I will also say that there is a party going on at the White House in the East Room. I'm told that it looks much like the White House holiday party without the decorations, and instead there are TVs tuned to the Fox News channel, and that, given the way things are going, they are feeling relatively positive over there. This is...
All right. One other result that is not a surprise, but according to the Associated Press, President Trump has won Utah and its 6 electoral votes. And I want to turn now to NPR's Scott Detrow, who is at the Biden campaign headquarters in Delaware. Hi, Scott.
Hey there.
So the big story of the night seems to be that the states we've been waiting for results for have not reported results. We were told we were going to require patience and we might not even get results tonight. But if you were to look at the 6 swing states that could decide the election, none of the 6 have handed in a verdict yet. So how are people at Biden campaign headquarters feeling?
Well, I'd say Democrats here had 2 big concerns. The first is obviously that they would lose this election. And the second was that given the way that President Trump has postured and threatened and mischaracterized mail-in voting, that there would be a scenario where it would appear to be this mirage where President Trump was ahead. That is what's happening right now, and it's something that makes a lot of Democrats uncomfortable. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin have not reported that many mail-in ballots yet. Again, as they said all along, as we knew. Our colleague Jeff Brady, who's reporting from Philadelphia, reports that Philadelphia's city commissioner says Philadelphia does not expect to report any more mail-in ballots tonight. They've counted about 76,000 so far. There are 350 to 400,000 more to count. Now, Philadelphia had initially hoped to give kind of a rolling count of these mail-in ballots over the course of the night, so there'd be a steady stream of votes coming in. Now it looks like we are going to have to wait until tomorrow morning. And again, Philadelphia is the biggest source of votes for Pennsylvania Democrats, so that'll be a big difference on what the statewide margin looks like.
And what about the Sun Belt, those other states that might have been a reach for Democrats, but they thought maybe they could flip this year, and they might still be able to. We just don't have results yet.
Sure. Well, Florida looks like, at the moment, it looks like President Trump is going to carry that again by possibly a bigger margin than he did 4 years ago. But Georgia and North Carolina are much closer. North Carolina is
We have breaking news. Fox News is now projecting that Donald Trump will take Florida for the second consecutive election, just like he did back in 2016. The polls going into this election for Joe Biden in Florida, he had a 1-point lead going into tonight. Well, we have 98% reporting, and Donald Trump up nearly 4 points in the state. A crucial win, a must win for Donald Trump. One of the key paths to victory immediately starts off with taking Florida. And a fun fact, a Republican candidate has never reached the Oval Office without taking Florida. Well, he takes Florida again here tonight.
That's a huge deal for a lot of things, especially for if Trump really wants a chance to win this election. For a minute, it didn't seem like maybe some of the swing states are starting to go with his way, but now we're starting to finally see some momentum, and him winning Florida is going to be huge. It was key in him winning in 2016, and I feel like if he wants to win tonight, it's going to be crucial, and it was crucial for him to win that tonight. So that's really good for Trump and his chances to win.
So once again, Donald Trump, Fox News projects that Donald Trump will take the state of Florida. MSNBC, Associated Press, and CNN have not yet confirmed on who will take the state of Florida, but Fox News the first to project that Florida will go for Trump. Emily Schaefer is inside the studio at ACUTV. Emily, take it away.
Thanks, Owen. Now, y'all just saw an amazing feature produced by our own Matthew Jungling. It showed you a little bit of the work that's been put into tonight, but sitting beside me here, Hutton Harris, he's the director of ACUTV. Say hello. And I just want to talk to you a little bit. What kind of work did you specifically put into tonight?
Yeah, so it's been a lot of fun the last few months. Not something that I ever thought we would be doing, but honestly, you guys have made it enjoyable. There's a ton of work that has to go in, and basically, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a live TV show. So basically, it said in the piece we talked about how we normally in here have 8 to 10 sports shows. This year we couldn't do that for COVID reasons, but obviously you guys kind of found a way to figure something else out to do. And I just couldn't be more proud of what you guys have done. And this looks really awesome for ACU, you know? And so ultimately, I think the biggest thing for me is that we walk away from this night kind of feeling that burn of the live production.
Yeah.
And that's something that we try to teach in our classes. And the experiential learning, you really can't put a price on this. Watching a national election and trying to report on it live, as you've seen, there's been some technical difficulties in here so far. I hope you can hear us out there now. But you know, doing this with 25 students is just awesome, you know. Yeah. And so ultimately, what I want you guys to walk away from with this, with the knowledge of that you can do really anything when it comes to live production.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of bragged on us, but I really just, I want to brag on Hutton. I mean, he has made so many opportunities for the students here. ACUTV is the reason I came to Abilene Christian. I don't think people realize the kind of opportunities that we have here. I mean, it's a smaller university, yep, but you really go out of your way to make sure that we not only get to do what we want, but you make sure that we do the things that we need to do. You push us. You're constantly challenging us. The things that I've learned from you has just blown my mind. And I'm only a sophomore, and I know that a lot of my peers here in the control room, you can see a few of them, I know they feel the same way. So thank you so much for this opportunity. This is something that we have been putting a lot of work into. We started talking about it in March, and so to see it come together, it's like our baby. Yeah. So we're so thankful for you. We're so thankful for this opportunity. And I'm gonna throw it back to the studio with Owen and Carrie. They're gonna talk a little bit about the 2016 timeline. Guys.
Throw it back to them.
Thanks, Emily. All right, so back here in the studio, obviously we've seen a lot going on here in this 2020 election. Going back to 2016, we saw once again a historic victory for Donald Trump, a historic upset for Donald Trump. Moving in through later tonight, we're seeing eerily similar states being called again. As we mentioned, Florida going in favor of Donald Trump, North Carolina also favoring Donald Trump. Near the 94% is reporting in North Carolina, and nearly a 2-point lead for Donald Trump. Ohio also 92% reporting, and Trump up nearly 7 points. He won the state by 8 points back in 2016, up 7 here with 8% of the voting to go. So again, we're going to see a lot of differences in a few states based on how they count ballots, mail-in ballots in particular. For example, we're going to talk about in just a second Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. The way they count their ballots, some of them have to wait until the polls open earlier today, and some have to wait until the polls close earlier tonight. So looking at this timeline, I have to ask you, Carrie, where do you see the rest of this night unfolding? Do you think it's going to take quite some time?
Honestly, yeah, I think it is going to take a lot of time, Owen. We knew this going into this, but a lot of people have been talking about it, how we are looking at an idea of we might get election results days after the election or hours after elections, like the day after, because of the whole thing with mail-in ballots and COVID-19, which is one of the biggest difference in between 2016 and, well, this year, 2020, for obvious reasons. But I feel like we're honestly getting more results earlier than I expected, which is, I guess, good for our uneasiness sake. But I feel like a lot of it's going to come down to like those mail-in ballots, how those are going to be counted, and like people not calling them too early and predetermining what's going on.
I just want to give an update as well. Per state officials, we have a few updates with Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So per state officials, Wisconsin says there is, quote, no way they are announcing a winner tonight. Looking at Wisconsin right now, they're only reporting 60% of the vote. Trump currently has just over a 4-point lead in Wisconsin. Michigan also saying that they are going to have to wait until Friday until they get all the votes tallied. Now, just because all the votes need to be tallied come Friday doesn't mean you can't get a result earlier, but still a big delay in Michigan. And Pennsylvania also says they aren't coming out anytime soon with a result. 47% reporting in Pennsylvania. Trump with a 14-point lead there, about 400,000 votes in his favor. So looking at Florida, we saw it seemed like forever. We were at that 91% reporting for it seemed about 20 to 30 minutes. Trump had a 3.5-point lead. He comes out right now with a 3.5-point lead. Florida has gone in his favor. Going back to 2016, and the timeline for Florida was actually earlier than years past. So looking at 2016 for Florida, it was 9:50 Central Time where Donald Trump won Florida. It was just about 20 minutes later in 2020 with COVID-19, with so many mail-in ballots. Florida really, what it appears to be, is a catalyst and a great example of how to get mail-in ballots on time. But again, it just depends on current state laws, with Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin taking far longer because they have to wait to count those mail-in ballots.
Yes, exactly.
So let's take a look at a few scenarios. Going back to 2016 in the Electoral College, again, it was a red wave for Donald Trump, winning key states like Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, taking North Carolina as well, Georgia, Florida, Texas, all of these states that are battleground states once again in 2020. Donald Trump came out on top in 2016. He's currently leading in all of those states right now in 2020. Again, what we're going to see throughout this process, I think, is going to be a delay for a few states, but states like Florida hardly seeing a delay at all, even though that we've seen a high surge in voter turnout. So they're counting far more votes than they were ever before, but only a 20-minute delay. Let's also talk about 2016 with Texas. Yes. So Texas, going back to 2012, Mitt Romney won by about 15 points. You go back to 2016, Trump won by about 9 points. And right now we're about 74% reporting Donald Trump is up 4.5 points. So we are seeing a shift for the left taking over in Texas. A lot of it has to do with what a lot of people mention, okay, everyone from California is moving to Texas. Let's talk about elections going forward, because 2016 showed, okay, it's getting closer. 2020 as of right now also showing the case. Where do you see it going forward?
Going forward from here, I won't be surprised by 2024 if Texas gets really close or even turns blue. We've been slowly seeing those inclines, as you've mentioned, over the past few years. And we have a lot of young voters here in Texas, and we had a huge voter turnout this year, higher than last year, which has been a huge consideration, I feel, of it moving more towards a blue area. And then, as you mentioned, more people coming out from California to Texas, sort of shifting the Texas demographic to that blue area. But to fully go back to the answer of your question, I believe that Texas within the next maybe 4 to 8 years will shift from red to blue.
No, yeah, we're seeing a common trend again in 2020 like we saw in 2016. There are a lot of states that are still coming in, even though there was a concern that it may take weeks or months until this election is decided. But again, it may come down to a few states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Taking a look at Utah, one of the new states to project, Donald Trump will take the 6 electoral votes in Utah. Right now, a 55-40 lead. 65% is reporting in the state. It was an obvious state that Trump was expected to win. Let's also take a look at New Hampshire. New Hampshire also going in favor for Joe Biden. It was one of those states that, okay, it may possibly go red for the first time in quite some time. Not the case in 2020. Wasn't the case in 2016. Joe Biden leading in that one by 8 points with 54% of the vote reporting. So, again, a lot of these states that we expected to come in with the results. We're going to see more of this throughout the evening, but we're starting to run out of those obvious states. The ones that we don't have called are all the battleground states except Florida. And then we obviously have Nevada, no results on that one yet.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting as we watch throughout the rest of the night how these states are going to turn. Like, will we see the big red push because of all the in-person voting from Republicans, which is common for Republicans to do, or will we start seeing those mail-in ballots start being counted in, and then we start seeing a push towards blue, which would be more hopeful for Biden to possibly win those states. But again, we are. It's good to know that we have the states that we were predetermined. Found out now, so we can really start focusing in on these battleground states that are really up in the air to see where things are going. It's where things are going to get really interesting.
Joe Biden with 209 electoral votes as of right now. Donald Trump 118. We'll be back more with shortly new information from these battleground states. Stay tuned.
Emily Schaefer alongside Sydney Varner, and we are in the ACUTV or studios. We have a big state to announce. The Associated Press just called Arizona in favor of Biden. Now, to me, that's not much of a shocker. I kind of expected Arizona to go in favor of Biden, but 53% to 45% is where I was a little surprised. That's kind of a big gap there.
Yeah, I agree. I figured it'd be a little bit of a closer race like we've seen in most of the states so far. Again, not super surprised that Arizona went to Biden, and it's definitely going to be somewhat beneficial, even though it wasn't necessarily a state that Biden or Trump had to win this race.
Definitely. Arizona with 11 electoral votes definitely is going to benefit Biden in this race, but like you said, it's not a deal breaker for any candidate there, but that's good for Biden. Now, Sydney, I want to transition a little bit to the Senate and the House elections. What's going on over there?
So taking a look at the Senate and the House elections, those are something that we've been pretty focused on in the media. A lot of people have been, keeping a close eye on whether they're going to flip or they're going to stay the same. Looking at it from this morning's perspective, 538 forecasted that the Democrats were going to flip the Senate and that they were going to keep the House as well. But if we look at some of the results tonight, we're looking at House results, and so far Republicans have caught up with the majority, 136 seats to 105 for the Democrats. That's a little bit surprising considering what we had initially forecasted was going to be about an 80% chance for the Democrats to keep the House. Yeah. So again, an unpredictable election is something we've continually seen since 2016.
Definitely. I mean, 136 to 105 for the House and the Senate. The Republicans are slightly ahead, 45 to the 42 that the Democratic Party has now. Speaking on the House, let's talk a little bit about the Speaker. Nancy Pelosi, currently the Speaker, is not a fan of President Trump. I think that we have seen that since the House has had a majority. I think it's interesting. We don't really know what would happen if the Republicans gain control of the House, but of course it's interesting to keep in mind that Paul Ryan did end up stepping down when they did have control.
Right, so it's going to be really interesting to see, especially if we see Trump winning this election and then the House going back to the Republicans, what's going to happen with the Speaker, how things are going to change with that majority being in favor of the president rather than it being opposite like this was for the last 4 years. I will be really interested to see what happens, with the Speaker if it does go to the Republicans.
Definitely. Switching over to the Senate, of course, 51 is needed for the majority. The Republican Party is just 6 off of that, but the Democrats are not too far behind. They're sitting at 42. Where do you think the Senate is going to go?
This has been a really interesting race to keep track of tonight. It's been very close, and half the time it's been pretty much tied. Looking at some of the most competitive races that we've seen tonight, a really notable one is going to be Alabama, with their initially, they had a Democratic Senator, Doug Jones, who was actually Toby Tompa was just elected as a Republican senator for Alabama. So there's going to be some upset between some of these states. And other ones that we've seen are the ones that are the most competitive ones we've seen tend to be an upset. So it's been a very competitive race, very close race so far. It's going to be one to watch for sure.
Yeah, definitely. In 2016, the Republican Party just had a landslide, it seemed like, in this election with President Trump winning. Then you saw they had majority in the House and the Senate. I don't know if that's going to be the case tonight. I do see the numbers favoring Trump with the states, but I'm actually predicting that the House will go to the Democratic Party.
I agree that the House will end up going to the Democratic Party. I believe the Senate might as well, considering it was projected to go. However, again, that's something that it's going to be really hard to predict. We're going to have to just keep an eye on it and see where it goes.
Definitely. Switching over a little bit to the Supreme Court has been something people have been talking about. Of course, recently with the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, that is just a topic of conversations. People, either if they're politically involved or not, people just keep talking about it. Let's talk about court packing. Yeah,
Right.
that's something I know that you're interested in, so I'm going to go ahead and let you take it away there.
Right, so something that we have been hearing a lot in the media and something that we Democrats and Republicans have both been concerned about is if Joe Biden were to be elected and the Senate would have gone to the Democrats, would they have added another Supreme Court justice? Specifically after the nomination of Amy Coney Barrett, a lot of people, especially Democrats, were upset about this, considering in 2016, Obama was not allowed to nominate a new Supreme Court justice after the death of Justice Scalia. Therefore, it's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to handle that. I believe if Trump wins the presidency, even if the Senate does stay, or if the Senate flips and goes Democrat, I don't believe that we're going to add another Supreme Court justice. And I also would be really interested to see what would happen if Biden does win this election. I'm not totally sure if he would add a Supreme Court justice, but if the Democratic Senate were to happen and he were to be elected, who really knows?
Yeah, I mean, it is possible. I don't really know the logistics of how difficult it is. I'm sure it's not an easy thing to accomplish.
Right.
AOC has been very outspoken about court packing and how it was unfair that Trump did nominate Amy Barrett. In my opinion, and I know we're staying away from those as much as possible tonight, but in my opinion, I think that whoever was holding the presidency would have done the same thing that President Trump did.
I agree. I think especially considering it was a Republican president after what had happened with the death of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She was a very staunch Democrat voice in the Supreme Court. And so that opportunity to get a more conservative judge on the bench was something that I don't think they could have passed up.
Definitely. And I know later we're going to actually have you and Carrie, who was just on, they're going to talk more about the legacy that was Ruth Bader Ginsburg. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break, and we'll see you right back with more later on.
back to the ACUTV or studio. So during this election, leading up to this election, we've had a lot of people speak out on social media to sort of get their political beliefs across or just to spread their messages. So it seems awfully fitting that we look at some posts that we have seen on Twitter this evening. So our first tweet comes from Joe Biden, which states, who we are, what we stand for, who we are going to be, it's all at stake, and you have the power to determine the outcome. We also have another tweet from Vice President candidate Kamala Harris saying, today I am thinking about the ancestors who, in the face of justice and danger, put their lives on the line and fought for their rights. Honor their sacrifice by voting before the polls close. And then we also have another tweet from our president, Donald Trump, saying, in all caps, we are looking really good all over the country. Thank you. So those are just some of the tweets that we have. So I'm going to swing it back to Emily and Sydney, where they're going to talk about the vice president's debate. Thank you, Emily. Here you go, Emily.
Thanks, Carrie. She was actually right behind us. I love the tweets. I mean, seriously, it might be my favorite part of the night, especially that tweet from Trump that was just like, we are looking great, thank you. Like, very
straightforward, yes.
Yeah. So now let's get a little bit more serious, sort of, because I feel like the debates that we're about to talk about are kind of a joke anyways.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the VP debate. Probably one of the only actual debates that took place during this whole campaign. Kamala Harris and Mike Pence, they went head to head a few weeks ago. Let's talk a little bit about that. Sydney, start us off here.
Right. So I think that this was a really interesting debate for this election, considering the other two presidential debates we've seen were, if I could say it in a nice word, a little less respectful than the vice president debate. We got to hear a little bit more about each party's ideas, kind of what they're hoping to talk about change while they're in office.
Yeah.
I think a big topic that was focused on in this debate, and is something that's been talked about throughout this election, is COVID-19 and how the president and how Joe Biden might potentially respond to this. And so that was something that was brought up during the debate. You know, we could see very obvious social distancing, prevention of spread of COVID-19, which was very interesting, considering just a few days after this was when President Trump tested positive for COVID-19. So it's been a very interesting back and forth on how our president is handling it versus how Joe Biden would handling it, and I think that's going to be a major factor in our election.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's interesting because the way people are voting, I mean, is so impacted by COVID-19. I mean, you have people that are voting more left that are not happy with how Trump handled it. Then you have people voting right because of the whole shutdown of businesses. People want the economy back up and running. So it's very interesting. People reacted to this entire pandemic and the president's role in it completely differently. I mean, as they do most things politically speaking.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, COVID-19 was something that was a big topic during this debate. And I remember Kamala Harris actually saying that if doctors recommend taking the vaccine, she will take it. But if President Trump tells her to take it, she's not going to take it. So that's just kind of interesting because it kind of goes back to the bicker back and forth, making these debates kind of funny, sadly, a little bit.
Right.
Because this was an actual debate. I mean, the first presidential debate, I think both parties were disappointed in their candidate. I think President Trump fell short because it seemed like he wasn't taking it as seriously as he might needed to. And in what he did in the last debate, he actually did take it seriously. And it seemed like Joe Biden was just on the defense. He was making a lot of faces. And it just seemed like, these are two older candidates, and they were kind of acting like children. I don't know.
I'd have to agree with you there.
That, but this was an actual debate, but they still avoided the moderator's questions.
Right, which I think is very interesting. It's something we see in pretty much every presidential, vice presidential debate. I think it's something we're more focused on now because we're really used to seeing that with President Trump, especially in press conferences, now on the presidential debate stage. We're very used to seeing, personal attacks against Joe Biden. And so the fact that there were less of those personal attacks, but they were still sidestepping questions, was something that maybe was mind-changing for some voters, seeing how,
prepared, how informed these candidates really are was going to be very interesting. Again, less, personal attacks, so I feel like there was still some more information coming out of those, even though there was some sidestep questions.
Yeah. I mean, they said what they wanted to say. They're politicians,
Right.
people. They're gonna say at the end of the day what they want to say. Kind of bouncing back and forth between the VP debate, the presidential debate. That second debate, they had to mute the mics. Let's talk about that.
Right. I think that was very interesting. I don't ever remember a time when that had actually had to happen. It made it definitely more intense because they were sure to get out what they wanted to say when they knew they could say it, because they were going to be muted if it ended up, becoming kind of a fighting match like it was in the first debate. And so I think that the fact that we didn't see that during the VP debate, the fact that that wasn't necessary kind of shows the strengths of the vice presidents for both candidates.
Yeah.
I just still think that that was very interesting and was in fact very intense and kind of entertaining almost to see during that presidential debate.
I remember the first debate, I think it was Trump wanted to search Biden for an earpiece. And then Biden was requesting bathroom breaks, I think like every 30 minutes. And so it was just kind of a lot of random things that you have Biden, you have Trump. I don't think that we were surprised by, what the outcome was. But I want to talk about something. My favorite part about the VP debate, the fly.
Yes. The fly, I think, was one of the funniest things we've gotten out of this election season. It definitely made Twitter blow up.
Yeah.
Something interesting I also found was the marketing director for, the Biden-Harris campaign made a fly swatter with their logo on it. I thought that was, really a genius use of kind of a pop culture something funny that came out of the VP debate. I think kind of going back to what Carrie was talking about, how social media has been so influential in the past few elections, just having that lighthearted sense of
we need that.
We need that every now and then, and that fly definitely brought it for us during the VP debate.
It was literally the star of the show. I'm looking at NPR right now, and it said a fly that generated the most buzz, which is iconic. Definitely. Well, thanks, Sydney. It was definitely interesting to take a look back. I know that it seems like that debate was such a long time ago, but each of those debates have such an impact on tonight, and the numbers coming in with the Senate and the House, everything, it all just rolls in together. So we're going to take a break, but we'll be right back. Stay with us.
So much more than our team or basketball.
Coming in as freshmen and sticking through the grind, sticking through the losses.
We knew we had a team that was a conference championship level team from the start.
All season, we just wanted to prove people wrong.
I was anxious to play because we knew we were so close.
You done for the chain breaks, Franklin! Close it down!
We felt the buzz in the city. They were with us.
I had never seen Moody that fast.
Yes! He's got 18. Ricks to tie it. Good look. Yes! And it's in.
And he hit it, I was like, whoa.
The ACU fans going crazy.
We are the best three-point shooting team in the league. Let's go establish a new three-point shooting record.
They're going to break the record.
Show everybody in the conference that we can go and compete.
The Wildcat live to fight another day. Kick it out, Mabry 3, dagger, good! Wow!
We're gonna go win this championship game.
The Wildcats are gonna play for a title.
Whatever we have to do, we're winning this game.
Okay, let's go. Let's go to war.
Goes in with a one-hand slam. Wide open, corner three. Yes! Barbed wire! They can feel it all over ACU Nation. Abilene Christian to the NCAA tournament.
get to push it. We have breaking news. Ohio is projected to go in favor of Donald Trump for the second consecutive election, going back again to 2016. Another shocking surprise based off what we saw in the polls in Ohio. Going back to earlier today, Trump was favored to win in this state by 0.8 points. He's up 8 points in the state of Ohio and actually might surpass that. There's still 6% of the vote left, and it has been another shocking surprise to see tonight. So we have both Florida and Ohio once again going for Donald Trump in this election.
I mean, this is an incredible victory for Trump. I mean, he got Florida. We knew he needed Florida. But Ohio, I mean, it was expected, but not by this much. This means good things for other states. Pennsylvania is one of them, 54% coming in now for Pennsylvania, and he is leading Biden 56% to 41%. I mean, things are looking up for Trump.
Yeah, so once again, we're seeing a similar situation we saw in 2016 where the polls were off and they were in favor of Trump coming into election night. So again, an 8-point differential between what we were, or excuse me, 9-point differential because Biden was expected to win by almost a single point in Ohio. Ultimately, right now, down 8 points. It could be more by the time it is over, but Ohio going in favor for Donald Trump. Yeah,
let's talk a little bit about Wisconsin. Wisconsin has 71% of their votes in. Donald Trump is leading there too. 51.8% to Joe Biden at just 46.7%. Did you expect this tonight?
So again, there's going to be a lot of time left. We're going to figure out who these remaining votes that haven't been tallied are. If it is early voting, it's going to favor the Democrats.
Yeah.
If it's going to be today's voting, it will likely favor the Republicans. So here is a scenario, though, because Trump has won both Florida and Ohio, he's leading in Georgia, he's leading in North Carolina, assuming those stay that way. He doesn't even have to win Pennsylvania to get back into the office. All he would essentially have to do in this situation is take both Michigan and Wisconsin, which, by the way, he is leading in both of those two states. So again, we may not know the winner of those states tonight, but if it stays the way it is, Trump will be back in office for 4 more years. And another state to call, finally, it seemed like it was starting to edge towards Donald Trump once more. After a strong push from Democrats, it ultimately, we'll have to wait another 4 years possibly. We've talked about this a little bit, that the continual shift of Texas going to a more Democrat control. It's not going to happen here in 2020. Texas is going to go for Donald Trump, the 38 electoral votes after once again, a strong push for Democrats to switch the state blue. It will not happen. A 6-point advantage for Donald Trump with 78% reporting. Again, another state that was expected to be incredibly close. Trump was expected to win by a single point coming into tonight, and he's up 6 points already.
It's not looking good for Biden. I think that, like you were saying, I was thinking that if he didn't win Pennsylvania, if Trump didn't win Pennsylvania, it'd be all over because he wasn't going to win Ohio, he wasn't going to win North Carolina. But it looks like he is. If he wins Pennsylvania tonight, I think this country is going to be shocked.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Now, one thing, while we are mentioning that Joe Biden has struggled in many of these battleground states, there is one battleground state, however, that he has taken from Donald Trump from the 2016 election, and that is Arizona. So Arizona was called about 15 to 20 minutes ago in favor of Joe Biden. There's about 74% reporting right now. Joe Biden has an 8-point lead, so a significant lead for a significant lead for Arizona and for Joe Biden in tonight's election.
Awesome. Well, we have so many more states to talk about. I know throughout the night we're going to see some numbers that might surprise us even more than the ones that have so far. We're going to take a short break, and then coming out, we're going to have Owen sit down with Mackenzie McPherson. She is the president of ACU Democrats. We'll see you right in just a few minutes.
You know, you've got the majority, you've got Puerto Ricans, Cubans, and Venezuelans. And among the Cubans and Venezuelans, as your last guest just pointed out, socialism, they were very, you know, they were heavily targeted with misinformation about Joe Biden. So I don't find that surprising. And again, I think it's important to remember that the Biden campaign always had in their minds that if they won Florida, great. If they didn't, they've still got pathways. Now, I think it's fair to say it's getting tighter. The pathways are getting tighter. But again, I think this is why I urge kind of patience and caution as we keep through the night.
There were also, as you know, dire predictions about disputed elections, things being decided by the courts, recounts. How likely do you think that is at this point?
I think it's quite likely. We saw in the last several days, leading up to the election, President Trump seemed to be planting the seeds in certain places, particularly in Pennsylvania, kind of setting up the possibility of court battles. So I think that continues to be a very real possibility.
Just briefly, if you were advising Joe Biden tonight and he were going to come out and address supporters knowing what we do, or rather don't know now, what would you tell him to say?
I would tell him to say, just encourage people to stay positive and make sure that we don't concede anything until every vote is counted, because every voter deserves to have their vote counted.
That is Democratic strategist Karen Finney. Thank you for joining us late on this election night.
Thank you.
And as the clock strikes 12, we are not done yet. We are going to take a quick break, but we'll be back. This is live special coverage of the 2020 election from NPR News.
Thank you so much for tuning in to KACU for live special coverage of the 2020 general election. KACU is supported by listeners like you and Lytle Land and Cattle Company, offering mesquite grilled steak and a variety of seafood, including salmon, tilapia, and shrimp. Lytle Land and Cattle Company is open from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week and is located at the corner of South 11th and Judge Ely. Just a quick recap on our local races. State Senator for District 24, Don Buckingham, is the winner there. State Representative, District 71, Stan Lambert, is taken on. For Abilene Mayor, 100% reporting, Mayor Anthony Williams will retain his seat. City Council Place 3, Donna Albus, is winning re-election. In Wiley ISD Trustee Place 4, Brad Hill, will be joining. Wiley ISD Trustee Place 5, Steve Keenum, is winning re-election there, 100% reporting. Thank you so much for tuning in to live special coverage from NPR News. We will continue with the live special coverage. You're listening to KACU 89.5 Abilene.
Welcome back inside the ACUTV Orr studios on the campus of Abilene Christian University. A lot of states called, but a lot still up for grabs. I'm happy to welcome ACU Democrats President Mackenzie McPherson. Thanks for coming on, really appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Owen.
So I know that you just came from an ACU Democrats watch party. What was the atmosphere like there over the past few hours?
It's had its highs and lows. We've definitely cheered and booed at different points, but it has gone really well. The watch party overall was a great turnout. We handed out Biden-Harris stickers, so whether that goes well or not. Yeah, we have been really excited about turnout this year. That's been something that's really great. That's something we really care about as ACU Democrats, is young people voting and registering to vote. So,
let's talk a little bit about your role. So first of all, it's already a great opportunity to be an ACU Democrats president during an election year, but also we have a lot of other things going on across this country, across this world, a worldwide pandemic. What has it been like in your role during this crazy time?
Right, it's been super stressful. It's been kind of crazy. I've really enjoyed it, actually. I really love being ACU Democrats president, and it's something that I'm really passionate about. I'm also the chief of staff of the Texas College Democrats, so that helps me get more involved at the state level as well. As ACU Democrats president during COVID, things have been different. We have our chapel meetings on Zoom in order to be safe and have it more accessible to more people. So that's something that we've been doing this semester that's different. And that's kind of how COVID has affected us. Also, normally we would have an event where we would drive people to the polls, but we knew that that wouldn't be allowed because of COVID restrictions. So those have been the main barriers, but we've still been really successful. We've found other ways, like we've done a giveaway on our Instagram page in order to get more people out to vote. And so we've still found ways to get people out to vote, and we also were really involved in ACU votes and registering lots of people to vote during that period.
Let's talk about the election so far and what we know so far. So let's start off with Biden, a big victory coming from Arizona, a state that Trump won back in 2016. Is this something that you expected from Arizona?
I don't really know how I feel about it. I'm really excited that Arizona went blue, and I am not really surprised, but I am definitely glad about it. And that was definitely something that I'm sure the ACU Democrats were really excited about. I had already left by that time, but I think I expected it, but yeah.
So obviously a big victory for Joe Biden, a lot of big victories for Donald Trump. Obviously he had to win more states than Joe Biden in the battleground battle. Let's talk about Florida. So this was a state that we saw early, a lot of early voting in early. We were able to have over 50% reporting well within the first 20 minutes of the polls being closed. We saw a Joe Biden lead, and we saw that lead dissipate, and now Trump taking Florida for the second consecutive election. What are your thoughts on Florida?
Right. I mean, I'm definitely disappointed with Florida, but also not surprised at this outcome. It definitely, having Trump winning Florida in 2016 was a good precursor to this. And then also, I think the fact that much of the vote in Florida is Cubans, and the fact that Cuban people come from a communistic government. And so I think that that makes those people really afraid of what could happen, and the fact that some Democrats have been associated with socialism makes that a little scary for them, and so I think that is what really has carried Donald Trump in Florida.
Final question for you. Talking about the rest of the night, what do you expect to come out of tonight, and what are your plans for the rest of the night? Is this we go back, you watch the election until we finally have some sort of result, or is this you know what, I'm going to sleep on this one?
I think I'll probably go home and sleep on it because I can't control it at this point. I did my part, and I've done what I can, and I'm just going to let it play out, and then I'll find out in the morning when I wake up. So,
Mackenzie, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Carrie, go for it.
Okay, so here at ACU, our professors put a huge emphasis on experiential learning. I mean, look at this whole election show we as students get to do right now. One of the biggest things, and personally I've had experience in one of my class, JMC 261 broadcast production, was that we were able to produce political features regarding people on campus who have used their political beliefs or have used themselves to display their political beliefs all across campus. So we have those features ready for you guys right now. So without further ado, here are the 261 features.
Campus who may have felt like their voices have been suppressed.
Number one, we want to create an environment that all voices can be heard.
Absolutely.
Number two, we really promote healthy demonstration. With that said, we also want to make sure that our students are responsible in communicating to each other, making sure that there is a safe space for students to disagree publicly about their ideologies and some of their political beliefs, but also keep in mind that we are believers of Christ and that we want to make sure that all voices are heard. Not only all voices are heard, but we respect each other in that process.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's very important. And you kind of touched on it there, but can you touch on the importance of coming together first as brothers and sisters of Christ rather than aligning with a certain political candidate or party?
Sure. One of the things that we have to put before our allegiance to this world is the fact that we are believers and we are representatives of Christ. That's most important. And once we believe that, and I truly believe we act in that way and that we stand on that principle that Christ is first, we can understand each other.
ACU is home to many students with diverse beliefs and mindsets. In an election year, these mindsets are in the forefront of conversations and are also displayed across campus in unique ways.
The most important thing is that we have been registering people to vote. And I've been involved in that since 2018 when Beto was running for Senate. We have made sure to register people to vote for every election, whether it's big or small. We've been involved in ACU Votes this semester, registering people for the presidential election. We just really think it's important for everyone to know their voting rights and what they are able to do as U.S. citizens.
We try and do a lot of educational presentations on different pro-life issues. We try and table a lot in the campus center, or we've done tabling at other events and recruitment events, trying to engage people in conversation. We have done chalking around campus, like all the other groups do chalking, and we'll write different statistics or pro-life messages or Bible verses.
One student, Jax Womack, a senior art major, has shown his political activism in a very creative manner.
I emailed my teacher, Robert Green, who's the head of the art department, and I asked him, because this was in the midst of the George Floyd protests and everything was going down, and I emailed him and I said, hey, because of COVID and things, I might not be having a senior exhibition this next year, and a lot of my art is based in current events or contemporary events and pulls from things that I've attended or seen. And so I said, so what if I was able to do some live performance art on campus as my senior exhibition or part of my senior exhibition show, so everybody could see, not just art students and their family and friends, but everybody who walks through the area that I'm painting in could see my art, could see the issues that I'm painting, because a lot of my art has to do with social issues and activism.
Through his public displays of art, Jax has gained quite a bit of attention on campus.
I've gotten a lot of dirty looks. I've gotten a lot of eye rolls. I've had some people come up and kind of question, the motive behind it, or did I get permission to do this, or what was the point, which would segue into other conversations. And then I've got a lot of great feedback from all kinds of faculty and staff. And then all kinds of students, all kinds of diverse students would come up and take pictures and thank me for, painting. And what inspires me personally are my friends and my family. A lot of my friends here, just being involved in so many minority organizations and helping to give a voice to people here on campus has inspired me to continue making art showcasing minority people. I go to meetings and forums and all kinds of stuff around campus to make sure I'm widening my mindset.
Jax's work has inspired me politically on campus to be more open, to be more vocal,
but not to be demeaning, not to be aggressive. Just like Jax's art is very honest, it's very public, but it's very inviting.
I think that we have the right to protest, we have the right to group together, we have the freedom of speech, we have the right to vote. I think that everybody here should have a voice to speak and paint and talk about how they feel. I think it's important because this is a very divisive time right now, and this is a time where a lot of people feel they're being underrepresented.
Leading right now, 53 to 45, with about 74% of the vote in. President Trump would then start having to chip away at that blue wall once again, and we're looking at Pennsylvania and Michigan or Wisconsin as the likely suspects.
And remind us again of when 2016 was called. You've told us this several times, but in case people didn't hear it, when was this called?
It's going to go beyond that, but the 2016 race was called at 2:29 a.m. And I bring up the popular vote, actually, because of how different this year is, because, even at 3:06 a.m., Hillary Clinton was still down in the popular vote in 2016. Well, here we are at midnight, and Joe Biden's already almost a couple million votes ahead, which tells you how much further apart things are getting.
Which is why your middle name is Patience.
That's not my name. Well, that's not my middle name. It's never been my middle name. Like you said, I'm a New Yorker.
Exactly.
Patience, New York Minute has a definition for a reason. But
well, that's
here
what you're
are.
aspiring to. That's what you're aspiring to. That's NPR senior political editor Domenico Montanaro. Let's go to Delaware, where Asma Khalid, NPR political correspondent, is with the Biden campaign, has been following the Biden campaign. Asma, are you with us?
I am.
So what are you hearing from the Biden campaign and Democratic sources?
Well, we are here in a parking lot in Wilmington, Delaware, where there's a stage set up for Joe Biden to speak. And, we do have a sense that the pool reporters have just been summoned. So they, in theory, are supposed to go and pick up Joe Biden from somewhere. So I would say there is some sense that we may hear from the former vice president tonight. There's a parking lot, though, full of Delaware Democrats. These are the folks who have come here. They're hanging out in their cars, supporters of his. And I was talking to some of them earlier on in the night. There is a sense from them that this is tight. For some of them, it's a little too tight. They would have liked a bigger margin. But they also feel like it's indicative of the fact that, not much has changed this race, that everything is viewed through a partisan lens. One guy I talked to said even despite the coronavirus pandemic, he's been sort of flummoxed by the fact that really even that is being seen through a partisan lens.
But what was the Biden campaign saying about its potential paths, and how do those thoughts hold up after midnight?
Yeah, I will say they seemed very rosy earlier today. And I mentioned to a couple of our editors that I felt like for much of this campaign cycle, there had been this cautious optimism that they had been expressing despite what some of the polls had shown. But in the last 2 days, they sounded really upbeat, and in part because they said they were looking at their early vote data. They thought the numbers looked really good in states like North Carolina and Wisconsin and Michigan, where they felt like they had built up such an advantage in the early vote that they said Donald Trump needed to quite significantly overperform his own 2016 election day turnout results to actually pull off a win. So I will say, one thing that the Biden campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, mentioned earlier today on a briefing was that she felt like we would know, quote, where this race is tonight. I will say, Michelle, I'm looking at the fact that we have now crossed midnight. I still don't think we have a clear sense of where this race is.
That is Asma Khalid. She's hanging in there. She's with the Biden campaign in Delaware. And you're listening to live special coverage of the 2020 election from NPR News.
All right, I want to bring in Trevor Potter now. He is the founder and president of the Campaign Legal Center. He was also a former commissioner and chairman of the U.S. Federal Election Commission, and he served as general counsel to John McCain's 2 presidential campaigns. Did I get all of that right, Mr. Potter?
You did. Thank you. Well done at this point.
Well, welcome. You are quite the election lawyer. May I first just ask you, have you been retained or have you been requested to be retained by either the Trump or Biden campaign to serve as an election lawyer in any litigation ahead?
Absolutely not, because I'm running a nonpartisan nonprofit in this field. So our clients are the American public and the public interest, not any of the candidates.
Good to hear. Well, what is your best guess tonight at this point of how much litigation we could be facing after tonight? We see all the key battleground states still not called. There was a lot of litigation leading up to today. What have you been hearing on the ground about just sort of the legal landscape we could be staring at in the days, potentially weeks to come?
I think there will be litigation. There are lawyers already filing suits. There were actually a couple filed today in Pennsylvania and in Nevada. But it's not clear that that will make any difference.
Tell me why.
Because litigation is only going to be important if the race is really, really close in some of these states. And it's too early to know that because Nevada is well away from counting all their ballots. Pennsylvania is just starting with all of their absentee, which are a huge number. And we don't know yet the early returns from other close states like Michigan and Wisconsin.
Well, the question that jumps out to me, though, is you're saying that litigation depends on when and how the votes are counted, but isn't a lot of the litigation about how to count the votes?
Yes, but it's about counting votes at the margin, meaning if it's really, really close, then whether you count late arriving ballots that are cast legally before the election in Pennsylvania and North Carolina, but arrive afterwards, whether you count those, which will be a relatively small number, is really important if the state is down to a couple thousand votes. But if the margin, as they're counting the rest of the votes, is larger, then that becomes irrelevant. So I expect lawsuits will be filed, but they're going to be about very discrete, meaning specific insular incidents like the late arriving votes, or there's another suit that was filed this evening in Pennsylvania about voters who were told their mail-in ballots had failed, were flawed.
I'm just going to interrupt you real quick.
Welcome back inside the studio. We have one more state to break, just now breaking now. Associated Press is projecting that Joe Biden will take the state of Minnesota. That is 10 electoral votes, retaining what Hillary Clinton also won in a thin margin back in 2016. And also Trump taking the state of Iowa, what was considered a battleground state. Trump retakes the state of Iowa for the second consecutive election, and it's 6 electoral votes. Currently, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, North Carolina, and Georgia. We also mentioned Ohio already going in favor of Trump. All of those states I just mentioned currently leading for the current president, Georgia with a large lead. With that being said, let's take it up to the Optimist newsroom. Emily Schaefer is on the scene. Take it away, Emily.
Thanks, Owen. Now, as you said, we came upstairs, Paige and I, we came upstairs to give you another look at the Optimist watch party. They're still back there doing their thing, reacting. But Paige is one of our show producers. I'm going to let you introduce yourself.
My name is Paige Taylor. I'm a freshman journalism major here at ACU. And my role has been to be a producer, and specifically tonight, I've been a researcher for all the information.
Awesome. And I talked to Hutton a little bit about this earlier. You're a freshman, but you're one of the show producers. That is awesome. And that is not an opportunity many people get. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's really one of the main reasons why I came to ACU was because I knew that I would have amazing opportunities like that. I made it very apparent to Hutton that I wanted to just jump right in and learn, and that's why I'm in this position as a producer.
Definitely. Is this night going at all how you expected?
I don't think that anyone really knows how it was going to go. So some states you can definitely predict, and some states you just really don't have any idea. So it's very interesting to sit back and watch how this is all playing out.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I appreciate you talking to me. I'm going to let you go back downstairs because I know you have a lot of work to continue doing. Owen, back to you.
Thanks, Emily. Just another update for a few other states. So Georgia has 82% reporting. Donald Trump currently in a lead with about an 8-point lead right now. So we're looking as far as the vote count. We have 82%. What does that percentage mean? Well, let's look at the vote count. So right now we're seeing almost a 300,000 voter lead for Georgia for the president. Again, a crucial state for the president if he hopes to win this re-election. Also in North Carolina, 94% reporting. Donald Trump holds currently a 1.4 percentage lead. And it's a little bit more thin in North Carolina than compared to Georgia. Just about 80,000 votes in favor of Donald Trump right now. So a lot still to be in play right now. Joe Biden with 223 electoral votes, taking Arizona, a crucial state, a state that Donald Trump won back in 2016. So again, a lot to be decided. Iowa also going in favor of Trump. Minnesota going in favor of Joe Biden. So a lot to still be decided. We're going to figure out more as the night unfolds. Pennsylvania, 62% reporting. We're seeing Pennsylvania, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. What they originally were saying, the state officials were like, okay, we may not have results by the time this night is over. These states are going to decide the election. And essentially, looking at this scenario, if North Carolina and Georgia and Florida, well, Florida's already gone for Trump. If Georgia and North Carolina go in favor of the current president, Pennsylvania can go for Biden, and Donald Trump can still be elected president if Michigan and Wisconsin go in his favor. So more avenues in play for the president as the night unfolds, winning some key battleground states, again, like Ohio and Florida. Looking at Ohio, again, it looks like the president might win Ohio more in 2020 than he did back in 2016, and the polls were off even more in 2020 compared to 2016. Coming into tonight, Joe Biden had a 1-point lead in Ohio, and right now Donald Trump is up by 8.4 points. It is a crucial victory, and this state, whichever color it goes, just a friendly reminder, whichever state this has gone since 1964 has ultimately been elected president when the night is over. So again, an absolute victory in Ohio for Donald Trump. As we continue to go through the night, we're going to have more states that are called. Again, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, and Utah going in favor of Donald Trump. So Montana, one of the newer states to go in favor of the president, and it's 3 electoral votes, only 56% reporting in. Trump is up 6 points in Montana. And again, we're seeing this clean sweep right down the middle of the country like we saw back in 2016, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. Texas, so-called was a battleground state. Doesn't look that way here tonight. Donald Trump up almost 6 points with 80% reporting in Texas. That lead could very well much grow throughout the night. Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, obvious locks coming into tonight, also going in favor for the president. And Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, throughout the Midwest, Missouri going in favor for the president. Virginia, as always, an expected win for Joe Biden coming in tonight. Joe Biden comes out on top in Virginia, Illinois, Colorado, and New Mexico. And again, I'd say the 2 big crucial wins so far tonight, Arizona for Joe Biden and Ohio for Donald Trump. Also Florida for Donald Trump as well. So again, we're going to see more results as they come in throughout the night. Again, Biden at 227 as we head in throughout the rest of the evening. There's a lot still to be decided, especially in the Rust Belt states that will ultimately decide the presidential election. We'll have more coming up in just a moment. We will be back. Stay with us.
As far as the rundown goes, just kind of like something that mimics that with just bullet points that we can just kind of like look down at our computers, scroll, okay, he talked about this already, now I'm going to say this, like for ideas, and then we can just kind of like ad lib.
During the summertime, we realized that we might not have sports during this fall, which is kind of our go-to for student experience. And so myself and a few other students kind of just started dreaming about what this would look like. Instead of doing a sports show, we turned it into an election show. In other words, instead of doing 8 or 10 sports shows, we decided to take that 8-hour period and put it into one big night. And it just happened to work out pretty well because obviously there was a presidential election this year.
We started back in March. We had the idea to have an all-night election show. We Zoomed during quarantine a few times. We all were watching shows from 2016 to kind of familiarize ourselves with, what national networks were doing and how they were covering the election.
Hutton called me about 5-6 weeks ago and he's like, hey, I'm looking for some producers to produce an election show that's going to run from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. Are you interested? And I was like, I've never done anything like this before. I've never really been into politics, but yeah, sure, why not? So I jumped in and I've mainly been helping plan the process of like what we're going to talk about and sort of organizing things and helping a little bit with ideas for interviews, and then also starting to collect some B-roll, a lot of pictures and digging through. It's a lot.
The biggest challenge for us is simply getting together and figuring out, okay, who goes in what spot the best? Because a lot of people want to be in front of the camera, but they honestly don't have the experience or the knowledge to talk about something that is so deep. Some people can do sports, some people can do news, but politics is very difficult. And so that's really been the hardest part, is finding a position for each person. We have 25 people on the staff, and so with COVID, it's very difficult to space them out. And so we're going to be on the air for 6 hours and really be here for about 8 hours. And so that's been the biggest challenge, is scheduling people and putting them in the right positions to succeed.
It's crazy to think that we started so many months ago and it's just a few days away, because when I moved back to Abilene in August, we had weekly meetings, we had Zoom meetings, in-person meetings. We spent a lot of time preparing the script, the rundown, we did in-studio interviews, and just a lot of studying of the Electoral College and different swing states and about both different parties and candidates. So a lot of work has been going into this election show and we're really excited for it.
I've always been working on this after school, after homework, and so it tends to be a little later at night, and I feel bad because pretty much everybody has woken up at one morning or another with a text from me asking a question, seeing if something is finished.
My job here is to give the students the best experience. And we have a few $1 million worth of toys here, and so it's pretty easy to give them a good experience. But one step further is to trust them to produce, and that's really the hardest thing to teach. This is not a class. The students do get paid to do this, but they're not going to become millionaires out of it, out of their hourly wage. The memories that I'll take from this are simply, again, just planning it from the very first day that we all got together to figure out, okay, what do we want this to look like? And then the students have taken it from there. I've just kind of been the bus driver. They're the ones that have come up with the script and all kinds of stories and features that you'll see during the broadcast tonight. And so what I'll take away from this is just, again, stepping outside of the classroom, which is what ACU is really about when it comes to the experiential learning. It's not so much about in the classroom, it's about the experience that you get with the students and the professors. And so that's what I'm going to take out of this, and this is really a perfect example of what ACU experiential learning is all about.
I hope that the viewers just realize that, students do care about the election. They want their voices heard and they want to talk about it. I mean, I think a lot of times older generations kind of discredit us for just getting our information on social media, but if the group of people that have been preparing for this election show is any indication of how the rest of our generation gets their news, we have been studying so hard and learning so many things and really challenging ourselves and our own personal beliefs throughout this time period. And I really hope people are just proud of that. I hope that people realize that even a small university like Abilene Christian is able to accomplish this humongous thing that not many universities with thousands more people are doing. So I just hope they're proud of us, and I hope that they realize that we put a lot of work into it.
What are they saying in sort of response to kind of the noise? I mean, one of the things that has been anticipated that we've all talked about, all the political reporters have talked about, the networks have all talked about, is the idea of somebody prematurely from a campaign, let's say hypothetically, claims victory even in a state before we're ready to call it, before the Associated Press calls it, because that we are following their analysis. What is sort of the sense of how that should be addressed on the Biden side?
On the Biden side, I don't think you've seen them. Well, I guess I should say they haven't had many opportunities to. Certainly, he's ahead in Arizona right now. You have seen the Trump campaign push back hard on Fox News, which is the only major news outlet, to project that Biden has won Arizona. They're saying that is a mistake. The vote seems to be narrowing a little, but we were waiting for more votes to come into Arizona. Biden has said repeatedly over the last few days, as we've heard this message from President Trump, that the president doesn't decide who the next president is. The people decide. Biden has placed a lot of faith in the voters of the United States, and I don't expect that to change, even though he is looking at a much smaller margin than he was expecting.
And the tea leaf reading is always so complicated. It's always so complicated when you're covering a campaign, because on the one hand, you have a lot of exposure to the candidates and their advisors and so forth. On the other hand, you're sort of in this bubble, and you're susceptible to, I mean, everybody's trying to play the ref, right? Like, who are we kidding? But as near as you can, Scott, what is your sense of the mood there?
Certainly, I would say anxious but confident. I keep getting some variation of cautiously optimistic over and over again. I'm talking to a lot of state level people in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, two states that I know pretty well. I haven't been in touch on the state level as much in the other key states, but in those two states, cautiously optimistic. Though I'll say again, we're going to say this a billion times, places like Milwaukee and Philadelphia are going to be counting their votes slowly over the next few days, because they weren't able to start counting those mail-in ballots until today.
Thanks, Scott Detrow. If I could bring in both Ron Elving and Daniel Kurtzleben back into this panel. Ron, you have been through so many presidential elections, and there's always been a problem with polling. Polling was especially off in 2016, and then we were told throughout this campaign year in 2020 that a lot of the oversights in polling that had happened in 2016, a lot of the mistakes were corrected for in 2020. Democrats came into this night super excited for a much bigger lead for Biden, you know, with the caveat that we could still be waiting, but at least something a little bit, signs of better fortunes earlier on. What do you think is going on tonight? What does it show us about the problems with polling still, and how much we shouldn't put too much weight into, oh, wow, Biden has a huge lead? What do you think?
Clearly, too much faith has been put in the polls, because the polls are just not the decider of these things. The people who are polled are the people who agree to be polled. And we have seen again and again strong evidence that when it comes to Donald Trump, it's very hard to find his voters and get them willing to be interviewed. Now, that's not to say that none of them will. It's only to say that marginally they are more resistant to being polled. They don't trust the media. They don't like the pollsters. Maybe they don't like the voice they hear on the telephone. They don't want to share any personal information. And so they break off and they don't get polled. So I think we're undercounting Trump voters. Polls in respect to other kinds of races, other kinds of elections at all levels in the country are still doing pretty well. But when Donald Trump gets involved, or when he's very heavily involved on behalf of a candidate other than himself, that tends to throw the polls off.
Mm-hmm. So is it still too early at this point in the night, given that so many key battleground states haven't been called? Is it early to say the polling got it wrong, or is it more just, the product of a lot of votes just haven't been counted? What is happening? Why are we still waiting? What do you think?
We're seeing a parallel to 2016 in another respect, and that is that the national poll numbers will probably not be that far off. Once we get all the votes counted, Joe Biden did pretty well in Texas and some other places where Hillary Clinton did not. He's probably going to have several million votes more than she had in margin over Donald Trump. So in other words, the popular vote will have been even greater for the Democrat than it was in 2016. And in 2016, it was extraordinarily high, 3 million. So that part of the polling does not seem to have been wildly off. It might be off a couple of points. Where there were problems were in, for example, Florida, which many pollsters saw going to Joe Biden, not by a lot, but by 2 or 3 or 4 percentage points, and it does not seem to be the case tonight, where we are tonight in Florida. And that would be true of several other states as well, North Carolina, perhaps, and some others. So state by state, the polls had a lot to answer for in 2016, and that may be the case again this year.
Not very reassuring. Daniel Kurtzleben, I want to bring you in because you've been looking at a lot of the AP VoteCast data. This is the extensive voter survey data the AP has been analyzing going into this election. And I want to talk right now about some of the key groups.
Thus far, the time is 11:35 here in Abilene, Texas, Central Standard Time. It has become already what we've been talking about the past couple hours. Again, it feels like deja vu from 2016. It is absolute deja vu. Ohio, Florida going for Trump. We've got Texas going for Trump. North Carolina, as the votes tally in 94% reporting, Trump leads by about 1.5 points.
Yeah.
And Georgia as well, 83% reporting, and Donald Trump is up 8 points in Georgia. It has been, so far, an incredible night for this president.
I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting this. As we see numbers coming in, I'm actually surprised that North Carolina hasn't been called. Like you said, 94% of the votes are in. And Georgia, just with 83%. Donald Trump is sitting pretty right now, as it looks like it.
And a couple states, though, that Joe Biden has come out victorious and that were key in the battleground fight is Minnesota and Arizona. So Arizona, looking right now, we still only have 75% reporting. Let's talk about Minnesota first, though. Looking at Minnesota, 75% also reporting. Joe Biden currently leads by 9 points. This is a state that Donald Trump was really emphasizing on, a state like, okay, this is a state that went blue in 2016, but we actually have a shot to come out on top in this one. Not the case.
No.
So one of the rare defeats that we've seen in a battleground fight for Donald Trump, a big victory for Joe Biden as well to stay with this fight. Also looking at Arizona as well, a big state that Joe Biden was able to win. Arizona going back to 2016 was a state that Trump won. So this is the first state that we have seen tonight where Joe Biden has actually taken one of Donald Trump's states, but this is the only one so far, 11 electoral votes. That is not going to do it.
I mean, Trump spent most of his time in Florida, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, spending not as much time in these states that Joe Biden is taking the lead in. Obviously, Nevada, we were just talking about, we're just now seeing some numbers from Nevada, only 2% in, so that doesn't tell us a lot. But let's talk a little bit about Wisconsin. What are we seeing coming out of Wisconsin?
Yeah, looking at Wisconsin, that's going to be something that, okay, state officials said a couple hours ago, we may not have the results until later tomorrow, but we're starting to see that pick up. We're seeing an increased rate of votes being reported. We're at 79% reporting in Wisconsin. Donald Trump currently leads by almost 5%. In Wisconsin, a big must-win for Donald Trump to really have more avenues to victory than Joe Biden. And that's the first time I've actually said that tonight.
Yeah.
We've started from the beginning. Okay, there are so few routes to victory for Donald Trump, way more for Joe Biden. It's possibly going to change within the next couple hours. Wisconsin, if it stays there, again, 80% reporting now, we're looking at 4.5% of a lead for Donald Trump. So again, Wisconsin is going to be crucial for the president to remain in office.
Yeah, let's talk about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, it was kind of a slow start for us to start seeing those numbers, but now we're at 64% of the votes in for Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is still leading 56.9% to Joe Biden at just 41.9%. That's a much bigger gap than I was expecting. I mean, 64% of the votes doesn't seem like a lot, but it's a lot different than we saw in 2016. He just barely won in 2016.
No, yeah, exactly. And this is another state that was a big surprise for this president against Hillary Clinton back in 2016. It's another must-win for the president. Well, and now while I say it's a must-win, it is worth noting if Trump comes out on top in North Carolina and in Georgia, if he loses Pennsylvania, he can win Michigan and Wisconsin and still come out on top. So again, there are more avenues becoming clear as the night goes on for this president because of winning so many battleground states throughout the night.
I mean, like I said, he is sitting pretty. When we were preparing for this election show, we were talking about the probability of Trump winning. He had to get certain states. There was almost like a very direct path that he had to take to the presidency. But like you said, it's switching, and it's now Joe Biden that I think should be concerned here tonight.
And the Associated Press is now finally calling Florida. We talked about this, it seems like an hour ago for Fox News, but Florida now, the Associated Press is recognizing the state of Florida will go for Donald Trump for the second consecutive election. Right now we're at 96% reporting in Florida, and Donald Trump currently leads 51-47. So again, a big win for Donald Trump, and a bigger win than most people expected too, because you go back just to 2016, and Florida was a much closer race with Hillary Clinton. This time, it's an absolute bloodbath for Joe Biden.
I think that's pretty telling of the night. Let's talk about Texas here. Texas is something that we briefly mentioned earlier. Texas is looking very red, like normal. With 80% of the votes in, Donald Trump is leading Joe Biden, but Texas has yet to be called, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, for the Associated Press, still not calling the state of Texas, even though a few other stations like Fox News have called the state of Texas. Right now, Texas is reporting 80% of its total votes, and Donald Trump is up 600,000 votes compared to Joe Biden. So again, I'm really surprised Associated Press has yet to call the state of Texas. Once the state of Texas is called, their electoral college, it's very different from what we're seeing compared to what we're showing you. So right now, Associated Press has 223, 174. You put in 38 more electoral votes, much closer race. And when you look at these states, a lot of states that have yet to be called are in favor of Donald Trump.
Yeah, let's talk. We've been talking a lot about the college tonight, but I want to talk about the popular vote. We saw how the loss of the popular vote for Trump in 2016 divided this country. What is it looking like in numbers in terms of that for President Trump?
So again, there's a lot to still be decided. There's counting going on across these states, even the states that have already been called. So the popular vote, it's going to take some time to figure that out. Right now, though, the vote, 49.8% going towards Joe Biden, 48.6% going in favor of Donald Trump. So essentially what we're looking at there is about a 1 million or so vote difference. You go back to 2016, it was a little bit more than that, with Hillary Clinton taking the popular vote.
Yeah, and I know that this is not a surpriser, but we didn't talk about Hawaii. Hawaii obviously went in favor of Joe Biden, went in favor of Hillary Clinton back in 2016. They only have 4 electoral votes, not a huge deal, but I did want to touch base on that Joe Biden did once again take Hawaii.
Yeah, you can go over to Hawaii right now. They are still voting right now, which is kind of, it goes to show, okay, we knew this state was going to go in favor of Joe Biden. And in fact, one of the electoral votes went for Bernie Sanders back in 2016 in Hawaii, one of those 3 at least, due to a faithless elector. So again, Hawaii goes in favor of Joe Biden. We'll probably see later Alaska go in favor of Donald Trump. That's going to be one of the few locks. A few other battleground states that we just are not sure about yet is Nevada with the 6 electoral votes. Again, only 2% reporting right now, so that's going to take some time. That may be the last state that we find out about, but 6 electoral votes in a very closely contested race could mean a win or lose.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like very many, but like you said, that could take the presidency. Let's actually talk. Were you saying 9% chance earlier that there's a tie tonight? What happens if there is a tie between Joe Biden and President Trump?
So, okay, so with a tie, we go back, start from the beginning of the day. It was a 0.9% chance of a tie. Now, in this situation, we have a lot of scenarios that are becoming more and more likely. Now, a few key things that'll take place for a possible tie is this. Nebraska and Maine have congressional districts. So if you win the popular vote, you don't necessarily get all the electoral college points. So Nebraska has 5, Maine has 4, but they have multiple districts. So for example, going back to 2016 Maine, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, but Donald Trump won one section of a congressional district, therefore getting one of the electoral votes. So let's say Nebraska, for example, let's say one of those goes in favor of Joe Biden. So we see an extra point go for Joe Biden in Nebraska. That means a few things will change. So essentially with that, you got Michigan and Pennsylvania in play. It's going to depend on a lot of factors. But again, the Rust Belt state, we have to talk about that first in order to even consider the possibility of a tie.
Yeah. And in just a few moments, we're going to see Sydney Varner, one of our show producers. She's going to talk to Camille Westcott. But in light of that, Camille's actually part of the Black Student Union here at ACU. And I want to talk a little bit about Michigan. Michigan, we don't know much right now, but Michigan is a state that is definitely impacted by the black voter.
Without a doubt. And as we're seeing right now, it's so far going in favor of Donald Trump. But again, there is a lot still to decide on that. So right now we're seeing a 54-44, or as we see 53-43. 58% of Michigan is so far reporting. Donald Trump holds about a 300,000 vote advantage over Joe Biden. But again, there is still a lot to be decided with Michigan.
Yeah. And speaking of, how do you think Trump is doing this election? We talked earlier, and you talked with Mackenzie earlier too, about how Florida, even though it seems like there was going to be a much closer race there, the Cuban voter did vote for Donald Trump, voted red this election. So are we expecting Trump to take the minority voter in states like Michigan, specifically in areas like Detroit, where we see past results of how blue those areas are and how full of minorities those specific areas are?
Yeah, I think that's going to ultimately decide who wins these states. If you get just a few percentage of minority voters, that can totally change the state as it is.
Yeah. Well, like I said earlier, we're going to throw it over to Sydney Varner with Camille Westcott. Sydney?
Thanks for taking just a couple minutes out of your day to meet with us here. Kind of starting off with your role here at ACU, you're the chaplain of the Black Student Union. What have you seen, kind of, what's been your experience like a college student in the Black Student Union looking at the Black Lives Matter movement during this, crazy election season?
Yeah, so definitely people are looking to us to kind of speak. The purpose of BSU is to be the platform and voice for Black students on campus. And so during this time, we're kind of the amplifier for how students are feeling during this time, and kind of just letting everybody know, hey, we're on the same page, we feel you, and kind of just like being kind of like comfort for students, I feel like, and just knowing that we understand and that we're ready to speak and we're ready to act on anything that they kind of feel like they want to be said or anything like that. So yeah.
Right, and so college students have been, talked to a lot about how they are going to be an extremely important voice in this upcoming election. So transitioning over to that, how do you think that the students on campus, the students you're getting to talk to, how do you think their perspective from the voices they're hearing from the Black Student Union, everything going on with the Black Lives Matter movement, how do you think that's going to affect their vote or just college students' votes in general?
Yeah, so a lot of conversation has been happening that I think wasn't happening before. And so I think, especially being friends with white students and having connections with white faculty, I think they're interested. I think just a lot of conversation is going on, and I think people are a lot more open and are wanting to be open and listening to Black students and Black people that they know and love. And so I think that definitely inviting that perspective is going to change people's minds or hearts about, kind of who they want in office, or just in general, like their behaviors and their beliefs. And so I think it's like a transformative season. So definitely this next election is going to be very interesting. I think a lot of people's minds are changing.
We want to take a quick minute just to talk to some of the students that have been working tirelessly for the past few hours to help us keep this show going and get the information to you. So we're going to come take a quick look over here with one of our show producers, Carrie Johnston, who's been working throughout the night to make sure this is running smoothly. Carrie, how do you feel about the night so far?
I feel pretty good about the night. We had a little bumps along the road, but besides that, I feel really good about the night. We've talked about some really great things, and a lot of stuff has been going on, and we keep on getting updates about everything that's going on. But I'm personally really excited to see the night as it continues over these next couple hours, and hopefully you guys can stay along with us.
Right, and have you enjoyed working with this student-led team to produce something that's frankly so exciting for a college like us?
It's been great. I cannot describe how amazing this opportunity has been for me. I never thought I would be doing anything like this throughout my whole college career, but just getting the opportunity to do this, to work alongside with all of you students and Hutton and everything, it's been an amazing opportunity.
Awesome, thank you, Carrie. So we're gonna come over here and talk to Director of ACUTV, Hutton Harris. We've talked to him a couple times throughout the night. Just wanna see, how you're feeling about the student-led team, how you think the show is going so far.
Yeah, again, this is really amazing. This is really amazing. This is live TV again. I hope that the people that are watching are enjoying this, because this just does not happen. It's really exciting, honestly. And one of the big things for me is that we're doing this after 6 or 7 really months of dreaming about this. And the hard part is executing it. And so doing it with people that are learning to be professionals, but they're not professionals, and doing it all live, you just really can't throw a perfect game when it comes to this kind of stuff. And so you just have to keep going. And so, again, from my perspective, watching you guys really learn how to, again, feel that burn of producing is really exciting for me. And also, it just really makes ACU look, it just makes ACU stand out. And so I'm excited to see how the rest of the night goes.
Awesome, perfect. Well, thank you guys so much for talking to us really quick. We'll be coming back with a couple live looks from the control room and from the Optimist newsroom again. For now, we're going to take a quick break, so stay with us.
Welcome back inside the ACUTV Orr studio. We have a few more states we want to go over that haven't necessarily been called yet, but are starting to lean in favor of Donald Trump. So let's start with Wisconsin. So looking at Wisconsin, 83% is being reported so far. Donald Trump with a 51 to now 47 advantage. It was 51-46, it's now 51-47, but looking at specific vote advantage, it still is pretty close, but we're seeing about 100,000 extra votes for Donald Trump compared to Joe Biden. So that is Wisconsin. We might see that come in the next couple hours compared to what we saw from state officials a couple hours ago saying it may be until tomorrow. We might have a result before the next hour or so.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a lot more states just kind of be up in the air at this point in time. But let's talk about North Carolina, another state. I was actually expecting us to call North Carolina tonight. I'm surprised it hasn't been called officially yet. North Carolina, 94% of the vote in. Donald Trump is sitting at 50.1%, and Joe Biden only at 48.7%. Now let's look at Georgia. Georgia with 85% of the vote in, still red. Donald Trump is looking at 52.7% with Joe Biden at 46%. Like we've been saying before, things are looking good for Donald Trump.
And another big advantage there for Georgia. But let's go to something that we talked about a little bit earlier. You had the chance to sit down with Jalen Garrett, a great opportunity to discuss what is going on across this country. Go ahead and take a look.
This election is different than elections we see, usually. I mean, in 2016, the election was different too. I mean, you have Donald Trump, not a politician, running. He actually got elected.
Right.
And so this is an interesting environment. People have very strong opinions about this election in particular.
Right.
So as a college student, what do you see your peers talking about? How do you see them reacting? How are they talking to each other about this election?
I think it's a very revolutionary time that we're living in. I think it's great that our generation there's a lot of us that are eager to become more politically aware. Back in high school, when Barack was president, when I saw Barack, I was like, he looks like me and he's in a position of power, and that inspires me. But obviously, I wasn't a true supporter of any party. And so when I got to college, I said, you know what, let me put my pride aside and, be more aware of what affects me on a daily basis, because I think it's important for all people to become more politically aware.
I just want to hear some encouraging advice you may have to your fellow students, Republicans, Democrats, no matter who they're voting for. But as Christians here at ACU, what would you say to your fellow voter?
I think a few things I would say would be to, number one, educate yourselves truly. Don't just have a blind support of someone. Truly know policies, know their history of what they've done, whether it's Trump or Biden, Kamala Harris, whoever. Another thing would start at the local level. Know who your local representatives are. A lot of times we get so caught up in who's the president, he's in the highest position of power in this country. However, it's really the local and state representatives who make those policies reality for people who are in those communities. And truly educate yourself on who's on that level. I think on a Christian level, we have to continue to have that love and respect for one another. We can't just say, just because you're a Trump supporter, you're a bad human being, or just because you're a Biden supporter, you advocate abortion or anything like that. And we have to stop pointing fingers at each other. And again, it goes back to sitting down and having those difficult conversations. And, if for some reason those conversations don't work, just leave it, go to your own space and continue to educate yourself, not just by CNN or Fox News. Go to a candidate's or representative's website, see what kind of policies they want to implement in our communities and in our country. What kind of true work have they done for the betterment of an entire community, and what they will do and what they want to do when they get in office. So I think ACU is a very interesting school just because that there's a large population of students who are Christian, and sometimes when we get into these political conversations, it's almost like we just turn off our Christian values and we're just political, and it's just straightforward, and we turn off on what God wants us to be. And so I think once we do that, I think colleges will have a great turnout, and we will have continue to have more dialogue, not just within students, but within faculty, even going to administration, to how we can better utilize our political power and change the atmosphere and our influence on college campuses.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much, Jalen. I really appreciate you coming in and talking to me today.
No problem.
An event so far tonight, an election night here in Abilene, Texas. It is November 4th now. We have hit Wednesday morning. It is 12:02 a.m. We welcome back Paul Hippler, senior political science major and ACU men's basketball player as well. Okay, so we talked about a few of these states before they were called. Let's talk about one that has been called in some places but hasn't been called in others. Fox News called Arizona going for Joe Biden, but so far Associated Press has yet to call that, and that large lead that we saw for Joe Biden in Arizona earlier throughout the night is starting to dwindle a little bit more now. It is still a large lead for Biden, but not as much as we were seeing right now. Biden up on top about 7 points compared to where he was about 12 points when the state was called. What are your thoughts on Arizona?
As Joe Biden says, come on, man. 1 million votes. 75% of the vote was in. You don't play 3 quarters in a basketball game. You play to the end, especially in a swing state like Arizona. So I think it was called way too prematurely. And as we see, this lead is dwindling and dwindling and dwindling. And I think that's only going to happen more.
So do you see essentially that, okay, it may have been so premature that we could possibly actually see Arizona go red and be switched from the Fox News projection?
I could see that because as we know that they count the mail-in votes, which are typically for Joe Biden, first. And I mean, they called Arizona so fast. I don't even think they got to all of the in-person votings, which obviously heavily favored Donald Trump. So I don't know if it will flip. I don't know if it'll be enough. But as we see out in the polls, it's so razor thin in Arizona that every single vote counts there.
One of the few states, excluding Alaska and Hawaii, obviously, that we don't have a lot of information on, but still is a battleground state, is Nevada. We only have 3% in right now. It's really, you can't do anything with a 3% tally in so far. So one of those states that we still have yet to see the argument against it going blue is, okay, they've been through a shutdown. Cases are going back up again, but it's a major impact financially to casinos and to the environment in Las Vegas. Where do you see the rest of this night unfolding in Nevada?
I still see Nevada going red. I really do, just based off the stuff you said and I said earlier about the gaming industry. And I mean, I forget the margins Nevada in 2016, but I mean, it was very slim. And I think if you take out a whole industry and you have someone like Joe Biden who is saying, you know, I might lock down the country again. And then you have someone like Donald Trump that says we need to get it back to normal life. I think the gaming industry, the people affiliated with that in Las Vegas are going to go, let's go with the guy that's saying, you know, we're going to have guaranteed business.
Yeah.
Because the thing that people want most in America today is some precedented times, not unprecedented times. And I think Donald Trump delivers that to Nevada.
When we look at Nevada, going back to 2016, Hillary Clinton won by a couple points. So again, it is going to be something, only 6 electoral votes, but it is something that could play a significant role if we see like Wisconsin and Michigan possibly switch from where they are right now. And that leads me into the discussion with Wisconsin and Michigan. Right now, Wisconsin, we're going back about an hour and a half ago. They said, okay, we may not have the results in tonight. Well, that has changed a lot. 84% reporting right now. Donald Trump with over 100,000 vote lead over Joe Biden. So we're looking as far as percentage-wise, we're seeing about a 4% lead for Donald Trump. Where do we see Wisconsin going throughout the rest of the night? There are 16% of the votes that haven't been reported yet. Do you see those 16% favoring Biden? Do you see those favoring Trump?
I see it favoring Trump right now. If you look at all the major counties, I don't know if there's enough votes left to swing it to Joe Biden, especially because I saw there's a few rural counties that overwhelmingly voted Trump in 2016 that are still yet to be called. But those are only a couple thousand votes. Every vote matters. But I think it's swinging definitely in favor of Trump up there. Yeah, I think Michigan is the same thing. I don't know if we're going to hear about it tonight. I hope we do. I hope we do. Because essentially, we could hear the end of the election tonight. If Georgia is called, North Carolina is called for President Trump, and if Michigan goes for President Trump and Wisconsin, it's game over. He's over 270.
The so-called experts for the state polls also said that, okay, we may not have a result tonight, so who's to say they're not wrong again about that? Looking at a couple other states, North Carolina, 94% is reporting Donald Trump with a 1.5 current lead over Joe Biden. Specifically looking at the vote count, we have about 80,000 votes of a lead for Donald Trump. So again, we're looking at this scenario where, okay, this will be called pretty soon. We will have results on this, I would assume, within the next couple hours. What are your thoughts?
Definitely. I think North Carolina is obviously pivotal for President Trump. If he wins North Carolina, it opens up a whole, array of possibilities. If he doesn't, it gets slimmer and slimmer and slimmer and slimmer. So I think North Carolina is definitely a must-win for President Trump. And I think it's looking like it's going to go that way. And, any minute we could hear that it is called for him, because I don't think the numbers have moved crazily in the last couple hours. So.
And with this big shift as well, with really essentially what we see is another red wave, especially with Florida and Ohio, Texas officially being called by the Associated Press. So it is a much tighter race now with the AP. So let's talk about also one more state that essentially could be called pretty soon as well, is Georgia. So right now, Donald Trump with about a 6 percentage point lead. In Georgia, 87% is reporting, and it's gotten a little bit thinner over the past couple minutes. It was a 300,000 vote lead. It's about 250,000 right now. Again, if Georgia wins for President Trump, if North Carolina goes for Trump, he doesn't even necessarily have to win Pennsylvania to even be elected. He would essentially have to win Michigan and Wisconsin. So if you lose Georgia, let's say Joe Biden comes back, takes Georgia, North Carolina, though, still goes red, it opens a scenario where, okay, what would have to happen is Trump win Michigan and Pennsylvania. So let's talk about the significance of Georgia. And going into tonight, it was a battleground state for the first time in quite some time in Georgia. The polls are wrong once again. As of right now, if something changes, then okay, we can talk about that. But definitely not a battleground state so far.
Yes, sir. And I think that's the story of the whole night is the polls. So many of them have been wrong and skewed. And I mean, that's been the story for the last two elections that we've seen. It's unfortunate because it's not fair reporting. Yet at the same time, anything could happen. Georgia could flip all of a sudden. Again, that would be very bad for President Trump, as I think if he carries Georgia and North Carolina, again, possibilities are endless. Open up so many different pathways of victory, like you were saying. Wisconsin and Michigan are all he needs to get above the 270 mark. He wouldn't even need Pennsylvania, which I think he's going to do really well in whenever they call the vote. Next week, 3 weeks, whenever it is.
Taking a look just throughout the rest of the night, I just want to give a reminder on how much reporting is in on these states, these battleground states that could go either way. So Wisconsin, 84%, Michigan, 61%, Pennsylvania, 64%, North Carolina, 94%, and Georgia, 87%. Do you see a winner by the time the sun has risen tomorrow?
I think we do. I believe North Carolina and Georgia will be called for President Trump. And I believe Michigan and Wisconsin will be called before my 10 a.m. Bible class tomorrow.
Can't forget about the 10 a.m. Bible class.
Nope.
Okay, let's also talk about what you're going to be doing when you go back to your home. Are you going to be staying up all night?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
I'm not going to be able to sleep.
All right.
I have energy drinks for a reason.
Well, there you go. All right. So that is all we have right now. There's a lot still to be decided. Paul, thank you so much for joining us again. Really appreciate it. We're going to go to commercial real quick. We will be back shortly. Stay with us. This is the ACUTV Election Show. welcome back inside the ACUTV Orr studio. Still a lot to be decided as we head out through the rest of the evening, but let's send it over to Emily as we discuss women's suffrage, and this being the 100th year anniversary to that. Emily?
To start off, Ashlyn, I just want to talk to you a little bit. This is the 100-year anniversary of women having the right to vote in the United States. 1920, they were given the right. Now it's 2020. What is it like for you to be a woman? This is your first time voting. What is it like for you to express your voice in that way?
I think it's a really great opportunity to vote for things that we believe are true and need to happen in America. And so I think it's really cool that we get to take part in that.
Yeah. And Paige, what about you?
I think it's really awesome because I think God created men and women differently, and it's important that we have both of those perspectives voting on our ballots. And so I just think it's really awesome that 100 years ago, women fought for that right, for us to have that opportunity to vote.
Yeah. And you saying that kind of actually reminded me of something too. I think that a lot of times people associate feminism with liberalism, right? So they think that you have to be a liberal to be a feminist, or you may be voting more left-leaning if you were a feminist. Would you agree with that, Paige, or is that something that you would disagree with?
I actually disagree. Me and Ashton are actually chartering a club here at ACU called New, and it's a group of conservative women who are involved in politics. And every time you hear the word feminist, you automatically think liberal, but it can also be like we are also fighting for the Republican Party and we're conservative, and we're still women voting red. So I think it's really important that we have the red women as well as the blue women, because both of those opinions are very important. And so I love that ACU is going to be having a conservative women's club now.
And Ashlyn, y'all are kind of leading this new group. Is it a new group on campus?
Yes, so we are in the process of getting it started, and we're nationally recognized right now, but we're in the process of getting more members on campus. So
why do you think it's important to have a group where women feel maybe safe and secure to talk about their voice in politics?
I think a lot of times when women are conservative, they're kind of looked down upon. Because it's not really the cool thing or the popular thing to be as a woman. So I think it's important to have that place where everyone agrees with most things and can talk about it in a civil way.
And Paige, here on ACU, I think that we see a predominantly female-run campus. There are more girls here than guys, and we see that. I think that's been the case throughout the years. Do you think that you hear more voices coming from the women students, or do you think that you hear more from the male students?
I think it's pretty even, just because usually men tend to be more like, this is what I believe, and more for it, and women are usually a little bit more to themselves. And so I think that's what makes it a little bit different. But then when you have that safe place where they can go and they can talk about politics and not feel like they'll be judged or looked any different just because they're involved in politics, I think that opens the women up a little bit more. That's something that's really my mission, is to make women feel like it's okay to be a Republican and it's okay to have your political views seen, just because it might be different than what society thinks that millennials should be thinking. It still is important to have that voice heard. And so I think it's a work that's going on with men and women of our age, is we're saying we're conservative and we're going to be heard. And it's time that we don't just sit back in the back, we make our political views heard as well.
Hi, welcome back. We're here in the ACU TV control room with myself and Carrie Johnson to have a quick conversation about the Supreme Court and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So to kind of start off, I want to talk about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, some of her history on the court and the legacy that she left. So she was the main strong voice for gender equality on the court, having worked with the Women's Rights Project for the ACLU in the 1970s. She argued a lot of landmark cases on gender equality there. She was appointed to the Court of Appeals in D.C. in 1980, and then was appointed to the Supreme Court by Bill Clinton in 1993. She was really the moderate liberal bloc on the bench for quite a while, and now her death has brought a lot of questions about whether that is going to be something that, is going to still be there. So, what do you think is something so important about her legacy, and why she was an important part of the Supreme Court for those years she was on?
Personally,
in my opinion, what I feel like RBG has done for the Supreme Court, it has allowed us to see a woman on the Supreme Court in such like high position and high regard. She was landmark. She's one of a kind in all that she has done, and just having her there, being like setting a precedent that women can be like her and fight for gender equality, can fight for all these different controversial topics and be that voice of like moderacy, but also try to be progressive at the same time. I feel like that has left a huge legacy on not just the Supreme Court, but on the nation as a whole. And
right. Yeah, she was the second woman to ever be appointed to the Supreme Court. So I think that stands that, you know, we're starting to see that more and more now, that women are becoming more relevant when it comes to politics. Elections, the House, the Senate. We have a woman running for vice president tonight in this election. I think that that's something that she's certainly spearheaded there. Now something that we can talk about is kind of the controversy that has come with her death. So if we want to take a look back at 2016, Justice Scalia had passed away, and Obama was attempting to appoint a new Supreme Court justice. However, the Senate, that was in control of Republicans at the time, barred that vote. Now we see that in just a short week, Trump has confirmed Judge Amy Coney Barrett to be a part of the Supreme Court bench. Why do you think that, you know, the precedent in 2016 setting that in an election year that might not necessarily be the way to go, but going ahead with it now, why do you think that's so controversial?
I think it's just the fact that it seemed as though the 2016 Senate, they set a precedent of to some people how they seem it is they set a precedent of not doing something like what just happened in this year. And just with everything happening this year, with the whole controversy about Amy Coney Barrett, with her policies, her potentially not even being qualified to be on this court versus what we've seen with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, that has caused a lot of people to be frustrated, especially that frustration being aimed towards President Trump and the Senate Republicans that pushed her forward because of, again, just they set that precedent in 2016 and it seemed like they went against their word, which has caused feel like could potentially cause a domino effect that could lead to mistrust in our Senate in the future.
Right, and something that I know, again, talking about, you know, if she's necessarily qualified to be on the bench, I know something else that has been frustrating voters has been her stance on gender equality. You know, Ruth Bader Ginsburg was such a, you know, loud voice talking about, you know, gender equality, talking about the rights of women, you know, the rights of LGBT community, you know, making sure that everybody in the United States has these same rights. And so a lot of people are concerned that Amy Coney Barrett is going to maybe take back some of the rulings, kind of reverse some of the work that Ruth Bader Ginsburg did. So for example, a big topic of conversation I know has been Roe v. Wade. The precedent set in 1973 has always been a little bit controversial, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, while on the Supreme Court, was the main voice that upheld that. And we know that Amy Coney Barrett is on the opposite end of the political spectrum. So how do you think she is going to handle that precedent?
I feel like it's gonna have a really big impact no matter what happens. I feel like even though she has said that she's not gonna, she has a big, obviously, belief system and she believes that abortion is wrong. And she has said in press conferences in the past that she will vote not by her beliefs but by politics and by the law. But I feel like because there's just a whole bunch of distrust in between the voters and people of America and the Supreme Court and the Senate right now, I feel a lot of them feel like they're gonna go back on their word, and that instead, since we now have a 6-3 majority, conservative majority on the Supreme Court, and also we have some cases coming up that relate to abortion, Roe v. Wade, LGBTQ rights, and all these other progressive rights that are out there. A lot of people have this fear, especially more on the progressive side, that all this work that they've done to bring social justice to America will just be torn down by this 6-3 majority in the Supreme Court and by Amy Coney Barrett. So that's sort of the things I've sort of been feeling around and hearing from a lot of people that are very concerned and very invested in this.
Right. So do you think that conservative majority on the bench moving forward in the Supreme Court is going to make a lasting impact?
I believe so, because especially with the Supreme Court, it's just so unique because appointments last a lifetime. And so we could have this same majority in the court, and Trump had 3 appointees in this first presidency. So I feel like, and since they're just starting, they could have decades to come. So I feel like as time goes forward, that we will. I'm sorry, I lost my words for a second, but as time goes forward, we will see a little bit more of a shift through the Supreme Court of the more conservative decisions, and we might lose some of this progress that liberals have seen made in through the Supreme Court through RBG.
Right, certainly something interesting that we continue to watch. Certainly wonderful to still see the legacy that Ruth Bader Ginsburg left, and that has inspired many, many women across the United States to get out there and get involved in politics. So for now, we're going to throw it to an interview with Emily Schaefer, who got to sit down with ACU for Life President Marissa Trujillo. Take a look.
President Trump and Vice President Pence have been the most vocal about being pro-life than any other president and vice president, any administration has been in the past. And they have shown that through what they have passed, what they have said that they will do, and they've been very bold in their pro-life convictions. President Trump has nominated pro-life Supreme Court justices, and he did that with Justice Kavanaugh and with our current nominee, Amy Barrett, as well. He's also vowed to defund Planned Parenthood fully in his next term. He's already diminished the amount of taxpayer funds that's given to Planned Parenthood by about $60 million, which is awesome, but he has vowed to fully defund Planned Parenthood in his second term. There's just a stark difference between the two candidates. One is extremely pro-life and the other is extremely pro-abortion.
You mentioned Amy Barrett, but I also just wanted to kind of expand upon that. There's a lot of talk right now going on about Roe v. Wade, and if she does become a justice in the Supreme Court, what she'll do with that. So why do you think that her being Trump's nomination, replacing Ruth Bader Ginsburg, why do you think that that's playing such a significant role in this election this season?
Yeah, because her vote will ultimately could tip the balance in where we can actually overturn Roe. And so that's why, especially people on the left are very, very nervous about that. And former Vice President Biden is also very nervous about that. He actually said, and I might mess up what his quote was, but he ultimately said that because of Amy Barrett's nomination and because she could become a Supreme Court justice, if he is put into office, he would make Roe v. Wade the law of the land and make sure it stays that way, and he would do that within his first term as president. So yeah, he's very nervous about the reality of Roe v. Wade being overturned, for sure.
Well, Marissa, thank you so much for joining us today. What you said, I learned a lot, and I really appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
My favorite thing about ACUTV is that we're telling a story, and we're telling ACU's story through the perspective of students and for students, and I think that's just a really unique experience.
To work at ACUTV is probably the best experience you will get in a college setting.
Being able to do it for football games like out here is like, for game days experience, it was awesome. Being able to see your shots and then being able to look back at it and saying like, wow, that was my shot, it was awesome.
So in my experience during basketball season was amazing. The work on the floor, getting to teach people, and then also getting to be right there with the basketball players. I couldn't compare it to anything I had done before.
ACU has given me so many opportunities that I would have never had at another school. As soon as I started my freshman year, I just dove straight into it. They let me technical direct for ESPN games. I started making features that were shown on ESPN.
This is something that almost no university in America can really offer to their students. To be able to go on air on ESPN and ESPN production for a college student is something that a lot of people don't even think is possible. But here at ACUTV, we're given that opportunity. We're given an opportunity to grow and just be able to experience an atmosphere unlike any of us have seen before.
For us to show that this campus is more than just football, or more than just basketball, is so important.
We're here for the campus. We're here to better the community and show that ACU has a lot of great things going on.
And something that I think is super exciting and really beneficial for the ACU community is we do everything. We have a little bit of something for everybody, and I think that that kind of just elevates in saying we're focused on everybody in community as a whole, and I think that that's really important, and ACU TV does a really good job of showing that.
Welcome back to the ACU TV or studios. We have just a couple shots showing us some of the watch parties. We actually may not, okay, we actually do.
We do have it.
This is a live broadcast like we've talked about before. We have a couple shots of some watch parties going on across campus. Obviously, a different watch party than we might have seen in 2016. Masks, social distancing happening, but people are still politically involved here at ACU, which is the most important thing.
When we had the chance to talk to Mackenzie McPherson, the ACU Democrats president, she said, okay, well, I asked her, okay, what was the atmosphere like for that watch party? And, you know, she's like, okay, well, it had a lot of ups and downs. There was a lot of cheers and there were a lot of boos. There were a lot of boos when Texas went red, when Florida went red, Ohio went red, but there were cheers for Arizona. That was a big state that Biden needed going into tonight. One of the only state right now that we have where Donald Trump won in 2016 and Joe Biden takes in 2020.
Yeah, I know obviously an election year, everyone seems like a politician during times like these, but I have been blown away by the students at Abilene Christian that have been so involved. They've been encouraging voting. They've encouraged, you know, getting out there and using your voice. And we'll talk a little bit more about them, but for right now, I just want to reintroduce our lead production staff here at ACU TV. This group of 6 individuals have been working over the past few months to make this night possible. And we also want to give another shout out. We did this earlier on, but throughout the night, we just want to make sure that we are giving credit where credit is due. Here's our ACU TV control room. These people have been working all night with us. There's about 25 of them working hard throughout the night. We are at 12:35 a.m. Central Time, of course, but I am so impressed by us. I'm so proud of us. I feel like so confident about this night.
It's been a long night. We certainly still have a lot more to discuss over the next 90 minutes or so as we continue on throughout the night. But again, we have been able to put something together because what COVID-19 brought. And, you know, it created a problem and we had a solution to it. We didn't have the opportunity to cover what we typically cover here at ACU TV, and that's basketball and football games, and bringing those on an ESPN production, a great opportunity for students. And instead, we're like, okay, we're going to take time, we're going to take 3 months of preparation, and we're going to put together a 6-hour election show minimum. We may go later throughout the night depending on how everything goes. But again, it has been an incredible run for everyone here, and it's every single person has had a significant role.
Yeah, and I think what's so interesting about tonight is, like we have said multiple times, this is a historic thing for ACU. No one has ever done this here. ACU TV is known for covering sports, but this is just showing that we can really cover anything that comes our way. The amount of hours that our research team, they're behind the cameras now, I'm looking at them, has spent just researching these numbers, these states, these swing states. I know Owen has made plenty of Quizlets, and I've gotten so many different articles shared to me throughout our time working together. And I am just so excited that we are here, and that, you know, with a few bumps along the road, that was to be expected. But I can't stress it enough how proud I am of the student staff.
It's been a great run so far. We'll be back with a few state updates. A lot of battleground states still in favor for Donald Trump, but much more still to be decided. We'll be back soon. Stay tuned.
So we've seen a number of these, and then we've seen some Democrats fall as well. In Florida, 2 seats. Debbie Murkowski Debbie Murkowski-Powell and Donna Shalala have both been defeated, losing those seats. Democrats didn't see these kind of losses coming tonight.
yeah.
So yeah, we've seen some dramatic shifts there when it comes to districts and some unexpected wins and losses.
And on the Senate side, again, Democrats were going into this night hoping to flip control of the Senate to Democrats. What do the chances look like for Democrats right now to take back the Senate real quick?
They are very, very narrow. As you mentioned, Hickenlooper was a big win for Democrats, but that was where they had their most confidence. They thought Colorado would be the easiest of all the pickups. But other opportunities, for example, Iowa was one area where they thought that perhaps their candidate, Teresa Greenfield, could beat out Joni Ernst.
But
that
she
didn't
did
happen.
Not. All right, we're
Yeah.
going to leave it there. That is NPR's Claudia Grisales. We're going to take a quick break. This is live special coverage of the 2020 election from NPR News.
From NPR News, this is special coverage of the 2020 election. I'm Sarah McCammon.
And I'm Elsa Chang. We are waiting to hear from President Trump at some point soon. The president tweeted within the last hour that he would be making a statement. The president also published a tweet that Twitter labeled as disputed and misleading. It had said, quote, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed," end quote.
With the outcome of the presidential race in the ballots, votes are still being counted in several key swing states, including Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And we have to stress that election officials there are processing votes according to state laws. There is nothing illegitimate about that. President Trump's tweets were published just minutes after former Vice President Joe Biden spoke to supporters in Delaware, expressing optimism and saying, quote, "It ain't over until every vote is counted, every ballot is counted," end quote.
And just moments ago, in Pennsylvania, Secretary of the Commonwealth Kathy Boockvar gave this update on the count in Pennsylvania.
Counting is continuing. There's been no stop counting. We are counting. We have been counting. We are going to continue to count until it's done.
All right, I want to bring in now NPR's Ron Elving and Juana Summers, who have been with us for hours. Who knows how much longer you will be sticking with us, but so nice to have both of you here.
Good to be with you.
Thanks. I want to talk about Arizona. I mean, you have been looking into a lot of the demographic data that has been accruing during this whole election season. 31% of Maricopa County residents are Latino, according to census figures. Tell us about what's been happening in that county in the past few years and where it's leaning now.
Yeah, Elsa, this is a state where demographic change is going to be a big part of the story. Since the last presidential election 4 years ago, twice as many voters in Maricopa County have registered as Democrats than as Republicans. And I've been told by sources who study the Latino vote in that state that roughly another 100,000 Latino voters have come of age there since the 2018 midterm elections. That's part of a big trend that we're seeing across the country. So that county, which is in includes Phoenix, is really the key to winning the state. And when I was talking to my sources ahead of Election Day, and this crazy election season that we're in, they pretty basically said that this county is the key, perhaps the key to winning the election. We still have not called the state of Arizona yet, so waiting to see, and I will be really curious to see just how many Latino voters are able to be mobilized there in the middle of this pandemic. I saw a poll from Latino Decisions, which is a firm that tracks Latino voter preference, and they actually said that as of, I think, about a month ago, roughly half of Latino voters in the state said no one had reached out to them yet.
Oh, so interesting. Well, I want to talk about Latino voters across the country. As you say, so many of them are coming of voting age now. Generation Z is the most diverse generation in U.S. history. But with respect to Latino voters, we've been saying over and over in this program tonight that they are not a monolith, that they are not one single voting bloc. We saw tonight the state of Florida go to President Trump, as well as the state of Texas. Arizona is still in play. It is leaning Democratic, according to the Associated Press. Can you just talk about how the different pockets of Latino voters in Florida vote differently, say, than they do in Arizona and possibly even in Texas?
Yeah, that's right. And it would be a mistake to draw any conclusions on what will happen in the state of Arizona from looking at Florida because those populations are so different. And the other thing that I have been hearing a lot from people that I've been talking to is the fact that the political messaging to Latinos, quite frankly, is a bit ham-fisted a lot of times. A lot of people who are going out into the field trying to talk to these voters, they start by having conversations about immigration and presuppose that that's the only issue that is important to the Latino community. But surveys routinely show us that that is simply not the case, no matter which different ethnic backgrounds of Latinos that we are talking about. We see that education is incredibly important, jobs, workforce development, healthcare, affordable housing. So I think that has been one of the challenges, and frankly, why a lot of folks who do this work, experts of this voting group, are so frustrated by outreach from Democrats this cycle.
That's so interesting. And how would you describe Republican efforts to outreach Latino voters? Like, how have their messages been shaped towards this particular electorate?
Yeah, we know that the Trump campaign has been banking on the support of more conservative Latinos. That's why you see surrogates of the president going to bigger Latino megachurches and whatnot, trying to bank off that support.
The race to the White House continues to intensify as we near the 1 a.m. hour here in Texas, or more specifically at ACUTV studios here on Abilene Christian University. There's a few battleground states currently, again, still in favor for President Trump as the results are tallied, but there are a couple states where Joe Biden is actually making a couple last-minute surges to try and tip over a state. So let's talk about a couple of states. Let's start with Wisconsin. So right now with Wisconsin, 88% of the vote is being reported. We see a 51-47 lead, 4% for President Trump. So when you take us down to the vote lead, it looks a little bit thinner. So we have about 100, give or take a few thousand, about 100,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. Still 12%, however, to report on that.
Yeah, and let's take a look at Georgia. Georgia, Biden is catching up slowly but surely. 93% of the total votes, and Donald Trump only leads 50% to Joe Biden at a 48% lead. I don't know. I was not anticipating Georgia to kind of turn this way. With 93% in, I thought we could have called Georgia a while back, but it looks like Joe Biden might actually take the lead here.
So when we take a look back from about an hour ago, and I've been watching how this lead has become thinner and thinner over the past 60 minutes. So what we've seen, as much of a lead that we had, I think, back at 85% reporting, Donald Trump had a near 300,000 vote lead, and that has dwindled down to now about 120,000. So the final 7% of reporting in Georgia, I expect it to favor Joe Biden. It'll continue on in this pace. The question is, can he catch up as much where Donald Trump is right now? It's going to be close. I think this is a race that could go the distance throughout the evening. But again, that's something to watch out for both these candidates. If Joe Biden takes Georgia, it is a much harder race for Donald Trump to come out on top. He'd have to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin if Georgia goes blue. Yeah. So again, okay, we've talked about Georgia. Let's also go to North Carolina on the East Coast. So frankly, this is a race where I think that should have been called a little bit earlier.
I agree.
The vote count hasn't changed much. We're still waiting to get the final 6% of reporting. We have 94% reporting for North Carolina. Looking at the vote tallies right now, we're at a 50 to 48% lead for Donald Trump. Now looking at the vote tally, we're seeing a difference of about 80,000 votes or so, but it's been consistently that number as more votes have tallied in.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at North Carolina, you also compare it to Georgia. The difference between Biden and Trump is pretty similar in those two states. Of course, they're leaning red, and they have throughout tonight. I'm surprised North Carolina wasn't called, but maybe there's a reason behind it. Biden has, been consistent there, but like you said, with Georgia, he's catching up. So I don't know. I'm thinking both states will still favor Trump tonight, but Biden may actually have a chance with this after all.
Yeah, we see two very different scenarios with North Carolina and with Georgia. For North Carolina, again, as we mentioned, that advantage for Donald Trump has been consistent as more votes have been tallied in. It hasn't changed a whole lot, but with Georgia, we're seeing a significant stride for Joe Biden and an opportunity to swing that state over to blue compared to where it was in red back in 2016.
Yeah.
All right, so we have Georgia and North Carolina. We discussed those. Let's also move up to Pennsylvania as we continue to get more vote tallies up in Pennsylvania. 64% of the state has been reported thus far. It is let's talk about how much of a blowout this is right now, but also want to say the state polls have been well off in tonight. We've seen that. We saw it back in 2016. This is not going to be the final tally in Pennsylvania.
I mean, yeah, the difference here is astronomical. It would almost be hilarious if this was what ended up. 64% of the vote. We can't say much about that right now. We still have quite a lot of numbers to come in. Obviously, Donald Trump is leading 56% to Joe Biden at 42%. But if Trump wins Pennsylvania, I mean, I know we've said it over and over again, but I think that that's the state he needs to win tonight.
Yeah, if Trump takes Pennsylvania, it makes his avenue towards the White House to retain there for the next 4 years much easier. And just to mention that 56-42 lead, that's 700,000 more votes for Donald Trump compared to Joe Biden. It's 2.7 million to a 2 million flat. So again, we're going to see how that shifts throughout the night. Pennsylvania may be a state we don't have called for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, like you said earlier, we may actually be here longer than 2 a.m. Surprisingly, I mean, I know we were all like thinking 2 a.m. is going to be so late, I'm going to be ready to leave. I am so wired right now. I want to know the results tonight. I'm willing to stay here till 5 a.m. I know that the crew behind the scenes is like,
I highly doubt they're going to want to stay here till 5 a.m.
Let's not do that, but I can't wait to see what happens. For right now, we're going to take another break, and we'll see you in just a few moments.
Still many states, too early to call, but as we continue to go throughout the night, we're going to see a little bit more from Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia in particular. Looking first, though, at Pennsylvania, we probably won't have the chance to call that tonight, but we're seeing 64% reporting an absolute blowout right now for Donald Trump. Over 700,000 votes tallied more than Joe Biden. Now, just looking at that from perspective, we're at 64% reporting. So technically speaking, if Joe Biden wants to come back in Pennsylvania, he has to get twice as many ballots in favor of him the rest of the way compared to Trump. And as we've seen so far, that is not the case. And even when you go to early voting, looking at the early voting with Democrats generally dominating that, there's many scenarios that we've seen throughout the United States where not even that large of a margin. So again, Donald Trump, only 64% are in, but again, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Joe Biden to catch up in this race.
Yeah, definitely. Let's talk about Arizona. I know that we talked about Arizona. We actually called it on behalf of Fox News earlier. But when you spoke with Paul, he was upset that they called Arizona as quickly as they did. I mean, only 77% of the votes in. Joe Biden is leading 52 to Donald Trump at 46%. Are you surprised that they called that as early as they did?
You know, I think they could have taken a little bit more time. You know, you look at every other network, they haven't really discussed Arizona. Associated Press is still yet to call Arizona. But when you look at it from, okay, where we are right now, 77% reporting, we knew that this race was going to get closer as Election Day votes were tallied, more Republicans voting than Democrats on Election Day. So what we're seeing right now is a 6% lead for Joe Biden. So certainly it's gotten closer. But again, I still see Joe Biden, it's going to be difficult for Trump, just as it's difficult for Joe Biden to come back in this state. So again, comparing it to Pennsylvania, where Biden's down around 700,000 votes, to Arizona, where Trump is down about 150,000 votes.
Yeah, I'm confident that Joe Biden has Arizona. I feel like at this point, we can also talk about Nevada going to Joe Biden as well. Obviously, only 67% of the votes are in. Joe Biden is leading 50% to Donald Trump with 47%. Is this something we expected going into tonight?
And again, I mean, this is, it's how do you define what, did we expect this? Like, when you look at 2016, nobody expected this. You can talk to a few people, well, I expected it. Well, okay, most Americans did not expect it. And it's the same case here in 2020 where we see, okay, Biden, looking at all the polls, he is going to run the table. He's going to take Texas. He's going to take Florida. He's going to take Ohio. It's going to be a symbol, okay, the Democrats are going to show, okay, we are the majority in this tally for all states, not just the popular vote. But again, as we see, Republicans have not been tallied into the polls as much as Democrats were in this election. Same thing happened in 2016. So to say that this was expected or unexpected, I think it depends on the person you talk to. But generally speaking, the majority of American people expected, okay, this is probably going to go in favor of Biden, and that's not the case.
I mean, I keep saying expected because I feel like that's the word of the night to a certain extent. Wishful thinking maybe. But like we saw in 2016, we keep talking about this. This is not what we expected. I'm wondering if Americans will even further start distrusting the polls than they did in 2016. I remember people were they were made a mockery of at that point. Do you think that people will just completely throw that out as something that they should even look at?
Yeah, I think it's going to, see, here's the thing. It's just hard to say. You know, again, once again, going into 2020, the credibility for these polls has gone down once more. I don't know if it's specifically pertaining to Republicans or if it's simply the Trump voter, the silent Trump voter, but it certainly plays a role. With that being said, I want to give a few scenarios of where we are tonight, some of the states that we know, some of the states that we expect. We're going to talk about that. Let's do that right now. So looking at Nevada right now, Biden holds a lead in Nevada. So let's just assume for the moment that Nevada stays blue. Let's say it goes for Biden just like it did for Hillary Clinton back in 2016. So Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are up for grabs. So let's play this right now, this scenario. So Democrats have 9 winning combinations, but Republicans down to 5. But if you switch Georgia to red, which right now it's red, winning combinations for Democrats are cut nearly in half. Only 5 winning combinations after that point. North Carolina also is expected to go red unless something drastic changes in the next few percentages of voter intake. So let's just say that also goes red. Then it's down to 3 winning combinations for both Democrats and Republicans. This is likely the scenario that we could see throughout the night. We're going to see what happens, but this is something that we could very possibly see. So in that situation, it comes down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. All three of which right now Trump leads by a large margin of error. So looking again, going back to Pennsylvania, you got a 64% reporting. Trump right now is up 14% in that state. Looking at Michigan, 67% is reporting, and Donald Trump is up about 9% in that state. And Wisconsin, which is going to be, I think, called relatively soon, 90% is reporting. Donald Trump holds about 120,000 vote count lead, also about 4%. So Wisconsin, out of those three right now, we could say most likely would go red out of those three. So let's say, for sake of discussion, Wisconsin goes red. That's Trump 258 electoral votes, Biden's at 244. So ultimately it comes down to Pennsylvania and Michigan. If Trump just wins one of those, that sends him over the 270 mark. So Pennsylvania is going to take a while to get all these votes in, and Michigan is getting closer. But I think Pennsylvania is ultimately going to be the catalyst and who's going to be the president of the United States.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't think tonight we are going to hear the results from Pennsylvania or Michigan. But hopefully within the next 45 minutes to an hour, we do hear from Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. All three looking red, like you were saying. All three would greatly benefit Trump in this run. I actually really quickly want to take a look at the Senate and the House. What are some of the numbers that we're seeing there?
So again, we take a look at the House. It's going to be another Democrat-controlled House. So that's something that was expected. It was extremely unlikely that would happen otherwise. Looking at the Senate, again, there's still a few races that need to be decided, but the chances for a Republican majority in the Senate have certainly gone up throughout the night. So again, it's going to be crucial how the Senate plays out, even besides the fact with Joe Biden. If Joe Biden comes out on top in this presidential election, if the battleground states start to shift back in favor for Joe Biden, the Senate-controlled GOP, well, that's going to change a few things for policy going forward over the next 4 years.
Yeah. Well, it's the top of the hour. It is 1 a.m. We are still going strong here at the ACUTV or studios. I hope you're going strong at home as well. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this short break.
We are back here in the ACUTV Orr studio, and a continual turn of events throughout the night, going back and forth in a lot of states. Florida, one of the big battleground states, going in favor for President Trump. Ohio also going in favor for Trump. So again, we're going to see a lot of key turnouts throughout the next few hours. We're going to talk about Wisconsin especially, where we see 90% reporting. Donald Trump still holding on to that lead. Not a lot has changed over the past hour or so, holding about 120,000 vote lead over Joe Biden in Wisconsin. Going back to Georgia, still, we've been sitting at about that 93% reporting for the past 30 minutes. Not a lot of change there. Trump up on top, about 120,000 as well. But it is worth noting, Georgia, the lead in Georgia for Donald Trump has continually shrunk throughout the night. It was up almost near 300,000, just about 10 or 15 percentage points before where we are right now. So again, we're seeing a surge of Joe Biden voters here throughout the evening. The question is, however, can he catch up to Donald Trump's pace right now? That remains the question. Taking a look at North Carolina, we also see Donald Trump still up on top, a little bit over a percentage point, about 1.5%. With the total vote count lead, we're seeing about 80,000 votes in favor of Donald Trump right now, 94% reporting. We are getting closer and closer to a decision in North Carolina, which could very well favor Trump. Same thing goes back to Georgia with 93%. So these two states are going to be ones to watch over the next couple hours. It could come even sooner than that, so we'll see what happens. We'll bring that to you if the time comes. Going up again to Wisconsin, 90% reporting as well. So these are the three states that we essentially could see called over the next hour or so. So those are the three to watch. Michigan, however, only 68% reporting in right now. Donald Trump also leading by a healthy margin of 8 points, or about 300,000 votes in Michigan, but still a lot to be decided up in the north. And then finally, Pennsylvania, 64% reporting, and that lead of about 700,000 votes is still holding strong for Donald Trump. Another big key state for this president, and if he hopes to be reelected, Pennsylvania is a catalyst in this election race. So right now we're seeing a 225, 213 race, or excuse me, with Arizona being called by Fox News earlier, it's a 236, 213 race. Minnesota also going in favor of Joe Biden earlier, about an hour and a half or so ago. It's gotten a little bit tighter as more votes have come in. It was about a 10-point lead for Biden. It's now about to 7, but Minnesota will go for Joe Biden and the 10 electoral votes. All right, so we are going to show one last feature we have yet to have throughout the election show tonight, and we had the chance to talk to a representative for Young Americans for Freedom at ACU. Go ahead and take a look. Once this election is over, we usually see a die down in political tension, but it's still always present. How do you see the future at ACU with YAF?
So as of late, we've been trying to work with OMA and other parts of the administration to have just sit-downs with students with opposing political views. We've been trying to organize open forums and whatnot. So even if the election dies down, none of our disagreements are going to go away. So we're trying to work out a way to have an open discussion, free speech for everybody, where everybody feels safe to be able to talk and discuss and work out our issues.
Looking forward to future years, what do you hope to see accomplished with the organization?
Just with any other chapter, seeks to preserve the right of free speech on all campuses, private or public, so that we have an environment where nobody, regardless of political belief, feels unsafe to discuss their political beliefs on either side. So as long as there's an atmosphere on campus where nobody feels like they can't speak because of their political beliefs, we'll be pretty happy. But we're still going to continue pushing free speech regardless.
All right. Thanks, Josh. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Including immigrants, and so that is a more diverse group to begin with before you even begin identifying the issues that might separate some of those women from a candidate such as the president.
Absolutely. The reason I was also interested in talking to Mike Murphy is I'm very interested in, where does the Republican Party go post-Trump? Obviously, we could still be seeing another 4 years of President Trump. We're quite far away from declaring any victory tonight for either side. But what does the Republican Party look like when it has sort of reshaped so dramatically in the last 4 years to revolve around the personality, the individual of Donald Trump?
Well, look at it this way. Next week or soon, President Trump will either be a lame duck president in the sense that he's leaving on January 20th, or a lame duck president in the sense that his terms are hereby limited. And as we've seen in the past, a second term for any president, even a very highly popular president, far more overwhelmingly popular than Donald Trump, is often a chancy proposition. It is more difficult to achieve what the president thinks he's there to do. He usually has at least one chamber of Congress against him, and in this particular case, he might have at least one and maybe two. So it can be more difficult to run the party, and there'll be a lot of ambitious senators and governors in the country who are looking to replace him in 2024. So he'll have a much more difficult time holding the Republican Party together in a second term than he had in a first. And of course, we still don't know if he's going to have a second term. So if it is over for Donald Trump in the near future, the party's going to start looking beyond him immediately and trying to define itself largely in the person of new candidates to run in 2024.
You're listening to live special coverage of the 2020 election from NPR News. I'm Sarah McCammon. We've been talking with NPR's Ron Elving. We're also here with Juana Summers, Tamara Keith, Daniel Kurtzleben, and Claudia Grisales from the NPR Politics team, and my co-host Elsa Chang. And we are waiting for President Trump to speak any minute now. We're looking at images from the White House, a row of American flags set up. The president is expected to give a speech at any moment tonight. Tamara Keith, I want to go to you. You cover the White House, of course. What are you expecting from President Trump?
So we know what he's tweeted, which is that he believes that he is up big and that Democrats are trying to, quote, steal the election. Of course, we need to be clear that there are just a number of ballots that haven't been counted in some very key states. Many of those are vote by mail ballots that are already in hand in the states. In other states, there are ballots that may still be working their way through the Postal Service and could arrive as late as Friday, but are postmarked in time. So President Trump is expected to come out and make a case that that he is winning. Earlier tonight, former Vice President Joe Biden came out and said that he felt very good, but that people needed to be patient. President Trump has expressed a lot of impatience about the voting of the counting of ballots. I'll also say that Kayleigh McEnany, the White House press secretary, has tweeted out a bunch of preliminary numbers from key states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, saying that President Trump is winning. But the thing is, until all the ballots are counted, you don't know who's winning.
Do you have any idea where those numbers are coming from, Tam?
Well, I mean, there are ballots that are in. There are many ballots that are in. It's just that
They're preliminary.
It's preliminary, and there's a big cache of other ballots that haven't been counted yet.
I'm hearing applause here. I think the president is about to take the stage at the White House, if I'm not mistaken.
And we should say that this is in the East Room. There is no social distance in this room, and I don't see a single mask on that video screen at the time.
Several Trump family members walking on stage. We see his children.
The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. We love you. We love you. Thank you. appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us, all three of us. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000.
Welcome back to the ACUTV or studio. It is 1:26 a.m. Of course, that is Central Time, but it's
Trump's
late. Sydney, at this point in time, let's talk a little bit more. Yeah. Owen and I kind of touched on it earlier. Let's talk a little bit more about the Senate and the House race going on right now.
Right. So if we take a look at the House race right now, it was predicted earlier today to go to the Democrats, keep it in the Democrats as it was in 2016 and has it how it has been. As of right now, the Democratic Party holds 177 seats, while the Republican Party is holding 170. According to the Associated Press, there need to be 218 for the majority. So as of right now, it's a pretty close race, as it has been all night. However, you know, the Democrats are pretty much having at least a somewhat strong lead for most of this, and potentially we could see that result staying as Democrats for the House tonight. So if we go over and take a look at the Senate, this one is going to be a little bit more interesting. It was predicted at an 80% chance to flip to the Democrats. However, when we take a look at it now, the Democratic Party holds 44 seats, while the Republican Party holds 47, with 51 needed for the majority. So some of the competitive races that we are still taking a look at, we're waiting on the seat in Arizona. It's going to be Mark Kelly running against Martha McSally. Mark Kelly is leading. He's a is part of the Democratic Party, which would give the Democratic Party another guaranteed vote, giving them up to 45 votes. In addition, there's going to be a runoff election in Georgia at the moment, which has the potential to give another Democratic seat to add to potentially having a majority. However, it's been a very close race all night, and right now it looks like the Republicans have a fairly strong chance to take the Senate, which would be very interesting considering that in 2016 we had a Democratic House and a Republican Senate. And so if we have Republican House and Senate in addition to a potentially Republican president, it could be a very interesting next few years.
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk. Earlier, we talked about the Supreme Court, but like I said then, I think that this is just something that people have just been talking about so much. Let's talk about Amy Barrett. I want to specifically talk about some of her policies moving forward in comparison to Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and what that means for women. I know that women are a huge voter now for Trump. I mean, he lacks the women vote.
Right.
He even is seeing more minority numbers voting for him, but he just cannot seem to pull the women vote. Do you think that Amy Barrett is going to kind of mend the two? Do you think that he gave that seat to her because she was a woman?
It's hard to say for me. Coming from a place of, knowing a lot about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, kind of admiring her throughout the years, seeing her seat being filled by Amy Coney Barrett was a little bit of a shock, considering she is more conservative than a lot of people, might realize. A lot of people think. I do love the fact that she's a woman. I believe that more women, in politics is inspiring and wonderful. However, I think that it would be still very difficult for Trump to win that vote from women because Amy Coney Barrett is, considered to be so conservative that a lot of women who are kind of on the edge about potentially voting Republican might find that to be just a little bit, disheartening, a little bit making them sort of unsure if that's where they still want to vote.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Sydney. There's not much more we can talk about at this point. We're kind of just sitting here waiting for some more results. I'm so excited to see if we see some states called in the next 10, 30 minutes. So while we're waiting, we're going to go ahead and go to break. We'll see you in a bit.
But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, that was President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence. We have just heard several misstatements from President Trump about where the vote counts have gone. I want to bring in NPR's Ron Elving right now. Ron, let's just do a reset here. We heard President Trump basically declaring victories, talking about battleground states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, as heading his way in terms of victory. Can you just reset all of this for us? Remind this country that voting has stopped and that vote counting will not stop, despite what he has said tonight.
Yes. First of all, voting has stopped. No one is suggesting that anyone should be allowed to vote after tonight. Number two, the process that is still working its way through is a process we have seen in every presidential election for as long as any of us has been alive, and that is that votes are counted after election night that arrived in time and that are legal ballots. And so those votes are going to be counted. Now, this year, because of the pandemic, that number of votes is extraordinary. It's not a few thousand. It's not a few tens of thousands. It's approximately 100 million votes. Now, many of those have been counted. Many of them have not. And under state laws, some of them could not be counted until today, and that's why they haven't all been counted. So those are all facts. In addition, the president did not mention that he is not ahead in the Electoral College vote at the moment, and that he is not ahead in the popular vote at the moment. He's behind in both. Now, if the proper way that he would like to see all those states fall should happen, he could still win the Electoral College. He probably has no path whatsoever to winning the popular vote. But we know the popular vote is something of a nicety. The Electoral College actually elects the president. So he does have a path in the Electoral College if he can win all those states he talked about tonight. But, you know, he hasn't won Arizona. He hasn't won, in fact, Georgia. He hasn't had North Carolina called for him by the AP. And those three Great Lakes states that we've all talked about so much have also not been called, and they have many hundreds of thousands of outstanding votes, which we will see over the next day, 2 or 3 days.
Right. Let's just repeat that to be totally clear. There needs to be 270 electoral votes for someone to be declared the next president of the United States. A number of key battleground states have not been called, including, by the Associated Press, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. So there is absolutely zero basis for the president to be declaring at this time tonight that he is in any way a victor.
Except, of course, that the president believes that he should maximize his position with the general public by declaring his victory and suggesting that anything that happens after this is less than legitimate. But that's just not the numbers, not the fact, and not the law.
I have to say, I'm a little bit taken aback because we had been hearing a number of his associates today saying that the president would only come out to declare victory if victory were totally clear, if there was some basis. But we have seen him not do that tonight. He has indeed declared victory while not having remotely adequate basis to do so. We're going to take a short break right now. We will be right back. This is live special coverage of the 2020 election from NPR News.
Thank you so much for listening to live special coverage from NPR News right here on KACU of election night in the United States of America. So far, right now, we are at electoral votes-wise. Joe Biden has 225 electoral votes, and Donald Trump has 213 electoral votes. We're going to pick back up with coverage during Morning Edition beginning at 4 a.m. Thank you so much for listening. This is KACU.
Just a quick mention once again. If you're listening on West Virginia Public Radio, yes, that piece was written by a familiar presence for you, Matt or Matthew Jackford. He's your local host for All Things Considered and some music shows, and a fine composer as well. You can hear his Appalachian impressions again anytime you like in the coming month on the PT page, where our shows are archived online as streaming audio on demand for 30 days after broadcast. You'll find us at yourclassical.org/performance today. Coming up in just a moment, sunrise in the mountains. You're listening to APM's Performance Today. Conductor Louis Longray is music director of the Cincinnati Symphony and the Mostly Mozart Festival in New York City, but he says he can't even think about what he does as a career.
Music is part of my life. I breathe through music. It's hard, for instance, to conceive it as a profession. Of course, I make a living with music, but music is everywhere. Music is not only on the podium of an orchestra or some people playing an instrument. You walk in the forest after the rain and you listen to the birds. They are not graduated from conservatories or whatever, but the music is part of the structure of the world. If there is no music, there is no life anymore.
Conductor Louis Longray from a conversation with Your Classical. Well, let's go to a concert he led in a beautiful and musical place at the foot of the Teton Mountains. He's conducting the Grand Teton Music Festival Orchestra in this performance of music that French composer Maurice Ravel wrote in 1912, and this begins with a musical picture of a sunrise. The Daphnis and Chloe Suite No. 2 by Maurice Ravel.
Welcome back inside the ACUTV studios on the campus of Abilene Christian University. It is 1:42 a.m. Central Standard Time, and we are still waiting on some states to be called in this election. For right now, we're going to show you a quick behind-the-scenes feature of our amazing student-led production team that has worked for the past few weeks to put on the show that you have seen tonight. Take a look.
As far as the rundown goes, just kind of like something that mimics that with just bullet points that we can just kind of like look down at our computers, scroll, okay, he talked about this already, now I'm gonna say this, like for ideas, and then we can just kind of like ad lib.
During the summertime, we realized that we might not have sports during this fall, which is kind of our go-to for student experience. And so myself and a few other students kind of just started dreaming about what this would look like. Instead of doing a sports show, we turned it into an election show. In other words, instead of doing 8 or 10 sports shows, we decided to take that 8-hour period and put it into one big night. And it just happened to work out pretty well because obviously there was a presidential election this year.
We started back in March. We had the idea to have an all-night election show. We Zoomed during quarantine a few times. We all were watching shows from 2016 to kind of familiarize ourselves with, you know, what national networks were doing and how they were covering the election.
Hutton called me about 5-6 weeks ago and he's like, hey, I'm looking for some producers to produce an election show that's going to run from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. Are you interested? And I was like, I've never done anything like this before. I've never really been into politics, but yeah, sure, why not? So I jumped in and I've mainly been helping plan the process of like what we're going to talk about and sort of organizing things and helping a little bit with ideas for interviews, and then also starting to collect some B-roll, a lot of pictures and digging through. It's a lot.
The biggest challenge for us is simply getting together and figuring out, okay, who goes in what spot the best? Because a lot of people want to be in front of the camera, but they honestly don't have the experience or the knowledge to talk about something that is so deep. Some people can do sports, some people can do news, but politics is very difficult. And so that's really been the hardest part, is finding a position for each person. We have 25 people on the staff, and so with COVID, it's very difficult to space them out. And so we're going to be on the air for 6 hours and really be here for about 8 hours. And so that's been the biggest challenge, is scheduling people and putting them in the right positions to succeed.
It's crazy to think that we started so many months ago and it's just a few days away, because when I moved back to Abilene in August, we had weekly meetings, we had Zoom meetings, in-person meetings. We spent a lot of time preparing the script, the rundown, we did in-studio interviews, and just a lot of studying of the Electoral College and different swing states and about both different parties and candidates. So a lot of work has been going into this election show and we're really excited for it.
I've always been working on this after school, after homework, and so it tends to be a little later at night, and I feel bad because pretty much everybody has woken up at one morning or another with a text from me asking a question, seeing if something is finished.
My job here is to give the students the best experience. And we have a few $1 million worth of toys here, and so it's pretty easy to give them a good experience. But one step further is to trust them to produce, and that's really the hardest thing to teach. This is not a class. The students do get paid to do this, but they're not going to become millionaires out of it, out of their hourly wage. The memories that I'll take from this are simply, again, just planning it from the very first day that we all got together to figure out, okay, what do we want this to look like? And then the students have taken it from there. I've just kind of been the bus driver. They're the ones that have come up with the script and all kinds of stories and features that you'll see during the broadcast tonight. And so what I'll take away from this is just, again, stepping outside of the classroom, which is what ACU is really about when it comes to the experiential learning. It's not so much about in the classroom, it's about the experience that you get with the students and the professors. And so that's what I'm going to take out of this, and this is really a perfect example of what ACU experiential learning is all about.
I hope that the viewers just realize that, students do care about the election. They want their voices heard, and they want to talk about it. I mean, I think a lot of times older generations kind of discredit us for just getting our information on social media, but if the group of people that have been preparing for this election show is any indication of how the rest of our generation gets their news, we have been studying so hard and learning so many things and really challenging ourselves and our own personal beliefs throughout this time period. And I really hope people are just proud of that. I hope that people realize that even a small university like Abilene Christian is able to accomplish this humongous thing that not many universities with thousands more people are doing. So I just hope they're proud of us, and I hope that they realize that we put a lot of work into it.
Excited when we got the opportunity to figure out if we were going to have anything to do due to COVID this year. And when we kind of said, okay, well, we can't do sports shows because there really aren't any sports, we're going to at least take a chance and hope that we were going to be in school on November 3rd. So again, one second, a little technical difficulty. We better now? We better now? We good? Okay.
We're good. All right.
Start over.
Let's start over.
Okay. So she asked me about how this came about, and so again, as we've said throughout the night, again, honestly, this is just a blessing in disguise because we did not think that we were going to. I mean, personally, I didn't think we would get this far in the semester, and so it's really exciting for me because this gives you guys so many really cool opportunities, even though we're dead tired and we're looking for a result, and some people want Trump and some people want Biden, and that really isn't the point of tonight, and so honestly, the most exciting part to me is that you guys are getting experience, and we can show that, again, live television is not easy, and you guys are making it look easy. And so even though we've had a lot of technical difficulties here and there, I think we've just, again, kind of polished our skills, including my skills. Again, as a director, I am just thrilled that I get to do anything with you guys this semester because I didn't think that maybe we would be able to do anything.
Right, and so how has that experience been? I know that we've had a pretty much core team of 6 student production team leaders kind of getting this show put together for the last few weeks before. How has that been, with COVID and just making sure everything's organized? What has that been like?
As I said in the piece that Matthew Jungling made, that has been the hardest part, is to figure out where each person goes. Because again, ultimately for me as the director, it's a little overwhelming because I want to give each student the max experience, right? But that's really just not really possible sometimes. And so with this experience, we created basically out of thin air. And so sometimes when you're shooting a football game or a basketball game or baseball or whatever, you really don't have a lot of creative license. And so you kind of just have to put people in certain situations and hope it works out. But the hardest thing for me has been, again, kind of dreaming this up with you guys from nothing, but also having that creative license has been almost easier because I can say, okay, what we're doing right now, like, Sydney, do you want to be on camera? Or, oh, hey, Matthew, do you want to make a documentary? I mean, it just gives you guys such creative freedom that a lot of other sports don't have.
Right, and I know we've really enjoyed that. I've loved getting the opportunity to be a producer and work on this show, and I know the rest of the student team has been really grateful for this opportunity as well. Do you think that, with this going on, that in the future we might be able to create some similar, we can't do an election show every year, obviously, but some similar experiences for incoming freshmen outside of sports?
Yeah, it's a big part of ACUTV in general, is that we target people that are interested in this major, but really, to me, more than that, it really is ACUTV. So we want to show off the campus. And what I mean by that is we don't expect you to come out of high school and know everything, but I want to give you that opportunity in whatever we choose to do, whether election show or sports or sing song in actual, you know, school years or chapel or classroom work. The bottom line is I want to give, and you guys are, again, prime example of that. Your freshman year, y'all just all jumped in, and so that's why we're able to do this today. There's no way that we could do this a year ago, like no way. And so, yeah, I would hope that if anybody is watching tonight that's not a student at ACU that wants to be, you have a home here, so.
Wonderful. Last thing is, you know, we're talking about kind of experiences, everything that you can do at ACU TV. I guess if you could kind of just like give a little, you know, for incoming freshmen, people who might be interested in what we do here, you know, outside of what they've seen tonight and some sports. You know, I know you've had classes work on features for this show. Is there anything else kind of, you know, interesting, exciting?
Yeah, I mean, again, we do over 100 events a year, and so that's only going to grow in the next, our footprint is going to be a lot bigger in the next 5 or 6 years. And the kind of the fun part for us, for me as a recruiter, is that I get to look, it's kind of like a football recruiter, I get to look down the line and say, okay, this person fits here, by their sophomore year they can be better here, and so on and so forth. So what I would say to the people that are interested in ACU TV is that I just want them to come and try everything. And so from that perspective, once we can kind of say, okay, you absolutely have a home here, what do you want to do? And that has been a really good model because, again, it's just really helped us to not expect somebody right out of the gate to be an Emmy Award winner, but by the time they're a sophomore and junior, we can expect the best out of them.
Right, awesome. Thank you, Hutton. We are going to take another quick break, and hopefully we will be back soon with some more election results, so stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody. So really quick, what we're going to do, it's been a few hours since we've checked social media, and obviously with social media being as big as it is, especially in this election, we felt it would be really great that we just hop into a couple tweets. So first off, we have a tweet from the ACU Student Recreation and Wellness Center saying election day stress is real and can take a toll on your mental health. No matter your candidate, ask yourself, what can I do to feel healthy today? What am I grateful for today? What do I need to do today to make today a great day? We also have a tweet from the New York Times saying, early tallies in Ohio, a critical bellwether, give Democrats reason to hope. If President Trump loses the state, his path to victory narrows considerably. Former President Barack Obama also tweeted out saying, this election day, everything is on the line. Our jobs, our health care, whether or not we get this pandemic under control. But here's the good news. Today, you can choose change. You can elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Let's win this thing. We also, I think we have some more tweets coming. Yes, okay, so we also have a tweet from Fox News saying it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare the winner of this election. It's the voters' place. We also have tweets from NBC News. One says, Nevada state officials have said that the final results will not be available until several days after the election. And finally, we have one last tweet from former Vice President Joe Biden, who's now a presidential nominee, saying, Twitter flags Trump's tweet warnings Democrats trying to steal the election as misleading. Back to you. So we're going to go back to Emily and Owen with some state updates. Emily, Owen.
Well, welcome back. Carrie's still behind us, and actually, something that was kind of funny. It is 2 a.m. It is Central Time here in Texas. I don't know if y'all noticed, but I'm just gonna point it out because I think it's funny. Influential was misspelled. I think that's hilarious because if you asked me to spell that word right now, I couldn't. We've been here for quite some time, and I think it's starting to take a toll on us a little bit, but we still have some states to talk about, and then we don't really know if we're going to be able to call all these states, so we may just have to leave it up to y'all to figure that out in the morning at this point.
No, yeah, one of the things we also, though, want to discuss is the likelihood that the Senate will have a GOP control. Now, we don't have that right now, but what we're seeing right now in the polls is a much more likely turnout for Republicans to maintain control of the Senate. So we've got Susan Collins in Maine, 85% reporting in Maine right now, an 8-point lead. So that moves what we have essentially right now is 47 for the Republican Party and 45 for the Democrat Party, 51 for a majority. So we have Susan Collins, a Republican, leading in Maine. We have John James in Michigan, leading, a Republican. We have Tom Tillis in North Carolina, leading with 93% reporting. Looking at Tom Tillis right now, a much closer race than what we see with Susan Collins, but it is a lead nonetheless, about a 2% lead, or give or take about 100,000 votes. So again, right there, that's 3 current Republican leading polls that have yet to be called. So that already brings you to the 50-point mark. And then also a couple others that we can mention. The Georgia runoff election will be later. But right now with one of the Georgia races, David Perdue leading John Ossoff by 5 percentage points, or about 200,000 votes in Georgia. So again, what we are seeing again is a stronger likelihood that Republicans will maintain control of the Senate, which also really lightens the importance of the presidential election, because if you have a Senate controlled by the GOP, there's a lot of policies that Biden would like to push that now become much more unlikely with the scenario we have
Definitely.
right here.
And now that we have a more conservative Supreme Court too, it's looking up for Republicans no matter the results of the race. We don't have a lot to call currently. We're kind of at a standstill. We can just kind of, if you just want to go over the states that we're still waiting on. With Georgia, it's been the same for quite some time now. Just with 93% of the votes in, Donald Trump is still leading 50% to 48%. Can you talk a little bit about North Carolina?
Yeah, again, so going to North Carolina, we have 94% reporting in North Carolina. What we're seeing, in essence, with all of these battleground states that have really become a standstill, this was expected.
Yeah.
We saw this was going to happen with COVID-19. We knew that there were going to be some mail-in ballots and early votes that simply were going to take longer. There were going to be issues with the Also high voter turnout going into tonight. So again, Georgia and North Carolina are going to take their dandy old time, but right now, a big lead for Donald Trump in both of these states. When I say a big lead, I mean it's going to be hard for Joe Biden to come back with the vote tallies that are remaining in this election.
And a look at Pennsylvania. Of course, we only have 64% of the votes in. Donald Trump is leading significantly still. He's had this lead throughout the night. No surprise here. Donald Trump is leading 55% to a Joe Biden with 43%. Pennsylvania, like we've been saying over and over again, it has the chance to make this a very successful election for the Republicans.
I really think it's going to determine this election. Absolutely. Pennsylvania, again, when we look at this, we have 64% currently coming in right now. Going back to 2016, Trump won by just a razor-thin margin. But right now, it is a huge favor, a double-digit lead for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. I do expect this lead to dwindle as more votes come in, but it's already going to be incredibly difficult and an uphill battle for Joe Biden to even come close to where Donald Trump is in the vote tally. A 700,000 vote lead for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. So he's going to have to essentially take 2 votes for every 1 vote that Donald Trump takes throughout the rest of the night in Pennsylvania. This will be one that honestly could go a couple days.
Yeah.
But this one will certainly be a big factor in who is elected president for 2020.
Let's talk a little bit about how the blue states were counted so quickly tonight. I think that it was very interesting. You saw Texas, you saw states that we knew were red. Florida, it took a while for them to announce those states, which was really interesting. They were quick to say Arizona, like we talked about earlier. A lot of these blue states, it seemed like networks were eager to call them before they were red states.
For sure. And when we take a look at Arizona, that's one that we mentioned. Arizona was a state that was called, going back by Fox News, it was called early. A lot of people said that, okay, may be a little bit too early. We have 80% reporting right now. Joe Biden's up by 5 points. We see about 150,000 more votes for Joe Biden. So Arizona, it'll stay. It'll stay with Joe Biden without a doubt. But again, there's a lot more pieces that we have to unravel throughout this night. We're going to see a lot more we're going to have to unravel, I think, throughout the morning tomorrow. But one thing is for sure, the polls were wrong.
Yeah.
The polls were wrong just like they were back in 2016. The question now is how much were they wrong? You go back to Ohio. Ohio, the polls were even more off and more skewed than we saw in 2016. It was a 9-point margin of error in 2016. Right now, Donald Trump is up about 8.5 points in Ohio with 94% reporting. So Biden was expected to win by 1 point coming into tonight in the polls and Real Clear Politics average. So we're seeing an even larger margin of error in Ohio. Same thing with Florida. Florida, Donald Trump is holding a 4-point lead in Florida with a 96% voting right now, or essentially about 350,000 more vote tallies for Donald Trump than Joe Biden. So again, one thing can be for sure, when you take a look at where we have viewed majority of media outlets throughout 2020, it has been generally negative of Donald Trump. So the question then, I guess, comes to mind is, did the American people simply view Donald Trump differently than what the majority of media has been portraying, or was it simply Joe Biden was too weak of a candidate to even be considered as a better alternative for Donald Trump? Because what we typically have seen, you have on the Trump side, it is an always Trump. It is a strong base. And then when you look over at Joe Biden, sometimes it's just the never Trumpers. Like, I will take anyone over Donald Trump.
Yeah.
But again, we're seeing here, it's not what we typically have seen on most media outlets. Okay, this is going to be a landslide. This is going to be a moment where Joe Biden stands up for what the American people believe, and it's not Donald Trump. It's not the case. It is not the case coming in tonight, no matter who wins. One thing is for sure, this was much closer than everyone expected.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we've seen before with the American people speaking about national networks, they tend to lean left. So I think a lot of times when we're talking about the election, you really have to just evaluate for yourself where you think it's going to go. You mentioned the possibility, was it just because people were not strongly enough motivated to go out and vote for Biden? Is that why we're seeing a Trump victory probably at this point? I think so. I think that, like you were saying, people that are for Donald Trump are very for Donald Trump. And people that voted for him in 2016 most likely are voting for him again. The only difference is I think people were voting for Hillary and those people are not necessarily voting for Biden. Biden has said some pretty controversial things that I know have divided the Democratic Party, as well as Trump has as well. But I think Republicans tend to stick with their candidate, and Democrats may just not show up.
You have to think, going back to the primaries, going back to when Joe Biden was going up against other candidates, you go back to those polls. Even those polls were wrong, because what we were seeing is Joe Biden at one point in time, he is out of this race. It's not going to be Joe. It could be, we could see Elizabeth Warren. We could see Bernie Sanders. It might be Bernie Sanders' time to finally represent the Democrat Party on a major party ticket. Didn't happen. Then we have Joe Biden, and you go back to that, and Democrats, in a way, you could argue, were pushing for a different candidate, and this might be the reason why, is they weren't sure if he was going to be likable enough to the American people to go against Trump.
Yeah, it's definitely not a great thing to say, anyone but Trump, and that's not really something to get people out voting. Let's hypothetically speak here. Let's say that Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren were actually the candidate. Do you think it would be different tonight?
You know, when we take a look at the voter turnout, I think that is the big piece that we should take a look at. When we see record number voter turnout, I think, and when I speak to people who believe that, okay, that's an advantage for Democrats, more than likely than not, people believe going in tonight, more people voting, they believed it was simply that, okay, more Democrats stayed home in 2016 than Republicans. So they believed, okay, we have a higher voter turnout, there's a better chance that we could see a Democrat major party ticket, be elected president. But again, I think it's been a big piece about voter turnout that didn't go that way. It doesn't appear to be going that way for a lot of states, again, like Florida. One of the largest margins of victory, if it stays this way, in quite some time. So again, I think it's hard to say, but one thing is for sure, the polls were wrong. The state polls were wrong for the second election in a row. And that's, I think, another reminder that we should definitely take the polls with a grain of salt. It's something we should have expected going into tonight because of what happened in 2016. Now, we may not necessarily expect it to be as severe, as far off as it was back in 2016, but we're seeing that in many states.
Yeah. Well, we're going to wait just a few more moments to see if we get calls back from North Carolina, Wisconsin, or Georgia. It's not looking great, but we're going to go ahead and go to break really quick and come back and see if we have anything new to tell you.
Welcome back to the studio for one last time. Let's just get a reminder on what time it is right now. It is 2:18 a.m. here in Abilene, Texas, on the campus of Abilene Christian University and the ACUTV Orr studio. Take a look one last time at some battleground states that are too close to call. Wisconsin, right now Trump up on top by 4 points. Michigan, also a lead for Donald Trump, 8 points with 73% reporting. Pennsylvania, 64% reporting. Donald Trump up by 12 percentage points in that state. And North Carolina, 94% reporting. Donald Trump up on top by just about 2 percentage points. And finally, Georgia, 94% reporting. Donald Trump up on top by, again, about 2 percentage points. Well, we have run out of time, well over 6 hours here at the ACUTV studio. We had well over 1,000 people tune in, so thank you for tuning in and supporting this student run crew, and a big shout out to the student run crew here at ACUTV, led by Hutton Harris. Emily, it has been a fantastic run tonight.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. I am just so incredibly impressed and proud of this student production team. The past few months have been a lot of work, but tonight proved that all of it was worth it. I'm so excited that we got to do this together, and that it turned out exactly how we anticipated, truly, even better.
Without a doubt. It's been an incredible run tonight. We have had a great opportunity to inform you throughout the evening, and we're glad that you had the chance to tune in. For the last time, we're signing off. I'm Owen Simpson alongside Emily Schaefer. Have a great night. Take care, everybody.